All right, guys. Getting the live stream open here, guys. Give me just a second here. I think YouTube is connected and TikTok should be connected any second now. Make sure all the audio is set right. Audio is set right. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. I think all the streams are open. The guest boxes are open. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description that will get you in as a guest. If you're watching on TikTok, you guys know how to join. So welcome in, guys. Good to see you. And Rock Badger Cud, good to see you again, says, hoping Justin is going to bust out some Haggai tonight. Well, I don't know if I'll get the opportunity to. You know, most Christians don't know that the book of Haggai even exists. So there's not a lot of occasion to talk about the book of Haggai, but he's a pretty cool prophet, actually. He was like whipping the Israelites back into gear after the return of the exiles. Basically, doing the Lord's work and making sure that the temple gets rebuilt. You know what I mean? But Haggai's a fun one. All right, let's get, let's see, no one in the guest box yet. Shirley, welcome to the Kraken Crew. And Shirley Wright, thank you for upgrading to the Kraken Crew Elite. Everyone who's on the Kraken Crew Elite obviously has access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet, as well as anybody who is subscribed to me on TikTok. And since we're waiting on guests to load up, this will be a good time to let everyone know that, hey, our Discord community is still growing, guys. We literally blew past our $2,000 our 2,000 subscriber or a member mark last week, and so we're just going to keep on rolling, guys. We'd love to see you join the Discord community and get plugged in with what's happening. Soren, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, let's go. Let's get some spicy cooking tonight. Well, we're going to do what we can. We are definitely going to do what we can. Thank you for the super chat. And 123, good to see you again tonight as well. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, do you think apologists lie on purpose? IP and Wes. Well, that's actually a really good point. So I think there are some apologists that lie on purpose, but I think the majority of them don't lie on purpose. I think the majority of them are, I guess you would just say they're coping, right? Now that doesn't mean they don't say things that are untrue. They still are definitely saying things that are not true. But I don't think necessarily that they're intentionally trying to say things that are untrue. Now, there are some that we would say are like professional apologists. When you get those like professional apologists where like it's their job to be apologists, then I think they have a higher threshold for saying things that support their position, even if they don't necessarily always believe that thing to be true. And so that is the case. But I think that Wes Huff is not lying to anyone. I think Wes Huff has drank the Kool-Aid. I think he believes all the nonsense he preaches. Ken, thank you for becoming a 15-month subscriber. Big W, Ken. I appreciate that. And Fire, thank you for sharing out the live. Guys, remember, Sharon is Karen. And the faster we share out the live, the easier it is to get eyeballs on it and to get guests in the guest box. And Dugald, big W, thank you for all the hand hearts. Good to see you, Dugald. Dugald's been going live as well. Make sure you're tuning into Dugald's channel over on TikTok. Although I don't think Dugald is streaming to any of the other platforms yet, but we'll see. If TikTok goes by the wayside again, I think a lot of the TikTokers are going to switch on over to YouTube. If I had to guess, it's hard to say. I'm doing both. I'm hedging all my bets. You know what I mean? All right, we'll get our first guest in here. We've got Ernesto with us. How you doing, Ernesto?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Ernesto, thank you for asking. I'm doing well. Are you at least 18? Because you don't sound 18.
I am 18.
Sure. What year were you born?
2001.
You liar. Get out of here. Guys, if you can't do basic algebra, not algebra, basic arithmetic, Don't come up lying about your age. Ridiculous. Yeah, he was a zygote. Parker, thank you so much for the VR goggles. And Gemini, good to see you. Thank you for the love paint, Gemini. Let's see. Techno, thank you for being a member. It says you can hear the blue screen in some of the guests. Yeah, it's funny. Like when the guests malfunction, like you can hear it in the voice. Like when you've said something that stops them in their tracks, you get like hear it in their voice. It's really kind of a fun thing to watch. We all fall prey to it eventually. You know what I mean? Welcome in. Is it Libin?
Yes, hello.
Welcome in, Libin. How you doing? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 27. Yeah, 27.
Cool.
And I'm a
Welcome.
believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in Allah.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or the best argument for why Allah is real?
Well, I came to the conclusion that I think that there being a God is the most logical explanation to why we are here.
Cool. But what's the argument for your specific God?
Yeah, so my thought process, it was like this. So I thought like there had always had to be something that was in existence, or else there would be nothing. And I believe that nothing comes out of nothing, and something can't come out of nothing.
We agree, but interestingly enough, I don't believe in a God, so I don't believe there was ever nothing. I think matter, space, time, the universe. I think it's always been here. It's infinite. It's eternal. It's always been here. It'll always be here. And as it turns out, we can prove that the universe exists. We're part of it, but there's no proof for an eternal God. So, so is there a different argument that would lead me to a God, or is that the only one?
Well, you know, it was like more like a starting point. I started with okay, there had always had to be something, and I explored okay, what can that something be? And it was plausible to me that that thing that always existed, it has to have some what is called not capabilities, but abilities, or some kind of abilities, maybe. Yeah.
Why?
Because when I see around the world, you know, I see what is called order. Yeah, order.
I don't see order. I see chaos. I think the majority of the universe, 99.9% of it, is just utter chaos. Even the planet that we live on is mostly chaos. Like the planet unalives 100,000 people a year on average through natural disasters. 3 million children a year die from starvation. Sounds like chaos, not order.
Yeah, 3 million maybe die, but there are many more people that that get birthed. And I see order in the sense that, you know, for example, the sun and the night and day, it shifts every day. It shifts every day.
So
it's an order behind it.
No, something being cyclical doesn't mean that it's orderly. It's one day we're not going to have a sun or an Earth. Our entire galaxy is going to collide with the Andromeda galaxy, and we're not going to exist at all.
Well, that's a theory, and you know, I also believe that we will not be here forever.
Sure. What's the evidence that we're not going to be here forever?
The evidence, I take my evidence from the Quran.
Okay, so all this really rests on the Quran.
No, not really. You know, it was, you know, I came to, you know, a logical conclusion that a God has to exist.
Why?
And yeah, because, you know, there had always had to be something in existence, and
yeah,
that
I know the universe. The universe always existed. I agree.
Oh, do you believe that?
So
do you believe that
there's
the
no
universe
need.
always
There's
existed?
no need to invent a magic man in the sky.
Do you believe that the universe always existed?
I believe that matter, space, and time has always existed.
So matter and space is universe.
Yeah, the universe, when I use that phrase, just means everything that we know to exist.
Okay, what's your evidence for matter and space to always existed? Because according to scientists, if I
Well,
don't
let's just start out easy. First of all, you don't know what scientists think, and you definitely don't care
the
what
Big Bang.
scientists think, because scientists don't believe in God over over the larger collection of them. But the fact of the matter is, we know the universe exists, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can something come from nothing?
No.
Do we have something or do we have nothing?
We have something.
Okay, that means the universe is eternal. It's always existed.
Okay. Well, what about the Big Bang?
What about it?
Because wasn't it like the universe came into existence
No.
after the Big Bang?
No.
What was there before the Big Bang then?
There's a lot of theories as to what was before the Big Bang. I think the theory that makes the most sense is the elastic universe theory, or the Big Bang Big Crunch theory, basically stating that the universe is in a constant cycle of expansions and then contractions and then expansions.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really sound convincing.
Well, I'm sorry, but there's actually scientific evidence for it. There's no scientific evidence for a prophet that diddled a 9-year-old in the middle of the desert and split the moon in two, though.
Do
you think it's a good thing that Iraq officially lowered the age of marriage to 9?
To be honest, according to my religion, we don't have a specific age. What is called age of consent.
I know.
Yeah, we don't have that.
That's why in Iran, it's common to get married even before you hit double digits.
Well, according to Islam, it's like we have to see we have like two. We have to see the mind and the body if they are both ready.
Mind.
They're both ready.
When is a 9-year-old's mind ready, and how do you know? Because it sounds to me like what you're doing is just looking at the body and saying, "I'd like to have a piece of that," because the mind doesn't matter to you. Women are just property to Islamic believers.
No, not really. I think that you have
what is
a kind of like
what does the mind of the woman do for you? Half of these Muslim countries won't even let women like read and go to school or drive. Why do you care what their mind is like?
I think that you have very many like presuppositions about Islam that's not true, because we don't like have sex outside of marriage. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. So in order for us to have a sex with someone, let's say a girl, I have to like ask permission from the parents, and I have to get married to the girl, the parents, all the parents, they want good for their children. So it's like you saying that you don't take that into accountability. It's like it's not like we going around and just
the rest of the world has marriage too, right? You understand that? Like you guys didn't invent marriage.
Well, I do believe that we invented marriage.
You definitely didn't invent marriage. Muhammad lived in a time period where marriage had already been a thing for 4,000 years.
Yeah, but we don't believe that Muhammad that he came with a new religion. We do believe that the first human being, he was Muslim.
Well, he'd be wrong then. Hey, I'm good to see you, buddy.
Hello. No, I just woke up.
I know someone summoned the final boss. Good to see you, buddy. We've got a guy in here who thinks that it's okay to marry children. What do you think about that?
No, I don't believe. No, don't. I don't believe it's okay to marry children. I don't believe that.
Okay, so then Iraq was wrong for lowering the age of marriage.
Well, can we specify what children is first?
I think a 9-year-old is a child. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but what's the criteria for?
M's got a medical background. Is there like a good way to know if a child is a child? Like what?
Yeah. So the thing is, like, it seems to be like the only Muslim men do not know what a child is. Like, it feels to be like a very, very intuitive like topic, or a category of people. Children, when we say children, is usually people we're referring to who are not adults. We can define it by a legal age, or we can define it by the age at which they hit puberty. But it doesn't matter, because again, you Libyan, know what a child is. You're just changing the definition because you want to see if it's
No.
if the definition we're gonna give you is gonna
Well,
be okay to fuck.
What thing is?
I'd like to know when the cutoff is, Libin. What is the cut? Like, when do you know when a child is no longer a child? What's that cutoff?
Yeah, well, according to me, I believe that a child is no longer a child after they are done with puberty.
So what if they have
and
precocious
you-
puberty?
well,
What if they hit puberty
let
at
me-
age 6?
Let me complete. So after they're done with puberty, and
Wow.
so after the body is developed, so that's puberty. After puberty, and when the mind that is it's a grown mind.
Cool. So
Yeah, so 25.
Yeah, 25, that's
It
what I
doesn't
heard.
have to be 25.
okay,
it can
so
be, it can be 10.
if someone has early onset puberty, that precocious puberty, and they're fully developed by age 8, is it okay to marry them and have babies?
If they have a sound mind and their body is developed, yeah, I don't see
You
any
guys are
problem.
sick.
I don't see any problem.
How does an 8-year-old, how does the mind of an 8-year-old satisfy the needs of an adult man? What kind of conversations do you think you guys are going to have? What kind of pillow talk you have with an 8-year-old?
Wait, you talk to your wife?
Well, I'm not talking specifically about 8 years old. 8 years. I'm just trying to set a standard. I came with my standard. What is your standard?
Well, my standard is when they're an actual adult, their brains are actually developed. I don't care when they hit puberty. That's useless. That's
Okay,
not a
what
good
age?
metric. In fact, we know from science that engaging in sexual intercourse too early results in lifelong chronic illnesses. In fact, this was a problem that was documented well in India in the middle of the 90s. There was a large number of women that were outcast from society because they had birth when they were too young. Their bodies were too small, and it messes up their urinary tract and some of the other organs, and it causes them to have leakage, incurable leakage. They're just constantly leaking, urine. They can't control it. And this is very common, that when women have children before their body is ready for it, they develop chronic illnesses. So I believe that you should marry someone over the age of 18, and I think that it doesn't matter if they've hit puberty or not.
Okay. So it's 18. What about 17? What about 17? Would you be okay with 17?
I wouldn't be, no.
Okay, but let's say a country like France, they are okay with 14. They have the age of consent there is 14.
I don't actually know if that's the case.
What?
I don't think
Some European countries, like 13 and 14 as the age of consent.
In France, yes. In France.
I would disagree with France then, yes. The age of consent right now in France is 15, as specified by Article 227 -225. I disagree. I think the age of consent should be higher. I think it should be 18. Because I think the human brain doesn't finish developing even until you've gotten close to your 20s, and even at that, you don't have enough life experiences to function as an adult yet.
Okay, but would you say that France are a country that is filled with...
Where'd he go? He just teacupped. Say that again. We lost you for a second.
Okay. Would you say that France is filled with people that are pedophiles, or...
No, I would say anyone who marries a 15-year-old in France is a pedophile.
Yeah, you would say that?
Yep.
Okay, so so the government of France is pedophiles according to you then?
Well, fair enough. I don't care.
Okay, let's suppose in 200 years.
This is just like a really bad whataboutism. You're like saying, well, what about France? What the fuck about you? France didn't say you can marry 8-year-olds. You do. So do you think there's a difference between marrying a 15-year-old and an 8-year-old?
Yeah, I do believe there's a difference.
What's the difference?
So the difference is it's much more likely when you are 15 that you are that you are an adult than suppose 8. An 8-year-old, in most cases, I don't believe that you can be an adult.
Yeah, 8-year-olds can't even see over the steering wheel of the car. 8-year-olds still play with Barbies. 8-year-olds have doll houses.
Well, the thing is, you are comparing 8-year-olds of the West children of 8-year-olds of other parts of the world. Like other 8-year-olds, they are much more grown up in
That's not true.
in the mind.
Aisha still
I
played
think.
with dolls when she married the Prophet, according to her own
Well,
narration.
there are 30 years old that play with PlayStations.
You
So
think
that's
she
not a very
was
good
30
argument.
years old playing with dolls?
No. I'm just saying there are 30 years old now that are playing with PlayStations.
Are
It
PlayStations
doesn't.
dolls?
Okay, what? It's more like games. It's games.
Playing with
Dolls.
dolls is like playing a video game.
Well, there didn't used to be video games back in 1,400 years ago. So
Really, because as it turns out, the playing with dolls was explicitly attached to her being below the age of puberty. She says in the narration, I used to play with dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends also played with me. When Allah's messenger used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me. The playing with dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at the time, as she was a little girl not yet reached the age of puberty. So playing with dolls is specifically something you do when you're young, when you're a little girl, when you haven't reached the age of puberty.
okay, so are you saying that girls that have reached the puberty doesn't play with dolls?
What I'm saying is, yeah, for the most part, yeah, girls that reach the age of puberty don't play with dolls anymore. In
Okay, so
fact, I'm not a little girl, so I can't give you statistics on this. I don't have like
I
anecdotal
don't
evidence
have
or
to
even
either.
collected evidence, but I would say I don't actually know any adult women that plays with dolls. Put a 1 in the comments if you're an adult woman that plays with dolls. I'm curious if there's any out there.
Yeah. Well, anyways, it's like, I don't believe that, you have a moral ground to stand on. I think that you just come with your subjective opinions, and you just come with, arbitrary numbers, 18. You're saying 18, but why 18? It's not like you are justifying it. Yeah, I don't think so.
What's that?
Can I
Then?
get big screen, please?
Yeah, I got you.
Can I get big screen, please?
Yeah, you're bumped up.
So, Libyan, you read Arabic, right? I can tell from your accent.
Yeah, I can read Arabic, but this
No.
just, it looks tough to read. Bro.
Okay. This is, I can summarize this. This is Kitab al-Umm by Imam Shafi'i, volume 8, the chapter of fucking. And it says that,
The chapter what? The chapter what?
Bab al-Nikah.
Baby nikah?
Anyways, Bab al-Nikah.
Bab al-nikah. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
But
And it says that,
okay.
yeah, it says, someone told Imam Shafi'i, why do you say that fathers can marry off their prepubescent girls? And then he said, the Abu Bakr married off to the Prophet Aisha when she was a daughter of 6 or 7. And then he fucked her when she was a daughter of 9. And then he said in both cases that the marriage contract that happened and the intercourse happened was when she was prepubescent, when she had no say upon herself.
I didn't understand
That's
that.
sick.
It says, I'm going to say it in Arabic for you. في الحالتين التين كان فيها النكاح والدخول كان وعائشة صغيرة من لا أمر لها على نفسها.
No,
He
bro,
had
bro,
sex with a prepubescent girl, is what he said.
who had sex with the prepubescent girl? The
Your
prophet?
pervert prophet, yeah, the pedophile prophet.
Bro, you don't have to, come with names. Can we keep it, formal or respectful?
I'm sorry, what do you call someone who diddles children that are prepubescent? What's the word for that? I think we call them pedophiles.
Yeah, pedophile,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's what we call them.
yeah.
Okay, so if he
Pedophile, yeah.
did that, then definitionally speaking, he is a pedophile. Like if
Okay.
I was a criminal,
Yeah.
like if I was an arsonist and you called me an arsonist, I had that coming. I earned that. So
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
it
I
turns
do
out,
agree with you.
when somebody is a known pedophile, I'm just gonna call him a pedophile.
Okay. I do agree with you that someone who lays around with prepubescent girls, they are pedophile. I do agree with that, but I don't
Justin,
believe. I don't
Explain
believe.
yourself again.
Oh, sorry.
I don't believe. Should I repeat it?
I think you've probably said enough. Do you think that women are half as good as men, or like you need 2 women to equal 1 man?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Do you think that you need 2 women to equal 1 man? Like, if, for example, if somebody
No.
committed a crime, should there be 2 witnesses for every male witness if they're female?
Not necessarily.
But the Quran says so.
It's not the Quran. It is the hadith.
Quran chapter
hadith of
2 literally says it. If there are not two men available,
Do
then
these
a
people
man and
never
two
read it?
women, as you agree for witnesses, so that if one of them, two women, errs, the other can
Okay, wait,
remind
chapter
her.
2, which verse?
It's 2:282.
Okay.
You're right, M. They're just as bad as the Christians. They've never read the book.
Bro, I've read it.
They always say,
I've even
yeah.
I've even memorized the Quran, bro.
You memorize the Quran.
Yeah, I thought it was in the hadith. I thought, yeah.
Wait, you memorized the Quran and you didn't know this?
No, I just thought it was in the hadith. So yeah.
So he's not just like a pedophile. He's also a liar now. He's memorized the Quran, didn't know this was in it. This is literally chapter 2, bro.
Yeah, chapter 2, but you know, the Quran, I memorized it when I was 13, 14 years old. It was like
That-
12 years ago. So and I do read some parts from time to time. So don't call me a liar.
You're a liar.
How did I lie?
Because you said you had it memorized. Either you do or you don't.
No, I said I memorized it, but it doesn't mean that, you know, I have everything available
Yeah,
right away.
That's what it means to memorize something, yeah?
Yeah, but you can memorize something and you can forget something too.
Okay, so
I just thought it was in the hadith, but okay, let's move on.
okay, so you think women are only half as equal as men?
No, I believe that women and men are equal in
Okay.
in the sense.
So the Quran is wrong then.
No, the Quran is not wrong. The Quran's
Well, the Quran
so
says
just
you need two women for one man.
in the case of being in a court. Well, it can. I haven't read the I don't remember the context of
The
it.
context
You've got
is
it
because
memorized.
if one of them forgets or says a wrong detail, the other woman is going to correct her. And this is why when, for example, if you have a person committing zina or adultery, you get 4 male witnesses is enough, but you need 8 women witnesses. And some scholars say 8 women witnesses wouldn't be allowed because you do not have a man inside of them.
Well, I don't believe that. No.
Okay, so your religion is not just full of pedophiles; it's also super sexist. That's cool. Is there a chapter in the Quran about beating your husband, or can you only beat wives?
Oh, actually, before that, Justin, if you mind. Yeah, Libyan, can you tell me what the word tafdeel means?
Tafdeel?
Yes.
Tafdeel is like, isn't it like, you know, something that's better?
Yeah, so it is something that is better. So if I say that أنا أفضل this, what does that mean?
أنا أفضل this. This is better or something?
I prefer this.
أنا أتفضل. Yeah, okay. Yes,
Yeah, Justin, can you bring up 434?
Yeah, bring up 434 right
Because
now.
the funny thing is, God in this verse says that men are the caretakers of a woman because of what he preferred within one sex over the other.
Okay, wait. Let me read. Okay, Abu Bakr said.
Not this. The Quran
You have
434.
great. He said, "I have made great hair parachute. The calamity wind sent forth that will cushion." Okay, but this is referring to a verse in the Quran.
Yeah, I'm talking about chapter 4, verse 24. 34, not hadith.
Oh, I'm in Quran chapter 4. Let me pull up the whole chapter.
This is you're on
This
Sunnah.com.
is hadith, bro. It's not Quran.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so you were reading the hadith. It wasn't the Quran that you were reading from.
No, I was. It's in the Quran. It's 2:282. I've got it written on my sheet right here from the Quran.
Okay.
Copy and pasted.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. We want this guy right here. This is the one we're looking for. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong website looking for a tafsir. All right, so men are caretakers of women, as men have been provisioned by Allah over women and tasked with supporting them financially, and righteous women are devoutly obedient, and when alone, protective of what Allah has entrusted them with. And if you sense ill conduct from your woman, advise them first. If they persist, do not share their beds. If they still persist, then discipline them gently. If they change their ways, do not be unjust to them.
It doesn't say gently, by the way.
Oh, it's funny how they lied when they translated it into English.
No. But thing is, yeah,
Yeah,
it
you're
does.
right. It's got a box around it. They added that. That's not actually in there.
Okay, so when we are reading the Quran, if something is like unclear, we go to the Hadith, and the Hadith it says we can like tap them lightly, so it's not beating up a wife.
Yeah, but why did the Prophet punch his wife on the chest?
No, it is not, bro. He never
Yes, he
he
did.
never laid his hands
No,
on.
yes, he did.
He never punched his wives, bro.
She literally said, he punched me on the chest, which caused me pain.
He held me. He held my what is called the clothes.
No, that is not what it says. This is not the definition of the word. The definition of the word in the Arabic lexicons is either you've given a severe push to the chest, or you've hit the chest or the breasts with your fist. So he did either one of those two actions, and he did it to her when she was a child. And then she said it caused her pain. So that the Prophet contradict himself.
Well, even let's suppose the thing is, I'm trying to word it, but even let's say that we have a moral code. All this it goes back to our moral, but the thing is, do you guys have even a moral standard? I don't
Yes,
believe that
exactly, Libyan.
you don't have a moral standard.
Libyan, I agree with you, because me and Justin do not have a moral standard. We have no idea that sleeping with a 9-year-old is bad, and that beating her when she's 12 is bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we have no way of
I
knowing what
wouldn't
right
know
or
that.
wrong is. No, not at all.
yeah, I don't believe that you have like a moral standard that you can judge
This is-
upon, because
Exactly.
you are now throwing rocks at us, but you don't even have a house, so it's like I can't
You can do it back.
no, it's not about doing back. It's more about you don't even have a moral ground.
I love it
to
when
stand on.
people who think it's okay to be a pedophile criticize my moral standing. Wild to me.
No, I don't.
Do you think
believe, I
that
don't believe.
ex-Muslims should be executed?
In a Islamic country where the rule of the country is Sharia, and if a Muslim he goes out of the fold of Islam, and a judge, and he goes to court, and the judge orders it, yeah, I do believe that he can.
Yeah, you fuckers are
Yes.
sick.
No. Why is it wrong though?
Why should you execute somebody for not believing in your fantasy?
Well, it's not that he doesn't believe in it. The thing is, in order to be,
That's what it means to be an ex-Muslim. You no longer believe it. You're not part of the
No.
faith anymore.
But the thing is, other people, you don't have to go and shout about it. And if
So?
you don't go and shout about it, no
Why?
one will know.
Why?
No. You have to pretend to pray too, because not praying is enough to get you unalived.
Well,
So you have to
there has
pretend. You could be an
limitations.
ex-Muslim, but you have to pretend to be a Muslim, or you'll get murdered. Oh my gosh, my moral standing is so terrible. I don't have a moral standard. But look at these guys. We're just going to execute people who don't agree with our sky fairy.
Well, we do look at it at the same way. Where are you from? Can I ask? Where are you from?
Not your country, thank goodness.
Yeah, but where are you from?
I get enough
Which
death
country?
threats from Muslims, so.
Bro,
Where are you from? What country are you in?
I'm in Norway.
You're in Norway.
Yeah.
Oh, so you want to take over somebody else's country and make it a shithole?
Bro, I don't, I don't know why the hostile.
Because
but
your
why? The
religion
reason-
is disgusting. And
Like, why did you?
everywhere it spreads brings a wake of damage.
Libya,
you
why
do-
did you?
you do
Why
that?
did you go to a kafir country?
Where I came here.
Yeah,
Why
why
did
do you
you go
leave?
to a?
Well, I came here as a baby, and
why
we
didn't you go back?
we fled war. Our
Yeah, but
family
why didn't you
fled
go
war.
back?
What?
Like, Justin, land on Earth
why
is
didn't you go
divided
back?
onto two. Yeah,
Why
land
didn't
on
you go
Earth
back?
is divided into two: the land of Islam and the land of war.
Bro, I didn't go back because
She purposely chose to live in the land of war with the disbelievers.
bro, I didn't go back. I didn't go back because I grew up here. I have my family here. I have my friends here. I have my work here. So
But you do not have a Muslim community in society there.
yeah, I do have a Muslim.
You're being governed by kuffar.
Yeah, we are, but I do have a Muslim community, and and the government, it doesn't like step on my religion freedom. So I do.
Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah.
I don't know.
For now, if you guys keep driving vehicles into parades, then yeah, eventually they're gonna come for you.
Bro, bro, I think that's racist, bro.
It's not racist. Why does it keep happening every Christmas?
Why it keep happening every Christmas?
Why do Muslims keep attacking people on Christian holidays?
When the thing is, when a sick person, that's a sick person, there's someone
sick.
that goes and kill that. Just one moment. Someone that goes and kills random people, civilians. That's wrong, and in Islam is not allowed. And if they are crazy or something, no, the people, they don't look if that they are crazy. They just say, no, he was Muslim, and he did that because he was Muslim.
Why don't you find Christians doing that? Like, when was the last time you saw a Christian driving a vehicle into a Hindu parade?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like a very specific kind of situation. But the biggest terrorist in the world, I do believe it is
you
Christians.
guys.
It is Christians.
No,
because,
it's legit you guys. In fact, my ex-wife had to
countries.
immigrate from Egypt. Her family and all of her relatives immigrated from Egypt over to Canada because the Muslim community in there kept trying to kill them. That's why they immigrated. They didn't grow up thinking I'd love to leave this country. They left Egypt because your religion kept trying to murder them for not being in their religion. Because you guys are violent psychopaths. Your religion is not a religion of peace. It's a religion of violence and pedophilia. Which is why, of all the death threats I get online, 9 out of 10 of them come from your religion, because you guys are all violent psychopaths.
We are all, me too?
Especially you.
Me as a person?
Yeah. I have no idea who you are, but if push comes to shove, I can guarantee if somebody threatens your religion, you will resort to violence.
Well, you have been very condescending and very disrespectful towards my religion.
Because your religion is disgusting, and so are you.
Oh, you really feel like that?
Yeah.
I think that you have very much hate inside of you.
I don't have hate for you. I have hate for your religion. If you stop being a Muslim today, I'd welcome you into the fold. I don't care what you convert to. You can convert to Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity. You could become an atheist. I would champion this decision. Your religion is the most destructive religion on the planet. The only thing that comes close is medieval Christianity. Medieval Christianity used to be the most destructive, and they seem to have gone on a course correction.
Aren't the United States of America a Christian country?
I don't know why you keep trying to find my location. Why? Because you're violent?
No.
You want your people to come for me?
No.
Why do I keep getting death threats from your people? Maybe because you're all violent?
I said that aren't I'm not talking about where you are. I'm talking about the United States of America. Aren't they a Christian country?
No, we have a secular government.
Well,
you could bring up on the screen Bukhari 6915.
I'm sorry, what was that, M?
Bukhari 6915.
69?
15, yes.
All right, let me grab it. Yeah, Sahih Al-Bukhari.
And the important part is like the last 3 sentences.
All right, let me grab it real quick. It should be on sunnah.com. In Sahih Al-Bukhari 6.9. What was the rest of the reference?
6915.
6915. Okay, give me 1 second. I don't know if I actually found it. Hold on, let me just Google it because it didn't come up on the Sunnah website. Sorry about that.
Even
Al-Bukhari.
Even Hitler was a Christian.
Well, Hitler
He was a Christian.
That's not true. So Hitler,
It is true. It is true.
it's not true. So Hitler founded a church for the German people, but he was very open about not being a Christian. So
Bro,
I think I found it. Book 69, Hadith 15 in Sahih Bukhari, right? And it says, I don't know if I can make it bigger. Let me see.
Okay.
Allah's messenger said, the best women among the camel riders are the women of Quraysh. Another narrator said, the prophet said, the righteous among the women of Quraysh
You have the
are...
wrong one.
I'm sorry, what?
You have the wrong one.
You
have the wrong one. It says, it is 53665.
that,
It's 6915.
that one, this
You see that?
hadith is beautiful
That reference
hadith,
at the
though.
top.
15?
Yeah.
Or 50?
Yes. It is. No, it is 6915.
Oh, I thought you were talking about chapter and verse. Okay, yeah. So 6915. I apologize. That makes a big difference, actually.
And Bush, he was a Christian, and he ordered the killing of. He was behind the killing of 2 million Iraqis.
Yeah, I disagree with Bush. By the way,
Yeah, but he was a Christian, though. He was a Christian.
I know, and I disagree with Bush. Yes.
Yes.
I don't believe what he did was good. He was a bad person.
Yeah.
The last 4 sentences, if you can read them, please.
Absolutely, I got it right here. So it says, we have nothing except what is in the Quran and the ability of understanding Allah's book.
Where are you reading?
Were you not present for the last 5 minutes of this discussion?
No. Where you are reading something now, but
I'll read it and then I'll let you cry about it. It says, he may endow a man with and what is written in the sheet of paper. I asked, what is on this paper? He replied, the legal regulations of Daya, blood money, and the ransom for releasing the captives, and the judgment that no Muslim should be killed on Qisas, equality and punishment for killing a kafir, a disbeliever. So there's...
So this is important because if I, as a Muslim, decide to unalive a non-Muslim, there is no eye for eye punishment for me, which is the punishment for murder.
Yeah.
Is this in the case of in the case of war, or is this in the case?
No, this is normally within fiqh. That is normally within all times. That if a Muslim unalives a non-Muslim, there is no retribution in kind for the punishment. And if a free man unalives a slave, there is no qisas for the slave either.
Well, it is talking about captives there. So captives, it all means
exactly. No, it's talking about captives, but the rest of it is not talking about captives. Because why would you need qisas if you're going into a war and killing someone in battle? Qisas, the mention of qisas and diya is specifically when you unalive someone outside of the context of war.
Well, when it comes to qisas and the fiqh, I'm not very knowledgeable on that. So I can't say any much on it.
Sure. Well, listen, Liben, it's been fun talking to you. I think we've gone about as far as we can go in the conversation. I hope you reconsider your pervert prophet, and maybe if you really have to join a religion, join one that doesn't believe in violence and subjugation and pedophilia. But have a good one.
Okay, can I?
That was rough.
That was rough. Em, thank you so much for being here. Hang out with me. Let me grab a couple super chats.
And yeah, I wanted to tell you that one of the reasons that prepubescent girls, when they have intercourse, they are more likely to have tears, is because reaching puberty as a girl builds up extra cell linings within your vagina. So it's bent as a way to protect against trauma.
Oh shit! I didn't even know that.
Yeah, the body takes a lot of different precautions once you hit puberty to prevent trauma to the vagina.
I had no idea.
Before that, it doesn't have that. Yeah,
that's crazy. Thank you for that information. I'm going to use that in the future. Technomancer Magus, thank you for the super chat. Says, have you tried turning the guest off and then on again? Yeah, referring to what we were talking about earlier. That's good. We got a bunch of subscribers here on TikTok. Thank you so much, Bad Religion and Kelly James and Not That Dan Brown, and also Michelle Backwards and the one who knocks. Thank you so much for becoming subscribers on TikTok. And Dexter in the house sending out 5 subbies. right off the bat. Thank you so much, Dexter. I really appreciate that. And again, Scott gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Scott. I really appreciate that. And Tim upgrading to Kraken Crew Elite. You got the access to the cheat sheet now. And Jake, how good to see you in the house tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $3 super thanks. And Amir getting in on it. Amir gifting a Deconstruction Zone membership. Thank you so much, Amir. I appreciate that. And Eric, good to see you tonight. Eric with a $10 super chat says, smash the pagan hallmark god today and give all thanks and praise to the one true creator, Doug, and his infinite consort, Sharon Stone. All hail Doug and Sharon Stone and their son, Rocky. They instantiate all possibilities and hold the world together. And Tim jumping on the train and gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Tim. I really appreciate that. And David H says, this Muslim guy is a sicko. I know, because it's a sick religion. I believe if it wasn't for Islam, he might have been a normal individual, by the way. He'd probably be perfectly normal. Dr. Joe and JT and Carrie just subscribed on TikTok. Big W, Dr. Joe, JT, and Carrie for subbing on TikTok. I appreciate that. And Evan with the $2 super chat says, pedo guest is clearly not a pediatrician. Ick. He's not. And there's a reason why the modern world it rejects child marriage. It's dangerous. It's hazardous. It's wrong. Also, thank you for the super chat. I think it's I'm going to call you Barbie, maybe, says this guy is disgusting. He's just defending pedos. That's exactly what he's doing. Yes, he's up here defending pedophilia. Think about your religion, what your religion causes you to do. If it causes you to defend kitty diddlers, then guess what? Maybe it's not the right religion. Ben, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, says, I was at Walmart. Bill was $50 when I told the cashier that $50 was spiritual and not physical, and she didn't understand context. Didn't go well. Big W, Ben. I appreciate that. That's a good one. Yeah. I love it when Christians or people of a religion say that, like, well, something happened or a prophecy was fulfilled, but it was fulfilled spiritually, as if that means something. And Ken, thank you so much for giving away a subscription. Big W, Ken. And Nolan, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says $20 to please explain how Adam and Eve populated the earth and later Noah's family of 8. Thanks. Well, that's the crazy thing is, like, you have to believe that God did a miracle, right? That's the only way to do it. You have to believe that God did a miracle, that he allowed them to procreate at a rate never seen before in all of history, and that the children just miraculously survived, and also that there weren't any genetic abnormalities that were caused by the many generations of incest. There's also crazy problems in the Adam and Eve story too. Like, for example, like 2 generations after Adam and Eve, they're already doing iron metallurgy. Like, we're way before, we're 2,000 years before the Iron Age. They're not smelting iron.
And the thing is, you're going to have to be arguing for a very, very accelerated evolution for them to produce the genetic variation that we see.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah. Also, Dade, Big W for the super chat, says, excuse me, Islam is gross. Muhammad was a PDF file, and this caller personifies disgust. I agree, which is why I bring it up with everyone. And Ayer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, who is M, the final boss that comes in for Muslims? Can we follow him anywhere? He's amazing. All hail Doug. He is amazing. And M is on TikTok. If you're on my TikTok stream, you can follow him right now while he's in the guest box. M, do you have a YouTube profile?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have it like a personal one, but I do not make videos.
Okay, so just on TikTok. So guys, if you want to follow M, which I suggest you do, join the Discord. You can dialogue with M in the Discord. And then you can also connect with him here on TikTok. And he's a beloved creator here on TikTok. Master Sheeter, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Justin, you have no morals, you say. I'm sick, I know, because I won't diddle children. Unrelated, here is my single-digit age-old wife. I know. Guys, I have no morals. I am wrong for thinking you should let a person be an adult when they get married. Ben, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Genesis 10:5, the Maritimim, I don't know what that means. Maritimim nations branched out each with its language. Genesis 11:1. Everyone had the same language. Can you comment on this weirdness? I'm not sure that's really what it says. I'd be curious to know what your translation is that you're using. Let me grab the New Revised Standard Version real quick and see what we got going on here. I've never noticed this before. I feel like I would have noticed this, although sometimes there are contradictions in text that even I don't notice. So it says in Genesis 10:5, from these coastland people spread, these are the descendants of Japheth in their lands with their own language by their families. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. I don't think this is a contradiction. I realize that it might sound like a contradiction, but to me, this is an editorial note for the fact that at the time of writing, they had their own language, if that makes sense. I don't think that he's saying that when they spread, like as the children of Japheth spread, they developed their own language. I don't read it that way. It just says that they currently are. It says these are the descendants of Japheth in their own lands with their own language, referring to the present time. So that's how I'm reading it. But I definitely understand how you could look at that and think that we've got some anachronistic features going on. Good to see you tonight. Every girl in Islam is in immediate danger. I agree. If you're a woman in Islam, I would be afraid for your life. If you have a daughter in an Islamic country, I'm afraid for your daughter's life. And S again says, what grown-ass man even wants a 9-year-old? That's what I was trying to say. What are you doing with a 9-year-old? What could you possibly have in common with a 9-year-old?
And the funny thing is that the Prophet and his friends, all 4 of his friends, used to marry each other's daughters. We had a friend who married both of his daughters.
It's sick.
So he married one of them, and then she died. And then the Prophet married him another one.
Yeah. These people are gross. Doug would never. And Dade, thank you for the super chat, says Doug 1-1. People in glass houses shouldn't throw Doug. Amen. I believe that. That is wise advice from Doug. And Blumpkin Lumpkin, thank you for the super chat, says hide your kids, hide your wife. Yes, hide your kids and your wife from Islam. And Amir, thank you for the $5 super chat, says driving into a crowd is bad. Yes, somehow killing people for not believing your God is good. Make it make sense. Isn't that wild? That's a very good double standard you pointed out, Amir. He thinks that only sick people would drive a vehicle into a crowd of like bystanders, but it's okay to murder ex-Muslims just because they no longer are part of the faith. Chet, thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate that, buddy. Good to see you tonight. And Texas Panhandler, thank you for the 666. Says happy Friday, Justin. Doug is rock hard for us, and so we shall be for him. Well, Doug is rock hard for you guys, and so you know that Doug is never ever flaccid for you. And last one, Dade, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says bro is thoroughly and satisfyingly cooked. El Islam. I agree. Actually, we got one more related to this. Thank you so much, Acme, for the $10 super chat. It says children cannot give consent. Yes. I don't care when you've hit puberty. I don't care. Children don't have the mental capacity to give the consent. And RC, thank you for the super chat, said, read Christ Before Jesus, debate Jaren. I know Jaren personally. He's a friend of mine. I'm not sure he's even interested in debating me, but I will get around to reading his book. I already bought it. And Baz, thank you for the super chat, says, for you are Justin, all you have done, all your works are true, and all your ways right, and your judgments are true. Prayer of Azariah 1:4. Look it up. Yeah, big W. I'm gonna have to look that up. I haven't read the Prayer of Azariah in a couple years. I think 2017. But let me grab the next guest from the queue, guys, and we'll keep the live stream rolling. I'm gonna grab Aaron, see if Aaron can connect.
Yeah, so the funny thing regarding the super chat that said children cannot consent, that funnily enough, Islam agrees. It just doesn't matter. Because the contract is between the father and the husband.
Right.
Your father could literally go out and come back and tell you, well, here's your marriage contract.
Yeah, because they're just property. The women are property. It's crazy. These religious elites are wild. All right, so this guest is not connecting. I'm sorry, Aaron. If you're still here, jump back in the queue and we'll try to get you in. But we're gonna keep on moving on, guys. Let me grab the next guest, Smazy. We'll see.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is it Smazy?
Yeah, you can say Smazy.
How you doing, Smazy? Are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes, I'm 22 and I believe Jesus is Lord and Christ.
Awesome. And what would be the best evidence or the most reasonable argument for why this is the case?
Because of the evidence of the historicity of the resurrection, the empty tomb, and the fact that we can't find the bones of Jesus Christ. The
Can you
eyewitness
prove that he was put
testimony.
in a tomb at all?
Based on the eyewitness testimony and what they say.
Oh, who are the eyewitnesses?
Matthew, Mark, Luke,
Matthew?
John. He was a witness of the witnesses.
Matthew didn't write anything.
Yes, he did. He wrote Matthew, Gospel of
didn't.
Matthew. Yes, he did. How do
Can
you know
you
he
show
didn't?
me in the book of Matthew where he says, I, Matthew, wrote this?
Argument of silence fallacy. He doesn't have to say it to prove he didn't.
Oh, okay, then I wrote
Gospel of
Matthew.
Matthew was written by Matthew because we have the church history. Can you show me where in church history where they said Matthew was written by someone else?
Here we go. So are you aware that Matthew wrote after Mark and he copied from Mark?
That's not my question. That's not what. That's not my
Okay.
question that I asked you.
Yeah, I know. I'm helping you to understand my position.
No,
So my
I'm trying to help
position
you
is
understand
that Mark was
that you
written
made an argument
first.
from
Mark was
silence.
written about 70 CE. Matthew and
That's-
Luke copied directly
okay.
from Mark, which means Matthew and Luke had to have been written
You're
post
claiming that. You're not proving
Matthew and Mark.
Prove
sorry,
it, prove
Matthew
it.
and
What is your
Luke were
evidence of that?
written
What's your evidence
after
of that?
Mark. So I'll just pull you up the Mark and priority chart.
I know Mark was written first. Yes, Mark was the first gospel written. But
Okay,
how does
and
that have to
Mark
do
was
with my
written
question if
around
Matthew didn't write
70
Matthew?
CE, and Matthew copied directly from Mark. Are you aware of this?
Dog. You said that Matthew didn't write Matthew. How do you know that Matthew
I'm working
did not
on
write
it.
Matthew?
Just hold your fucking horses. We got to go one step at a time since you don't know anything about this topic.
No, I don't know stuff, and that's why I'm
Okay.
asking you the question.
So, are you aware of Mark and priority? Yes or no?
That's what I just said. I did say Matthew. I said Mark was written first before Matthew.
Fantastic.
Okay, so what?
And Mark is generally dated to about 70 CE, correct?
Do you know why it's dated that way?
I know why. It's just a yes or no. We're
Why?
going to get there next.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay, so if Mark was written roughly around 70 CE and Matthew and Luke copy from Mark, that means Matthew and Luke had to have been written post 70, correct?
how do you know Matthew copied from Mark?
Because we have long strings of copying between Matthew and Mark, even in the same Greek word order.
Are they in the
And we
same
find
words?
the
The
same,
exact-
and we find the same.
Exact. Can you
Yeah.
give me an example where
Yes.
in Matthew and Mark the exact?
So we have long chains of copied Greek text from
Okay, give me an
Mark
example
that shows
Give me a
up
chapter in Matthew and Mark.
So we have long strings of Greek text from Mark that show up in both Luke and also in Matthew. And what's
So
interesting
give me
is,
an example, Matthew, Mark.
and so what's interesting is that in the text that's copied from Mark, a lot of times it retains the same bad grammar.
You're preaching, bro. Give me an example.
I'm not going to give you anything until you listen to why Mark and priority is the consensus among scholars.
I'm not granting. That's an authority.
Okay, so anyways, the long and short of it is, if you actually were reading the Greek text, like if you laid it out in Greek, what you would find is the parts that were copied,
Give an example.
the parts that were copied from Mark retain a lot of the bad grammar from Mark that you don't find in narratives that are only in Luke or narratives that are only in Matthew. The type of Greek that we find in Matthew and Luke is altogether different from the poor Greek that we find in the book of Mark.
So you
And we-
just contradicted yourself.
And what we do find is that there
You
are
just
occasions
you know you
in
contradicted
which
yourself, right?
Matthew and Luke are actually
you're just gonna
correcting
keep
the
preaching.
text of Mark. So,
Okay,
for
got it,
example,
got
in
it.
Matthew chapter 2, verse 25 and 26,
Find an
Mark
example.
makes a blunder. Mark says that Abiathar
Prove it.
is the high priest, and it actually wasn't. It was Ahimelech that was the high priest. When Matthew
Oh, you're
gets to
talking
this
about the
text
Old
in chapter
Testament,
12, Matthew just fixes it. So what we find is that in Matthew and Luke, they go out and they fix some of the problems that are in Mark, like the problems that are you can't really overlook. So this is one
That
of the
doesn't
many
prove that
reasons.
they copied, though.
It does.
If they
yeah.
copied, they would hold on. If they copied, like you posited, that would prove that they would copy the exact same thing as Mark did. So that means you just defeated your own.
They did.
Point.
So we'll try this again.
So if they did
in
copy,
Mark,
why didn't they copy the exact same thing?
So in Mark, what we find is that we have a very rustic text, and there are many sections of that text that get copied word for word into
If it's
Matthew.
word for word, Why is
Matthew and Luke. So there are word for word agreement between Matthew and Luke with what we find in Mark.
you didn't prove that?
Do you read Greek?
Do you?
I used to read Greek. I can probably do it
So,
again
okay,
if
so
you
you
really
don't
wanted
anymore,
to.
right? So you don't anymore?
I could still read Greek. I just need a dictionary.
So that's an appeal to authority fallacy. It doesn't
It's
matter if
not
I can
an
read it
appeal
or
to a
not.
40 phallus.
Yes, it is. You're appealing to your authority to read Greek.
Okay, so
But you just wait. Hold on.
so you
You
don't know
made,
anything.
you made a lot of points
So
with
you don't.
preaching. Let me
So
address
you
them.
don't know
Right?
anything about Greek. You don't know anything about Mark and
Well,
priority.
neither do you, apparently.
I
So
do.
neither do
Yes,
you.
I do.
You don't. Okay.
Yes,
What
I agree
what
with.
does curious mean? What
I
does kyrios
agree.
mean?
I agree. It means Lord in Greek. I know.
Okay.
So I
Okay. I
agree
get you.
with what scholarship teaches. So I
Okay, that's
agree
an
with
appeal to
Mark and
authority fallacy.
priority. I think the scholars have a very good reason
Appeal
for
to
Mark
authority
and
fallacy.
priority. And I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote
That's a
Matthew.
fallacy,
And I think
dog. Dog, you know that's a fallacy, right?
I think the most convincing evidence that Matthew didn't write Matthew is that Matthew copied his own conversion story from Mark.
You keep preaching that, but you haven't proved that.
Why would Matthew write his own conversion or copy his own conversion story from Mark?
Well, wait, ask the question one more time.
Why would Matthew copy his own conversion story from Mark?
What's the evidence that he did copy?
Because it was written after. And he was talking about
That
himself
doesn't
in
prove
the
that it was
third
copied.
person. So what kind of
It
a
doesn't matter
what
if
kind
he
of a
writes third
person
person or
what kind of a
second
person
person,
tells
or
his
third
own
person.
story in the third person?
Well, to give the gospel to other people so they can know the story,
We'll try
obviously.
this again. What
Well,
kind
I
of a
just answered you.
person
Let's try it again. I'll say the
gives their
same answer. Go
conversion
ahead, ask me
story in
again.
the third person?
The same way if they're trying to make a message to give to other people in the third
Do you
person
think
so they can know.
Do you think that Matthew
Prove it's
knew more
copied,
about
then.
his own conversion experience more than Mark?
It doesn't matter if he does or doesn't. If he wrote it, it's written.
Yeah, but question
So
is
prove it
the
is
question
copied.
is
You still haven't
the,
shown
que-
any.
the question is why do you believe that Matthew wrote Matthew? Because there's no evidence that Matthew wrote Matthew.
Because okay, let me tell you why. Prove there's no evidence. That's just an appeal to was ignorance. Anyhow.
No. Saying that there's no evidence doesn't require evidence. So you're the one
That's not what I said.
claiming
I
that
said
there's
it's a
evidence that
fallacy.
Matthew wrote Matthew. The only evidence you have comes from hundreds of years later.
No. And you're saying that's evidence, right?
Yeah, I would count it as evidence, but I don't think it's good evidence.
So
because
why don't
the
you
same
wait?
the same church fathers that claim that Matthew wrote Matthew said a bunch of other things that are untrue.
Hold on.
So
you just said
you got a
that
couple
is
problems.
evidence.
You got a
No,
couple,
it's not a problem. Let me speak then. Stop being afraid.
You got a couple problems
just said-
here. You got a couple problems here, which
Dog,
is
I
that
get you like to preach. Let me speak.
I would love to let you speak if you didn't want to speak in the middle of all my sentences. So, did you want
Go
to have
ahead,
an adult dialogue, or did you
for
just
10
want
minutes,
to
go ahead.
let me talk all over you every time?
Bro, speak.
I ask you a question. Do you want to have an adult dialogue, or do you want me to just interrupt you all the time?
Well, it depends on you. Depends on you if you let me
It
speak.
depends on you.
It depends on you. No, it's you.
Okay, if it depends on me, I'll just mute you. I'll keep doing what I've been doing.
So you're going to keep preaching.
I'm just going to keep muting you every time you interrupt
I'm
me.
preaching. I'm preaching. Okay. Go ahead,
Cool.
preach.
Okay, so what's the evidence that Matthew wrote Matthew other than some early church fathers said so?
Prove that what the early church fathers said is wrong.
Prove that it's right.
Because if
Your position is true because someone said
let me
so.
speak, bro. You just let me speak. Let me speak, right? So if Matthew was anonymous and was written by anonymous sources, would there be confusion on who wrote Matthew?
Yeah, there was confusion on who
So where
wrote
is the confusion? Okay, good, got it. So where is the confusion?
Yeah, so there was confusion in the early church about who wrote what. Are you aware of this?
Okay, so give me an example where there was confusion in the early church. Where there was confusion, go ahead.
Because the early church fathers weren't even sure who wrote the earliest gospels. There was talk in the early church.
Where? What
Holy,
source? What's your
for
source?
fuck's sake. The early church.
Who's writing? Who's writings?
The early church fathers talk about a proto Matthean gospel that was actually written in Hebrew. They didn't even know what language it was written in. It clearly wasn't originally written in Hebrew, though. So, and it also says that the earliest gospel of
That's
Mark.
a theory.
It also says
That's
that
the theory.
earliest gospel of Mark is a sayings gospel, and Mark isn't a sayings gospel.
That's a theory.
So I'm still waiting
So wait,
for.
okay, let me go. Let me just go with what you just. Wait, let me just go with what you just told me, right? according to what you just told me about the Hebrew thing, which I know it's a theory because the early church fathers did write in Greek, not Hebrew. How does that even still prove that Matthew is anonymous if they're still putting it as Matthew?
Because all of the earliest manuscripts are anonymous. There's
no,
no
it's not. Hold on.
There
Wait, no,
are
that's
no
wrong.
there are
Every
no
single
there
wrong.
are no first century manuscripts that
Nope.
say by the hand of Matthew.
Every single manuscript that we have, except for the one in the first century, which is fragments, and we can't see the entire thing, says the Gospel of Matthew, the Gospel of Mark, the Gospel of Luke, the Gospel of John.
Nope.
Show me. Yes, it does.
Wrong.
Give me. Okay, then give me the name of the manuscript and the fragments that tell you that it's not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you some manuscripts.
In the 4th century, not the 1st century, because they're fragments.
I don't care what century they came from. If there's gospel
Oh, you don't care.
manuscripts
No,
from
it does matter. It does matter.
if there's gospel manuscripts from the first couple centuries,
No, because if it's fragments, you don't have the part where
if there are gospel manuscripts where the name of the author would appear and they don't show the name of the author, then that's evidence that there was no name on the manuscript.
What century, though?
So we can just look up, well, obviously the first couple centuries. We don't care if
Okay, yeah. No, because in the 1st century, every manuscript is a fragment, not completed manuscript.
I don't know why you ask me questions and then you talk over my answers. Did you want to have a discussion or do you want me to keep muting you?
You can keep muting me. I'm just going to keep talking.
Okay, I'm just going to keep muting you then. Okay.
You're
So
afraid.
what is the earliest manuscript that has the name Matthew on it?
Wait, didn't you just hear what I said? There is no first manuscript that has a name because we do not see the parts.
So the
because
earliest
they're
manuscripts
fragments.
don't have the name of Matthew.
Because they're fragments. You can't see the part. Are you slow?
So
They're
what is the
fragments.
first manuscript that says Matthew?
What do you mean first manuscript? You mean the 1st
What is
century?
the earliest manuscript that retains
Okay, so the first
the
century.
name of Matthew?
How do you know they changed the name? What's your evidence that they changed
I
it?
didn't say they changed the name.
You just said that.
I said they
You
added
said
the
they
name.
changed the name of Matthew.
I didn't say that. You misheard me.
Or repeat it.
I said, what is the earliest manuscript that retains the name Matthew?
Say that again, sir.
What is the earliest manuscript that contains the name of Matthew?
It doesn't have to if it's a fragment.
I'm asking you, what is the earliest manuscript that has
I just
the
answered
name?
you. I just answered that.
You
I just answered
didn't
that.
answer my question,
Yes,
so we'll
I
try
did.
this again.
I just told you. I just answered that. It doesn't have to if.
We'll try this again. What is the earliest manuscript that has...
I'll give you the same answer, by the way. Do it again.
We'll try this again. I'm not asking you if the early manuscripts that are fragments
We'll try-
didn't have the name. I'm asking you, do you know what the earliest manuscript is that does have the name? Do you know what manuscript?
Are you going to keep muting me or are you going to let me answer?
I'm asking you to answer the question that
Okay,
I'm
so let me
asking.
answer again, the same way that you muted me again. They don't have to have it if it's a fragment.
That wasn't my question. My question
That
is,
is
what
the
is the
answer to
first
your
manuscript
question.
that does have it?
Say it again.
I'm asking about the first
Well,
manuscript.
the completed manuscripts that we have that is in the 4th century, which
Yes.
is completed. Now we can know where it is.
Yes.
That's where we have
Yes, Sinaiticus has it. Vaticanus has it. I'm aware of
it.
this.
Those are the earliest ones, right, in the 4th century
Yeah,
that are completed, correct?
those are the earliest completed ones, but we have gospel
Completed
manuscripts.
ones. Okay, got
We have
you.
gospel manuscripts from before that retain either the ending or the beginning of the gospels.
So give me a fragment that you're referring to.
That doesn't have the name.
Go ahead. I mean, no, because depends on what part of the fragment you're referring to, right?
Obviously,
everything
one
at the
that
start
has the
of the Gospels
beginning
have it.
or the end.
Huh?
Any manuscript that has the beginning or the end is
doesn't
where the
have to be the
name
beginning or
is
the
where
end.
the name of Matthew would appear.
Well, it doesn't have to be if it's a fragment because you can't see the entire page, only like 2 words on it. That's it.
I'm
Doesn't
talking
have to
about
be that exact.
any manuscript that contains the beginning and the end.
Yeah, I'm talking about
I'm
the
not talking about it.
fragments.
I'm not talking about a fragment. You need to listen.
They're all fragments in the 1st century. That's why it's completed in the 4th century. What do you mean you're
I'm
not talking
asking you
about
about
fragments?
manuscripts that do contain the parts that are relevant. Any
That's the
manuscript
4th
that
century,
contains
that way
the
it's
end
completed.
and the beginning
In
where
the
the
4th
name
century.
would appear
In the
is where
4th
we
century.
can look to see if
In
in fact
the
there was an
4th
actual name.
century. In the 4th century.
Okay, so you're not actually going to engage in the dialogue.
I
You're
did
just
answer your
gonna-
question. If you
you're
don't like
not.
my answer, that's your problem.
No,
You can run away.
I'm not asking about Vaticanus or Alexandrinus or any of those.
You are when you're
I-
asking.
I'm
You don't
not.
know what you're
I
asking.
know
That's the
that
thing.
they
You have no idea what
exist.
you're asking for. You are indirectly.
I'm not.
Hello? Hello? You're not talking?
Are you going
Hello?
to answer my question or no?
I am answering your question. You just don't
Okay,
like
so
my
my
answer.
question was, are you aware that there are manuscripts that contain the beginning and the end of the Gospels?
Yes, in the 4th century, completed manuscripts.
Wrong. There are earlier
Yes, wait, are they not
manuscripts.
completed? Are they completed?
There are earlier manuscripts
Wait,
that have.
are they completed?
I didn't say they were completed. That's not what I'm saying. Listen carefully.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm asking.
There are manuscripts that show the beginning and the ending of the Gospels where the names would be. Whether or not they're 100% complete is irrelevant.
It is relevant
Do you
because
think
if
the
the
name?
fragments...
Do you think they would put the name of the author in the middle of it?
That's not what I'm saying.
Do you think they would put
Okay.
the name of the? Okay, we'll
Okay,
try,
so
we'll-
if we're
we'll-
going with the first page, hold on. If
Okay,
we're going
so we'll
with the
just make
first
this really
page,
easy. If you're writing a gospel, would you
Let's go
put
with
your
it. Let's go with it.
would you put your name in the middle of it, or would you put it at the beginning or the end?
I never argued that they put it in the middle of it.
Okay, where would they put their name?
Where everyone is at the middle, at the first page.
Okay, yeah. So if we have a fragment
that's
of
what
the
I've been saying.
gospel that contains the first page, we don't need the
How do you know
entire.
what part of the fragment is?
If we
is it?
have the gospel that retains the first page, we don't need the entire gospel to know
I never
if
said
in
you
fact
needed
it was anonymous. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I've always understood. You're the one who's confusing yourself.
Okay, so we don't need an entire complete manuscript of
Never said
Matthew
you
or
did.
John or
Never
Luke
said you did.
to know
Never
if
said
it
you
is
did.
without a name, do we?
Never said you did.
Okay,
I said
cool.
every single... Did you hear my argument from the beginning?
I know your argument. Your
single-
argument
Okay,
is
let me
about
repeat it
what
again
it,
in case the guys didn't
your
hear me.
argument is about
Every...
your argument is about the completed manuscripts. The completed manuscripts that we have from the 4th and the 5th century do
Every
contain the
complete
names.
manuscript
I'm
and
not
every
asking.
manuscript that has the part...
I am not fucking asking about completed manuscripts. For
Stop
the
swearing,
love of
control yourself.
God, I need you to actually listen to what we're talking about. I'm not talking about the completed manuscripts. We have
I am
hundreds of manuscripts that aren't completed that do retain the beginning and the ending of the Gospels. Are you
Okay,
aware
so how
of
do you
this?
know... Okay, based on that, right? How do you know the part of the fragmented manuscripts are regarding towards the names?
Because we
And
know
give me an
we
example
know on
of
the
the
first
fragments.
page.
Like, give me the number
So
of the
all
fragments.
you need is the first page of the manuscript.
Okay, so let me grant your argument. Give me a number of the fragment you're talking about.
I think 75 and 66 both lack any names.
If it's a fragment that is just one. So where's the confusion though in the church history?
I already told you in the church history they talk about a gospel
I asked.
that is
Wait, I
related
asked you.
that is related to Matthew in Hebrew, which we don't have.
No, that's a theory. There is no manuscript that is Hebrew.
I know,
that
and the
exists.
early church fathers said that the earliest manuscripts of Matthew were in fact in Hebrew, and it doesn't exist.
Okay, wait. If that's a theory, and the ones that were written are in Greek, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't show that Matthew was anonymous, does it?
What I'm saying is what the early church
No, it
fathers
doesn't.
say
Exactly.
about Matthew don't add up.
Prove it doesn't add up if we have the manuscript that says it add up.
Because we don't have the manuscript in Hebrew, and the early church was confused as to whether or not there was a Hebrew Matthew
No,
manuscript.
it was a theory, theorized.
By
It
who?
wasn't confusion.
By who?
The church fathers, hello.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, there was a theory of the church
Yeah,
fathers
that's
that
what I've been
originally
saying the entire time,
Matthew
the
was
church
in
fathers.
Hebrew, and it turns out that there's no Matthew in Hebrew. And it also says that
No, it
Mark
doesn't
was
say
the
it turns out
sayings
there is no
gospel,
Matthew
and Mark
manuscript in
isn't the
Hebrew.
sayings gospel.
Hold on. It's a theory that the church fathers made that,
I know.
possibly so since you know that, how does that prove that Matthew is anonymous?
Because the early manuscripts don't retain the name Matthew. We don't get the name Matthew until the
Yes,
third
it
or
does.
the
Every
fourth
single
century.
manuscript we have says it.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I disagree.
Well, I disagree with you.
Okay.
Because every completed manuscript we have has the name, and every fragment.
It's funny how
that
you
doesn't
keep saying
has-
completed manuscript. I've never once
It is
said
completed.
anything about a completed manuscript.
Well, I'm clarifying so you don't confuse yourself.
I'm not confused. I'm not talking about
Yes, you are. You're
completed
an atheist. You're
manuscripts.
confused.
I'm not talking about
Atheists are
completed
confused.
manuscripts.
That's the point.
You c-
Atheists are confused.
Atheists are not confused. You have zero
Yes, you are. You have
justification
no
for
moral
your
standards for morality.
you have
no
zero
moral standards
justification for your sky fairy, which is
No.
why you
How?
can't actually engage in a dialogue. So I don't know if you know this, but we're still talking on the evidence for the resurrection.
I am engaging.
And the farthest we've got so far is that Matthew was an
Because of you.
eyewitness. And I
Because of you.
disagree. I don't think Matthew was an eyewitness. And even if Matthew wrote
I don't care you
Matthew,
disagree.
even if Matthew wrote Matthew, I don't agree that his account is true. So you've got a
Yeah, because
large
you're an atheist and you're ignorant. Of course you don't believe.
so you've got a large burden to lift here because Matthew, out of
That's
all
not a
the
burden. You couldn't even prove that it was anonymous.
Matthew, out of all the New Testament writers, tells the most lies. So we've got a guy named Matthew that repeatedly is lying. I have no reason
So
to
wait,
believe.
before we go into that, do you concede that it's not what do you call it, anonymous?
No, it's anonymous.
Prove it. You still haven't proven that. I'm not going to jump to another point if you can't prove your own points.
Can you prove that he wrote it?
Yeah, I just did.
You didn't.
Yes, I did.
No,
You say it didn't doesn't prove me wrong.
No, he didn't. You said the early church accredited it to
Yeah, that's
Matthew.
proof.
That's not proof.
Yeah, it's proof. Yes,
That's
it is.
not proof.
You haven't
That's-
you haven't debunked
That's
it.
proof of a tradition.
Yeah, and the tradition, if it was anonymous, it would be confused on who wrote it.
No, there
So
would be
prove to me-
confusion
so
on
prove to
who
me-
wrote
so
it.
where do we find in the church history that it was quote unquote, they were confused like, oh, maybe what was it? The Thyatira wrote Matthew. Or no, it was Matthew who wrote Matthew. We don't find this. We say Matthew.
Right, yeah, but we don't
Which is
know what
proof.
Matthew was. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean was?
The early
Matthew
church
was? What do
fathers
you mean
don't
Matthew
know when they
was?
refer to Matthew, they don't
Yes,
know
they
what
do. That's why they say
Matthew
Matthew.
is.
Yes, they do.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Not
Yes, they
until
do. Yes,
not until
they do.
many, many generations later.
No, we see it from the beginning, from Polycarp all the way to now. We know who exactly wrote it. What's
No,
your
we
evidence?
don't.
We did it. Yes, we do. Bro, listen, you saying no, we don't doesn't disprove me. You have to give evidence.
What is the evidence? You haven't brought any evidence yet.
I just gave you the evidence. Are you deaf? I just told you the church fathers and the
The
tradition.
church fathers don't know what was in Matthew.
Yes, they do.
They don't even agree on what
they
language
do.
Matthew was actually written in.
Bro, we're going in circles. That's a
I know
theory
we're going
that
in
they
circles.
made.
I know. Yes.
Yeah, because you're going in circles.
Yeah, because
I'm going to say it
you
again.
you like some of the early church fathers, but you don't like all of the early church fathers, which is why you're stuck on this.
What do you mean I don't like some of the early church fathers? Doesn't matter if I don't like their theological positions or not. It's based on what they said.
I know. You like the ones that agree with
Okay,
your
so you know-
position,
so you know
but
that.
you don't like the ones that disagree with your position.
How is that relevant to Matthew?
It's relevant because you're saying the evidence are these church fathers that agree with me,
Yes,
but I'm going to
yes,
ignore the
yes,
church fathers
yes.
that disagree with me.
Well,
So-
I'm not disregarding
So
their
if that's
interpretations. I'm
your
not going to say.
argument,
I'm
then
not
I
going to
would-
say that
then I
it
would just
doesn't
say the same
exist.
thing. I would just say,
disagree.
cool, I agree with the church fathers that agree with me, and I disagree with the ones that
No,
agree with
that's
you.
a completely apple and orange comparison.
It is, yeah.
Should I tell you how? All right. What do you say?
It is an apples to apples comparison. You're saying
Also, I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know it's an apple and orange comparison.
no. I said apples to apples. Listen to the words
No,
coming
it's
out
not
of my
apples to
mouth.
apples.
So you're saying you don't like what some of the church fathers say. You do like what other church fathers say, and therefore you're going to reject what some of the church fathers say because of the other church fathers. I'm saying that that's not a good argument because I could use the same argument against you.
That's not relevant in terms of who wrote it.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
Because again, I could read like the writings of like Polycarp, and it says something that disagrees with like what my confession or what I read from the word of the Lord. That doesn't change that what he said is what he said. You're saying he didn't even say that, or it's not even there.
I didn't say
That's completely
I didn't say that
different.
at all. You're really bad at listening. I'm saying that
No,
when
I'm just
the
being
early
like
church
you, an atheist.
fathers
It doesn't matter
reference
anything.
Matthew, we don't know what Matthew was.
Yes, we do. What do you mean was?
Don't.
Define was.
We
Define
do
was.
not.
Define was. What do you mean by
The
was?
contents. We don't know the contents.
Yes, we do. We read them. We read
No,
them.
we
That's why they
don't.
quote them. Do they
No,
quote
we don't.
Matthew? Do they quote Matthew?
Yes.
Did the church fathers quote Matthew? So
okay.
they know the contents
All right,
then.
so, okay. Well,
Okay, so they know the
well,
content.
No, wrong. Calling something
Prove them
Matthew.
wrong, dog.
Calling
Prove 'em-
something Matthew doesn't mean you know what was in Matthew.
What?
Just calling,
so
referring
if
to a
they if
text.
they quote Matthew, hold on.
I'm so tired of talking over you.
If
Referring to something as Matthew doesn't mean that the text that is available to you is the same Matthew that they
that's
were
not my
speaking about. In the same way that when
that's
the
not
early church fathers refer to the Hebrew Matthew, it's clearly a different tradition. So just because the word Matthew shows
my
up
good.
in the early church doesn't
That's not what
mean
I said.
that they're referring to the same Matthew. We don't know what text they're referring to.
Yes, we do know because they quote it and it's word for word with the Matthew we have in the manuscripts. Do they quote Matthew? Yes or no?
Did they quote all of Matthew?
They don't have to. Do they quote parts of Matthew?
I'm sure they did, but just
Oh,
quoting
and guess what? We
just
based on
quoting
actually all the church.
just quoting part of Matthew doesn't
Hold on, hold on,
mean
hold on.
that they're retaining the entire tradition of Matthew, which is what we're talking about. So if
We're
there
not.
was in fact a Hebrew Matthew, it's certainly possible that there were parts of Hebrew Matthew that agreed with Greek Matthew, but that doesn't mean that the text of Matthew as we have it today is the text of Matthew.
Hello.
And the earliest manuscripts we have of Matthew that retain the
Preaching
beginning
again.
and the end is P1 and P4. They date to the 2nd and the 3rd century, and they do not include the name Matthew.
Yeah, because it's a fragment and it's not the portion where Matthew is. That's why. And second of all, again, with the church fathers, that's you just literally disregarded what I said. I said they quote exactly what we have from the Greek manuscript of Matthew.
I'm aware,
Do
yes.
they not? Okay, since you know that.
So there are
and
quotations.
Wait, hold on. You were preaching for like.
So we'll try this again because I
Repeat.
know
Oh,
you're
try-
not listening to me. I don't know why I
You're not
have to repeat
listening.
myself so many times.
You're
You
not-
can quote from a text, and it's possible that the text that you're quoting from exists. But what that doesn't mean
So it does-
is that the text we have available to us today in its entirety is the same as the text that was being quoted from, for the same reason why we know that the
Yes, it
earliest
is.
copies of Mark probably had different
Nope.
variants, because
Nope.
Mark chapter 16 had a chapter added to it, or almost a whole chapter added to the end of it. Other gospels are referred to in
No,
the
there's
early
early
church
church-
as
see,
being
again, Mark-
saying gospels when they weren't actually saying gospels.
I love how you brought up the part of Mark 16 because we know that Mark 16 was part because we have the early church fathers quoting Mark 16. So again, back to the church fathers, we know
But
what
they weren't
knew
actually
about
in the
Gospels.
manuscripts.
Pardon?
But they weren't actually in the manuscripts.
Well, depending on we are talking about Codex Sinaiticus, yeah, textual variants. But we know that textual variants in some manuscripts doesn't matter if
They do matter.
we have the overall amount of manuscripts. So how does
No,
that again
textual
prove that
variants
Matthew was
do matter because
anonymous?
you don't know which ones are actually original.
Pardon?
Textual variants do matter because you don't know which ones are original. That's the problem
It's
with textual
irrelevant. You're not meant
variants.
to know, quote
It
unquote.
is, yeah.
Say that again?
That's the biggest problem with all the textual variants is that
Not
you
a
don't
problem.
know what is the
Every
original
manuscript
reading.
in the world
The
has
best
a
that you
variant
can do
for
is
the printing
guess.
press. Nope. We know exactly because we have
You
25,000
don't know
ancient
exactly.
manuscripts that line. Yes, we do know.
No, you don't know.
We have, again, listen, we have 25,000 ancient manuscripts that line up with 99% accuracy with one another.
That's not true.
This is the most written book. You said what?
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
The majority
See,
of
bro,
your
again, when you
majority
say
of
it's
your
not true, doesn't disprove
5,800
it.
manuscripts come from after the medieval period.
Bro, obviously, yeah,
and they don't
Latin,
agree.
exactly, Latin, Greek, Latin, and all the other manuscripts, yeah, they all line up with 25,000 ancient manuscripts. If they were different, like you're
You mean
proposing, and your theory that
5,800? There's not 25,000.
it's 25,000.
No, there's 5,800.
You're talking about Greek. I'm talking about the entirety.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Greek New Testament manuscripts.
No, I'm talking about the entirety. I'm talking about the entirety.
Why do I
I'm
care
saying
about the Latin
every single
manuscripts?
thing- Huh?
Why would I care about the Latin manuscripts? The Latin
I don't care what you
manuscripts
care about.
don't agree on a lot
It
of
does
stuff.
matter. It does matter because if it was different, like you're proposing, they would have different things they're saying in each manuscript, but no, they all line up with 99% accuracy.
No, they don't.
Proving you wrong. Yes, again. Yes, they do. Prove them or not. Prove them
No,
wrong.
they're not. They're not. Listen, have you actually
Yes, they
gone
do.
through
You can laugh. You
and
can laugh, but that's
have
true.
you
It's
actually gone through and
25,000.
tallied the accuracy of all the Greek manuscripts?
I don't have to.
Oh, so I don't have to go
Someone else.
through.
That's someone else's
So I don't
job.
have to go
That's someone
through the
else's job, not
manuscripts
mine.
and show you where
Well,
we
you can, but
disagree.
you're just going to find me. You're just going to prove me right if you do that.
I'm
If you
absolutely not
want
going to
to.
be doing that. So
Of course you won't because you're lazy.
So this-
and I'm lazy too because I didn't do it.
I'm not lazy.
But anyhow.
I went to school. I actually studied this. So The fact of the matter is,
Okay, that's an equivalent authority.
there's no reason to trust what Matthew says. I don't. First of all, I
There
don't
is a
believe,
reason because we have
First of all,
again.
So I don't believe that Matthew wrote Matthew, which is the first problem. The second problem is Matthew
it's not a
says
problem.
things that are untrue, which is the biggest problem. When Matthew or whoever wrote Matthew says things that are untrue, I have no reason to trust anything in the gospel.
Like I said before we move on to the next point, you have to concede about your point about the
I won't
manuscript. You
concede
concede?
because you're wrong.
Well, then you're wrong, bro.
Okay, so
You
you
still
actually,
haven't
so
you haven't
so you
debunked
can't actually
me.
defend the contents.
I can, but you have to debunk me first in one point. We go from one point to
Debunk
the other.
you.
That's how debates
Your
work.
claim is not supported by evidence. Claims
No, it's
without
not clear. It's
claims
literally evidence.
Claims without
I'm giving
evidence
you the
can be
manuscript.
dismissed
I'm
without
giving you the
evidence.
numbers.
So your
Prove it's
claim,
not.
is that
wait.
Matthew wrote Matthew, and the only evidence you have
Dog, are you
are
claiming
some
things?
early church fathers said that Matthew
Dog,
wrote
is
a
that your claim?
gospel. So my
Is that your
rebuttal to
claim?
that is that is not enough evidence for me. Just
Is
because
that your claim?
tradition
Is
has
that your claim?
granted Matthean authorship to Matthew
Is that
is
your
not
claim?
enough for me, because the internal contents of
Buddy,
Matthew
is that your claim?
are not consistent. My claim is that the internal
Oh, it's a claim.
contents
So therefore, by your
of the book
definition,
of
you're wrong.
Matthew are not consistent with Matthew writing Matthew.
You still haven't proven that he's anonymous. You're just making claims.
Because the early manuscripts we
Because
have
what?
don't contain the name Matthew.
Yes, they do. Every single one until the 4th century, which you can find the completed manuscript, would show the name Matthew. Every single manuscript does that.
Not
Except
until
you're looking
not
at fragments.
not even close.
Unless you're looking at fragments, yeah, because they're not going to have the whole page where Matthew is, obviously. And we see the church fathers and the man. You see, listen, you still haven't proven me wrong, dog.
You
have to
haven't proven
actually prove
yourself
me wrong.
right. So that's the way claims work, right? So when you make a claim,
Yeah, you make claims too. You make claims too, dog.
when you make a claim, the evidence, like the burden of the evidence is on the person
Yeah,
making
I
the
gave
claim.
you evidence. You just rejected it. You saying no doesn't. You're just rejecting my evidence.
I didn't say no. I'm saying that
Yes,
my
you
argument,
did. You did like 30 seconds ago. You said no. I don't believe.
Sorry,
you
you
said,
weren't
"I
listening
disagree."
to my actual argument. My argument is very easy.
I was listening.
That the
You weren't
early
listening to me.
manuscripts of Matthew don't retain the name Matthew. The internal contents of the book of Matthew
Yes,
don't
they
lead
do.
don't
That's why we
lead
have the
me to believe
manuscript.
that Matthew wrote Matthew. And I
You're
think
just delusional,
and I
bro.
think the biggest evidence of that is that Matthew copied his own conversion story from Mark, which is inconsistent. Somebody writing a gospel, and they get to the part of the gospel that is about themselves, and not only do they copy it from somebody else, but they leave it in the third person,
Ooh,
is
they copy.
inconsistent.
You can claim that. You can claim that, dog. But you have to prove your claims.
You already agreed that Mark wrote first.
Yeah, of course, Mark wrote it first, but claim that he
Okay,
copied it.
and Matthew
claim it- so
and
prove
Matthew
how
and
he
Luke
copied it.
copied from Mark, didn't they?
No, you have to prove that.
So Matthew, Mark, and Luke have word for word agreement on a number of stories, but there was no copying.
Yeah, because it's the same testimony.
That was the Holy Spirit.
Wait, okay, yeah, of course it's the Holy Spirit. Man.
Do you know how Greek
we,
works?
we are running from the argument, dog.
Do you know how Greek
Prove
works?
how they copied.
Do you know how Greek works?
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
So how does it work?
Do you know how Greek word order works?
Do you?
Yes.
So explain how.
I went to school. I'm asking you. Do you know?
Appeal to authority fallacy. I'm in
It's
school.
not an appeal to
Okay.
authority. I actually have an
Yes, it is.
education.
You're just
Actually,
appealing to
I
authority to know
had to
Greek.
learn
That's a-
Greek when
that's
I
a-
was in
that's a
school.
fallacy.
So I'm asking
Dog,
you a
that's
very
a
easy
fallacy.
question.
Dog,
Do you know how word order works in the Greek language?
dog.
It's an easy yes or no question. You either do or you don't.
Do you?
Do you know how word order works in
I
the
don't
Greek
have to know.
language?
I don't have.
You do,
have to
because
know.
this is important to the conversation.
I'm not.
And if you don't know, all you have to say is no. Listen, if you don't know, it's fine. It's not a gotcha.
Do you know?
Yes,
do you
I
know?
do. Yes, I know how.
So how is that
I know
relevant?
how it works.
Just
So-
show me how it's relevant.
I'm
Prove how it's
asking.
relevant.
I'm asking you. Do you know?
Me knowing or not knowing is irrelevant if you can't
Okay,
prove
so
it.
you don't know. You just
Prove it.
don't want to say it. Fantastic. So
You can put words in my
the
mouth.
word
You can
order
put
in
words in
Greek
my
is
mouth if you want.
basically irrelevant, except for usually the first word of the sentence. You can order the words in Greek almost any way you wanted to. All you need to do is make sure that your case endings, your gender, and your number agree, so that you can actually get the right verbs and
This is irrelevant
adjectives
to
and
the
subjects
anonymity
and
of the
objects
gospel.
tied to each other. So the reason why this is relevant is because
So yeah, finally,
if two people or even three people, however many people, if they're all telling the same story in Greek, then the word order in the narrative, even if they're telling the same story, the word order is going to be different from person to person, because word order is a matter of personal preference, which is why we can point out.
So that's why I asked you to give me an example in each gospel.
Which is why we can point out Pauline writings. So Paul has a very specific word order that he likes to use in Greek. So scholars who study the Greek of Paul can detect what is typically Pauline Greek. We have the same thing with the Gospels. Well, there are different types of words and word orders that the Gospel authors like to use. If they're all telling the same story, but they're not copying from each other, then what we would expect is that in the stories that are copied, the stories that are the same, they tell the same story, but the word ordering in the sentence would all be different. But what we find is there are a lot of copied stories in the Gospels that match in the Greek word for word. And this is why
because they're using the same words.
This is why critical scholars understand that somebody is copying.
No, you make a lot of fallacies.
That somebody is copying from somebody else, because if you're copying a story in Greek, there's no reason to copy the word order if you're copying a story in Greek. That's the only reason to retain the word order, because word order in the sentence is personal preference.
You didn't prove anything. You just said word order for the
I'm explaining you why scholars agree that Matthew and Luke. I'm sorry, do you have a degree in this field?
That's a fallacy, bro. Do you know what a fallacy is?
Do you have a
I don't
degree in
have
the
to. It's a fallacy.
Okay. Do you
It's a fallacy.
disagree?
It doesn't mean they're right.
Do you disagree with the
Because you
scholars?
appeal to an authority, it doesn't mean they're right.
Do you disagree with the scholars?
Comments. Search up appeal to authority fallacy.
Do you disagree with the scholarly consensus that Matthew and Luke quoted from Mark?
I repeat that.
Do you disagree with the scholarly consensus that Matthew and Luke quoted from Mark?
Yes, I have every reason to, if it's consensus.
Okay,
it's
what's your reason for disagreeing with that?
Because I don't grant it that they copied. I haven't seen any convincing evidence that proves that.
On what evidence?
What's the evidence that proves it?
The fact that there's entire books written on it. I'm sorry you've never read it.
That's an appeal to authority fallacy, dog. You don't know that?
It's not an appeal to authority fallacy.
Yes, it is. Do you know what it is? Define appeal to authority fallacy for me.
The subject has been widely studied. You can read a book on it. You just go to the synoptic problem of Amazon and see what books have been written by scholars on it. This is like a universally accepted position.
I can appeal to scholars too in my position.
It's like a universally accepted position.
I can appeal to scholars in my.
And the fact that you don't read Greek and nobody else here does read Greek means that
you don't read Greek either.
Means that what we're not going to do is put a bunch of Greek parallel text on the screen and demonstrate that there's copying going on. But as it turns out, there are lots of scholars already on TikTok, already on YouTube.
I don't care.
Do make this their area of study, and you're more than welcome to go talk to them if you disagree.
So you're not qualified for me. I get
with their position. Now, my position, as I've been trying to tell you, is that the contents of Matthew are not trustworthy.
That's your claim. Prove that.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Would you like me to prove it now?
Wait, so you concede about the whole...
I've literally been trying to do it, and I am not conceding. No.
Wait, hold on. You're not conceding, then we have nothing to talk about.
We do. Yeah. I'm sorry if you're terrified of actually reading the book.
I'm not terrified. Okay, I'm just saying how I work is that. So, you have to concede if you can prove.
I'm not conceding anything. I agree with what the scholars... I agree with what the scholars find. You're not a scholar. You have no expertise in this field of study. You've brought no evidence to support your claims. So I dismiss your claims in favor of the claims made by the guys with the actual PhD. So that is my position on the authorship of Matthew. You don't have to like it, but that is my position on Matthew. And I've already told you that the internal consistency of the book of Matthew leads me to believe that Matthew didn't actually write it, because it doesn't make sense that Matthew would tell a story about himself in the third person, much less copy it from the book of Mark. Now, what I would like to do is actually read the contents of Matthew. Would you like to read the contents of the book of Matthew with me?
Well, you're preaching. Let me adjust what you said. You can say you appeal to PhDs and all these things, etc. I can appeal to scholars who hold my position too. That doesn't prove I'm right. It goes based on the evidence.
I don't think you
So
can appeal to
you
many of
appeal to
them.
PhDs and Amazon and all these things. It's not going to help your case.
It does.
So
help
again,
my
you
case.
still haven't proven.
So you don't actually
It
want to
doesn't.
read the
It's a
contents
fallacy
of the book. So
by
you don't actually
definition.
want to read
It's
the
a
contents
fallacy.
of the book then.
That's not what I said. I was addressing what you're saying. Let
Okay,
me
do you
let me
want
finish.
to,
See, listen,
do you want to read
listen,
the
listen. Let me finish.
do
Let
you
me
want
finish.
to
Let me finish.
read
Hold on. Let me.
this is not your
You're not gonna
live.
rush me.
I'm going to rush you. Would you like to read the contents of the book? Because the
You won't.
conversation on authorship is not going anywhere. You're not getting anywhere. You've not convinced anyone here. You've not convinced me. You don't
Doesn't
actually
care.
have an argument, and you don't like my argument. That being said, that's as far as this particular topic is going to
Your
go.
arguments.
The topic of authorship of Matthew is out of legs at this
You are
point. So would you like to talk about another topic, or is this the
okay.
only topic that you're willing to talk about?
You're running from the
Because
topic.
what I'm sensing is that you're terrified of actually reading what is in
No, I'm
Matthew.
not. That's what you think. But
Okay.
anyhow,
So then
back to what I
would
was saying.
would
No,
you like
wait,
to
hold on,
actually
hold on, hold on.
read the
Don't run.
book of Matthew
Don't
with
run,
me?
dog. Don't run.
So we'll do this again. I've already told you the conversation on the authorship of Matthew is at a stalemate. You can't prove that he wrote it, and
It's a still.
I can't bring you proof that he didn't write it other than appealing to the actual manuscripts and the internal evidence. I would love to look at the actual internal writings of the book of Matthew and see what Matthew has to say. Is that something that you would like to do? Because if the answer is no, then we no longer have anything to talk about.
You said it's a stalemate, right?
That's what happens, yes.
Okay, I'll come back next time for Matthew then.
Okay, so you don't want to read it.
Not today, maybe tomorrow.
Okay,
I'm
so
tired.
you're terrified of actually reading what's in the book because you know it's going to cook you.
Oh no, I'm not terrified.
You're
I'm just
terrified of reading
thirsty.
it. You don't want me to show you
No,
all the
you
parts
can't.
where
Listen,
Matthew lied.
you don't know me. You can't gaslight me. It doesn't work.
I can definitely
Listen,
gaslight
I
you.
like.
You're a
I
coward.
love the fact. I love.
He's running with his tail between the
Oh,
legs.
I'm not running.
He's terrified of reading God's holy word
No,
on
I'm not.
alive. When I was a
No, I'm
Christian,
not terrible.
there was nothing I
I'm not.
enjoyed more than reading the Bible with non-believers. I want to know why you're afraid of actually reading the Bible.
I want to know why you're afraid
So
of you.
you're not. Well, I'll give you
Listen,
one last.
listen. I want
I'll
to know
give you
why.
one last chance. Would you
Don't
like
run,
to read the Bible with me? And
dog. Don't run.
if the answer is no, then you're running. You're a coward.
Yo, no, I'm not a coward. I'm not like your
Well,
father.
you're a coward.
No, I'm not.
Then read the Bible with me.
Okay, you know what? You won. You won. All right, let's read
Fantastic.
it.
Fantastic.
Let me destroy you here too, dog. Let me
You're-
destroy you here as well.
You're gonna love this. All right. Have you ever read Jeremiah?
What about it?
Have you read it?
What about it?
Have you read it?
What about it?
Listen, you can be a coward all night long. I'm asking
No, I'm
you
not
an
like
easy
you. I'm not like you. I'm
question.
just asking you.
Have you read the book of
What about
Jeremiah?
it?
It's a yes or a no
Doesn't
question.
matter if I have or haven't. What about it? What's your point? Get to the.
I'm going to make you answer the question. You're never going to be more stubborn than me. You're going to answer the question or you're going to get infinitely muted.
We'll see.
It was a yes or no question. Have you read the book of Jeremiah? It is a yes or a no. If the next word out of your mouth is not a yes or a no, I'll ask you another time and then another time and then another time. Have you read the book of Jeremiah? Yes or no?
What about it?
So the answer is no. I'll take that as a no. Okay, cool.
What about it?
So-
oh, are you running from my answers?
The
Okay.
answer, you didn't give an
Go
answer.
ahead.
The answer is no. You haven't read
Okay,
the
so
book of
boom,
Jeremiah.
why did you lie? Why are
which
you a
is-
liar then?
Which is
You're a
why
liar.
you're
You
too
just said-
much of a coward to answer the question. So in Jeremiah
Dog
31:15, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation
What verse?
and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping
What
for her
verse?
children." You'd know if you read it.
What verse?
Rachel is weeping for her children. She
Verse. Tell me. Stop preaching.
It's
What
on
verse?
the screen.
What chapter?
It's on the screen.
31 verse 15. Gotcha. 31.
Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation
What's
and
the
bitter
last verse?
weeping.
What's the last verse?
Rachel is
Hold on,
weeping for
scroll
her
back up.
children.
Go back up real quick, please. Okay, gotcha. 16.
Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep her voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. What's the context here, and what is this prophecy about?
This is what the Lord says. A voice is heard in Ramah,
He's never read
mourning
it.
and weeping, Rachel weeping for her children and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. This is what the Lord Almighty says. Restrain your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for your work will be revealed, declares the Lord. They will return from my land and enemy. I have to read the entire chapter to know the context.
How do you not know the context of Jeremiah? When was he writing?
Because you put in the in the middle of the entire chapter.
When was Jeremiah writing?
Doesn't matter what.
You don't know anything about Jeremiah, do you? Jeremiah was writing.
Wait, hold on. What does that have to do with your point? What's your?
The context of Jeremiah is clear when you know who Jeremiah was and why he was writing. Jeremiah was writing to the Israelites as they were being taken away in captivity by the Babylonians. So this is a prophecy about them coming.
Prove that.
It's a prophecy about them coming
back. I'm
not
granting anything about you.
It's a prophecy about them coming back from Babylon.
Prove it. Go ahead, prove it.
Because chapter 25 tells you they're going to come back after 70 years.
Show me.
The Babylonian captivity foretold, the word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of Judah in the 4th year of King Jehoiakim, son of Josiah of Judah. That was the first of the king Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, which the prophet Jeremiah spoke to all the people of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. For 23 years, from the 13th year of King Josiah, son of Ammon of Judah, on this day, the word of the Lord has come to me, and I have spoken persistently to you, but you have not listened. And the whole chapter 25 is about how they're going to be taken captivity. It says, I'm going to send for all the tribes of the north, says the Lord, even for King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, my servant, and I will bring them against this land and its inhabitants. That is the context of Jeremiah. Jeremiah's writing about the Babylonian captivity. And how long are they going to be there for? Do you read chapter 25? You ever read it?
Hold on. Where are you? What chapter are you in? 25 verse what?
I'm in 25.
Verse 8. Therefore the Lord Almighty says this, because you have not listened to my words, I will summon all peoples of the north, and Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, declares the Lord, and I will bring them against the land and its inhabitants and against all surrounding nations. Okay, it's a prophecy.
Keep reading. Go all the way through 12.
Destroy, make them object horror, scorn, everlasting ruin. I'll banish from them the sounds of joy and gladness, the voice of the bride and the bridegroom, the sound of milestones and the light of the lamp. The whole country will become desolate, wasteland, and these nations will serve the king Babylon 70 years.
That's right. So the Israelites are going to be taken captive for 70 years, right?
Hold on, let me finish 12. But when the 70 years are fulfilled, I will punish the king Babylon and his nations in the land of Babylon for their guilt, declares the Lord, and I will make it desolate forever. What about it?
Okay, so the prophecy context of Jeremiah is the Babylonian captivity, right?
It's a prophecy about it.
Right, and then what's going to happen after 70 years?
Based on the prophecy, it says, desolate wasteland, but then 70 years will fulfilled, I will punish the king of... When the 70 years are fulfilled, I will punish the king of Babylon and his nation, and the land of Babylonians and their guilt, declares the Lord.
Yep, and then what happens to the Israelites after that?
I will bring on the land and things that I've spoken against it and are written in the book and prophesied against all nations. They themselves will be enslaved by many nations and kings. Where does it talk about the Israelites?
It doesn't finish the restoration in chapter 25. You have to keep reading after 25.
Why did you ask me a question that was not based on the chapter?
Because the chapter explains what's happening in chapter 31. In chapter 25, it talks about how the Israelites are going to be taken captive in Babylon for 70 years. And then after the captivity, what happens to captives when they're freed?
Where does it talk about the Israelites and what's going to happen to them?
What happens to captives after they are freed?
Give me a verse where you're talking about. I'm not.
This guy does not want to engage in honest.
I'm being consistent.
Honest dialogue. So if you go to 31, the context is very clear. It's talking about what's happening after the 70 years. It says, "At that time, says the Lord, I will be the God of all the families of Israel."
Where does it say after this? Wait, hold on.
Thus saith the Lord.
What does it say after the 70 years?
The people who survived the sword found place in the wilderness. When Israel sought for rest, the Lord appeared to him.
Where does it say after the 70 years? Come on.
Because this is after the captivity.
Where does it say that though? Where does it say that in
We
Jeremiah
already
31
read
that
it
it's
in
after?
verse 16. It says they will
Yeah, I know it's a
come.
prophecy. Hold on.
They will
Where does
come
it say in
back from the
35 that
land
it's
of the
about?
enemy.
Where does it say it's after the 70 years?
Because they're going to be captives for 70 years. You don't
Yeah,
come
in
back.
25, sure, but where does it
You,
say in 31 is referring to
you
that
don't
captivity after
come
70
back
years?
from the land of the enemy while you're captives in the land of the enemy.
Okay, so what? Might be talking about a different captivity. What else?
There is no different captivity.
Yes, there is, and
There,
many
there
captivities.
is no captivity after the Babylonian captivity.
Yeah, Roman captivity. What about
The
that?
Roman captivity had nothing to do with this. This is actually,
Well, it's a prophecy, right?
it's
How
not
do
a
you know
prophecy
that?
about the Roman
Yes, it is.
captivity.
Yes, it is. Well, I didn't say it was. I'm just
Because
saying it
they
could
weren't
be.
captives in Rome.
I didn't say they were. I said it's a prophecy,
There's
meaning
no
in the
Roman
future. No,
captivity.
huh?
There's no Roman captivity.
Well, hold on. I didn't say it was. I said it could be that many
It
captivities,
couldn't
and
be,
because it's a
no.
prophecy. Were the were the Jews captive of the Roman Empire?
No, they were not.
Yes, they were.
No, to be
Yes,
held
they were.
captive means you are exiled out of your country by the Babylonians or by the Assyrians prior to them or by another country.
When I mean by captive, I mean under Roman rule.
I'm not talking about being under occupation. I'm talking about being captives
That's what I meant.
in
That's
a
what I meant.
foreign land.
That's what I meant.
Jeremiah is talking about coming back from a foreign land. It says, there is
That's what I
hope
meant.
for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. He's talking about children of Israel who have been taken captive by the Babylonians. They're going to come
It also
back.
mentions in Deuteronomy
They're going
that
to
the
come-
curses of Israel, that they'll be scattered into
They're
many
going
other
to
nations.
come
So how do you know
back
it's just...
to their land.
Yeah, they'll go back to their land, but also in Deuteronomy it
From where?
mentions the Israelites.
From where?
Depends on...
From where?
Depending... What do you mean?
From where? What is the land of the enemy?
Obviously Israel, that's where they originated
What
from,
is the
right?
land of the enemy according to Jeremiah?
I don't know which enemy Jeremiah 31 is talking about. Because in 25 it
clearly
tells me
the
something
same
else.
enemy.
No, how do you know?
Because he's writing in the middle of the Babylonian captivity. It's the only enemy.
How do you know he's not referring to a
that
prophecy
they know.
that is in the
He's
future
writing the
or
prophecy literally as the women are watching their children being carried away.
past? Okay, it can refer to something else. It can refer to that. So what?
It's not.
No, there are many prophetic things in the Bible. It can mean one thing, it can mean another thing. For example, David
No,
writes
it
about
has
you not
one
see my
meaning.
soul in corruption. Yes, it does.
No.
For example, David.
Prophecies
yes,
don't
David,
have multiple meanings.
Yes, it does. No, it doesn't.
they don't.
Yes, it does.
That's a cope.
Yes, it does.
That's a lie you
Yes,
have to
it
tell.
does. No, you're coping. You're coping.
That's a lie you have to tell yourself
No,
when you
you're a
don't
liar.
like the actual context of the original prophecy. You have to
Oh.
make up new context.
I don't like
You have to
it.
make
You
up new interpretations
like it.
of
You
the
just-
prophecies. Imagine
Dog,
getting
you
up
don't-
here and acting like a child, thinking that you're actually doing good for Jesus right
Acting
now.
like you.
It's wild
I'm
to
not
me. So if you go to the very
Nothing like you.
beginning of the prophecy, it says, I will give all Judah into the hands of the king of Babylon. He shall carry them
Scroll up. What
captive
chapter is this?
to
Scroll up, what chapter is
Babylon.
this?
And every chapter
Scroll
in
up, what chapter is
Jeremiah
this?
is dealing with the Babylonian captivity.
I don't care what you
Every
think. Scroll up. What
single-
chapter is this?
Every
Scroll
single
up, scroll up.
chapter
Stop
in
crying, scroll up.
Jeremiah is about the Babylonian captivity. Every last one.
Yeah, prove that. Scroll up. What chapter are you reading?
The word
Chapter
Babylon
two,
shows up
chapter.
150 times in the book of
I'm not.
Jeremiah.
I'm not rejecting that. I'm not rejecting that. I'm just saying, scroll up. What chapter were you reading?
in
there?
chapter
I'll see
20.
each chapter.
I'm in
20,
chapter
okay, so
20.
I'm
And
20.
guess what?
I'm
Babylon's
20.
mentioned in chapter 20. They're mentioned in chapter 22. They're mentioned in 24. They're mentioned in 25. They're mentioned
they
in
mentioned in
27.
31? Are they
They're
mentioned in
mentioned in
31?
chapter 27. They're
31.
mentioned in chapter...
What about 31?
I'm going to get
What
there.
about 31?
They're mentioned in chapter 28. They're also mentioned, hold on, in chapter 29. They're also mentioned, hold on, in chapter 32.
I wasn't
So
arguing they weren't
it's
mentioned. That wasn't my argument.
It's almost like every single
That's still man,
chapter
though.
in Jeremiah is dealing with the Babylonian captivity. It's almost like
I never say it. Wait,
it's
hold
almost
on.
like the actual context of Jeremiah is talking about the Babylonian captivity, and you're just being obtuse.
Hold on. No, I'm not.
Yes.
I was talking about prophetic statement because where you went to in Jeremiah 25, was it? Was it a prophetic statement?
Jeremiah 31.
Not just 31. You went to a different one. It was 20 something.
I was in 25 and in 31.
Okay,
both
25.
of them,
So it was
both
talking-
of them are talking about the Babylonian captivity. That's the land of the
No,
enemy
well,
that
yeah,
they're,
sure. You
that
can
they're
talk
coming
about
back
Babylon. Sure, you can talk about Babylon, but it can also mean the prophetic message
from.
too.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. For
No, it
example,
doesn't.
and if you go, yes, it does. If
No,
you
it doesn't.
if you look at Isaiah, yes, it does. If
No,
you
it
look at
doesn't.
Isaiah, yes, it does.
No, it
If you look
doesn't.
at Isaiah, yes, it does.
Give me a good reason why I would want to accept a secondary
Yes.
meaning to the text and
Yes.
ignore the primary meaning.
Because, for example, if we look to Isaiah, where he also talks about Babylon, right? He also talks about this angel who was with him in the Garden of Eden, referring to the
Isaiah
devil.
14 is not the devil.
It's talking about Babylon, but okay, when was Babylon in Eden?
He's talking about the king of
Okay,
Babylon.
when was
and
yeah,
you're,
yeah, when was
and
Babylon?
You're confusing.
When was the king of Babylon in Eden?
You're confusing Ezekiel 28 with Isaiah 14.
Okay, I might have been actually. Hold on one
Yeah,
sec.
I know.
Hey, at least I can see when I'm right or wrong, like you, unlike you.
Well, I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're an atheist.
No, I'm definitely not wrong.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong on it.
No, I'm definitely not wrong.
Yes, you're wrong. Hold on. Let me get the verse.
Isaiah 14 is about the king of Babylon, and he's making fun of the king of Babylon by comparing him to Assyrian mythology. And the Assyrian mythology is about the shame of Athtar. That's the reference to Venus. That's why it starts out referring to him as Hillel ben Shakar. This is a reference to the Syrian mythology of when Athtar tried to take over the throne of Baal, but he couldn't take over the throne of Baal. He was a laughingstock, and he got cast down off the mountain of Baal, which you'll never guess is Mount Sophon. Interesting, that's the mountain that the leader of Babylon is being cast down from in this prophecy. It's using Syrian mythology. The king of Babylon doesn't know anything about a devil figure. He knows nothing.
Okay, so the king of Babylon also said that he was sent to the Most High and sit on the throne of God?
Yes.
So he said that.
That's the mythology. No. Listen to what I'm saying. The mythology being echoed is not about Satan. The mythology being echoed here is the ascent of Athtar in the divine assembly.
Oh, well,
he goes to.
Even if we want to go with that reading, hold on. If you want to go with that interpretation, you're still proving my point that dual prophecy.
I'm actually not proving your point at all.
Yes, it is a dual people.
The original prophecy of
it's referring to two people, two things, right?
It's not referring to two different ideas.
Wait, so is it Babylon or is it Babylon or the myth?
It's referring to one.
Is it the king of Babylon or the myth?
It's referring to one individual, and it's likening that individual to a mythology.
So it's two parties at play, right? Or
There's only one interpretation.
I'm not talking about interpretation. I'm talking about parties.
I'm talking
two parties
about interpretations.
I'm talking about parties. I'm talking about parties.
This conversation is not about parties. This conversation.
We're both. Yes, it is.
This conversation is about whether or not prophecies have two meanings. That's what we're talking about. Whether or not the prophecy should have a meaning that is divorced from its original context.
Yes, it does.
And the prophet of
because I'm going based on what you said.
The prophecy of Jeremiah is about the Babylonian captivity, and you don't like that. I
didn't reject that is about the Babylonian captivity. I'm saying it has dual meaning. So answer my question. You mentioned two parties, right?
Why should I accept that there's
I don't care what you accept or disagree. I'm going with what you said.
Why should anyone accept a second meaning to
I don't care what you accept or disaccept. Let's go with what you said.
I don't know if you actually listened to my question. So
I'm listening.
You're saying that
no, you can't run to.
You're saying that the prophecy of Jeremiah has two meanings. It has a meaning in its original context, and it has a second meaning. I'm merely asking you, why should anyone accept that a prophecy should be interpreted by its second meaning that is divorced from the original context of the prophecy?
Because you proved it.
I didn't prove it.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
When you mentioned the fairy tale of the false god, is that the king of Babylon or the false god? Answer me.
It is about the king of Babylon being compared
and the false god
being compared to Athtar
and the false god. Okay, so two people are at play. Yes or no?
That is the compare. That yes, there are two individuals, but it is not. It is not two interpretations.
So Satan and the king of Babylon, are they two individuals?
I don't think Isaiah thought of Satan as existing.
That's not what I asked. So they're not two individuals.
I never said they were one individual.
So they are two individuals?
Well, I'm saying that they're two individuals.
Okay, so they're two individuals.
But there's no reason.
So if they're two individuals,
there's no reason to put Satan into Isaiah 14.
Let's throw away Satan. Let's go with what you said, right? like a myth, right? And the captivity of Babylon. If it's referring to two things like a false god, comparing it to this, it's a dual prophecy.
No, it's
You just
not.
proved
A
my
dual
point. Yes, it
prophecy.
is.
A dual prophecy does
You
not.
proved my point, bro.
No,
Thank you.
you have no idea what you're talking about. A dual
Yes, I
prophecy
do.
means that it has two interpretations.
Yes, you just gave me a second interpretation of it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You mentioned
No,
the false
I
god.
gave you a
Where
primary.
does it say the false god?
I gave you a primary.
Where does it say the false
I
god
gave you
in
a
the
primary.
text?
Where does it say Satan?
I didn't say that.
There you go. So,
But it's an interpretation of Satan.
It is used,
But it's an interpretation of Satan.
It's not. It's using an
So how is it
interpretation
an interpretation
of
of-
mythology that the Babylonian king actually knew about. The Babylonian king didn't know anything about this satanic figure that you're referring to. In fact, at the time Isaiah 14 was written, Israel doesn't even know anything about this Satan figure that you're talking about.
Yes, they did. Read Job.
Job was written way after the captivity.
But wait, it's in the Tanakh?
Yes, it was written after the captivity.
Okay, so they did know. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was written way after the captivity.
It doesn't matter. It's still in the Tanakh.
Isaiah wrote hundreds of years before Job.
I know that, but it's still in the Tanakh.
So what?
So that means the Jews today knew of the Satan figure.
I'm talking about
So
Jews
you're
at the
wrong.
time of Isaiah. You're not good at
We
listening.
don't have. It doesn't matter. That's process
I've
revelation. It
never
didn't
met
happen.
someone so childish, not capable of
I'm
listening
just
to,
being like
to
you,
the
bro.
actual
I'm just
words
being
coming
like
out of
you.
my mouth.
I'm just being like
So
you.
the fact of the matter is, there's no good
But like
reason.
back to your interpretation.
So
You said there are two.
There's no good reason to take any
two
prophecy
interpretations.
from the Old Testament and say that it has two
Buddy,
interpretations, because the second interpretation,
You
being
gave
divorced from the original context, is subjective. The second interpretation is whatever you want it to
Is
be,
this subject?
which is why prophecies should always be taken in their original context.
Is this subjective?
I'm reading Jeremiah, and I'm saying the original context of Jeremiah is how it should be
Is it
interpreted.
subjective? That is.
You're reading Jeremiah, and you're saying, no, you should
No, I'm-
ignore the original context
talking
of
about Isaiah
Jeremiah. And what you should do then is apply a second
No,
meaning to Jeremiah.
no.
So I'll ask you again, what is
That's
the
what you did in
reason-
Isaiah.
What is the meaning why I would want to apply a second meaning?
Why did you do that in Isaiah then?
Why would I want to apply a second meaning to the prophecy in Jeremiah?
Because you did it in Isaiah.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
Where
I
does it say
didn't.
the false god in Isaiah? Yes, you did. Where's the false god in Isaiah?
I'm not providing two different interpretations. I'm saying my
Yes, you did. Yes,
interpretation
you did.
is a singular
That's an
interpretation that takes into
So it's-
account
okay,
the
so it's your
primary-
interpretation.
My interpretation is a singular interpretation that takes into account the context and the time period of the prophet Isaiah. There is only one interpretation. Now, it's possible that my interpretation is wrong, but that doesn't mean that there are, in fact, two.
Of course, you're wrong.
It doesn't mean that there are two interpretations that are right. There is still only one
not good.
correct interpretation, and the one correct interpretation has to be connected to the actual context of the prophet and his time
Yeah. So
period.
in the context of this,
So again, I'm not asking you whether or not there are multiple ways to read the text. I'm asking you
also that
about why I should accept an original context interpretation and then also accept a secondary interpretation
multiple ways.
that is divorced from the original context. That is what I want to
Dog,
know
you're cook-
about. What is the good reason why I would want to accept a second interpretation of a prophecy that is not connected to the actual context of the prophecy? What is the reason for that?
Because of what you did in Isaiah.
Okay, so you don't actually have a good answer. You're just
No,
gonna
I
keep
gave you an
lying.
answer. He doesn't like my answer. You can go around.
You're wrong. Okay. Well, listen, I think the audience has enough of your childish behavior for the night. And I'm tired of it. I've been tired of it for 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes at this point. So I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to an adult.
They couldn't see him, and they thought I was the one arguing with you.
They thought you were the one.
Yes. I kept getting so many tags.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. All I wanted to do was show him how Matthew was fallaciously reading the Old Testament and he couldn't handle it. He knew the point that I was about to make. He knew that I was going to show him that Jeremiah wasn't talking about what Matthew said it was, but he couldn't get over it. He kept wanting to jump to something different. All right, guys, let me get a couple super chats in here. Sorry, there's a bunch of them that came through. But I'm gonna see if I can catch up. Pat, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, "Damn, Justin, just getting here. What did I miss?" Well, you kind of missed a lot with the first caller. We had a Muslim caller here that was pretty despicable. And Eric, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, "Christians freed the slaves. Oh, who from? Yeah, from the other Christians." That's 100% it, right? And Rich, thank you for the super chat. It says, "Debating. I don't believe in God. Please don't touch children." I may not understand what you're saying, Rich. Are you saying you're debating a Christian? Listen. I appreciate the super chat, but maybe a little more clear next time.
I think he said that when you're debating a Christian, that you do not believe in God. When you're debating a Muslim, please do not touch kids.
Oh yeah.
I think that's
That's actually a good point. Yeah. Well, I would have loved to have the conversation about why his God wasn't real, but he wasn't really giving me much. I was hoping he'd like turn to the Quran. Like I figured he'd give me like the Quran predicted stuff that came true type of argument or something, but he didn't really get around to it. Oh shit, guys, there's so many super chats there's like 30 super chats that backed up here. I apologize if I don't get through all of them. Helium, thank you for the super chat. It says, "All hail Oli Josh, may he drip like hot fries." Big W, McDonald's hot fries for sure. And it says from Helium again, "Job ain't got nothing on the patience of Justin." You know what? If Job is pretty patient, but listen, if somebody killed my whole family, I'd be cursing that God. That's crazy that Job wouldn't do that. But it's amazing to me that there are guests who get up in here and have that kind of dialogue and that think that they're doing well. It's crazy to me. As a Christian, I would have been so embarrassed to even associate myself with that kind of a guest. Tyler, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, "I don't think this joker knows what a fallacy actually is." He doesn't know what a fallacy is. He had no idea. He's just using words he learned in like freshman, philosophy class 101. Goblin Brain, thank you for the super chat. It says, "Colin, your ability to read a language and appeal to authority is such a crazy dumb clown work. Praise Doug." I know. And listen, at least I proceed with caution with Greek. It's been so many years since I really could read Greek well that like I lean really heavily on the dictionary. Like I still understand how the language works. I can still read the words. I just forgot my vocabulary because I don't really use it. Because I was an Old Testament guy. I studied the Old Testament in school. Mechanic Jack, thank you for the super chat. Says, "That's an appeal to authority fallacy. Early church fathers said it was Matthew. Make it make sense." Yes. Listen, if your claim that Matthew wrote it, despite his name not being on it, is my church father said so, that's an appeal to authority as well. And Delilah Scissors, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, "How awkward when they are so confident they are right, yet cannot feel the toasting of being completely cooked. LOL, Doug is the rock." That's my favorite thing is when they come in and they're so confident of their position and they have no idea how like shallow the position is, but like they're convinced that they're doing good. Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "Justin Martyr quotes several gospels, doesn't mention the name of any authors, makes it confusing to read." Circa 150. That's true. There's a bunch of quotes from the early church where they're quoting from the gospel authors without telling you what they're actually quoting from. And even when they do like mention the gospels, we don't really know exactly what was in the gospel that they're quoting from other than the snippet that they quoted from. Which was the point that I was making, that when they say Matthew, we don't know what all was in the Gospel of Matthew other than the parts that they quoted from. Look at the trees. Big W for the name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says that caller's brain was in fragments. It certainly was, but his mom told him he was special. So there's that. And Evan, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Wow, God has low standards for who represents him." Indeed. If that's the best God has, God should be embarrassed. And Ayer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, "I'm glad we got one of the dumbest and most obnoxious Christians to balance out the awful Muslim caller we had first. Bro thinks he's cooking too." Solo, thank you for the manifesting. And La Paquette, thank you for the face paint. I appreciate that. And you're right. He really thought he was cooking. I don't know why people think that like constantly interrupting and over talking and not like actually wanting to engage in the text is like that they're doing well. It's funny how quickly they don't want to read the book with you. Like they want to talk about like how it's true, except don't read it to me. Whatever you do, don't read it to me. And Mostly Gizzards, thank you for the $10 super chat. says, bro knows he is outmatched and thinks he sounds smarter by yelling fallacy and proves your claim. Solo, thank you again for the manifesting. Big W. Yeah, that's what he was doing. He thought like if he could shout enough philosophy 101 words, like he'd be doing well. The Deep Burrito, thank you for the super chat, says caller should join a circus. He's a cunning stunt. He is. He definitely belongs in a circus. He was a clown. And Technomancer, thank you for the $10 super chat, says it's an appeal to authority fallacy when the person you are appealing to is an authority of the subject. It's listening. It's listed in the definition of the fallacy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. When you're appealing to authority. Yeah. But here's the thing. There are exceptions to the appeal to authority fallacy. Like, so if you appeal to a doctor about medicine, that's not an appeal to authority fallacy, because at some point you have to understand that there are professionals in a particular field of study. And I agree that you can, like, an appeal to authority fallacy would be like, well, there's this one guy that believes that. And that might qualify as an appeal to authority. But if you appeal to like, hey, we have a consensus of medicine experts, we have a consensus of biblical experts, we have a consensus of cosmologists, I don't find that to be as big of an appeal to authority as saying like, well, my one guy said. That's typically how I read the appeal to authority. I can't say that, appeal to authority. Thank you for the super chat, Techno. It says, not a fallacy, dang it. Not when they are an authority. I know, that's crazy. When somebody is an authority on a subject, that's what I'm saying, and you appeal to them, that's not as much of an appeal to authority as people are claiming. And Everlasting, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Big W, Everlasting. And Shayna W on becoming 11-month subscriber. And here we go. Space Lords got a passage up for us. I'm gonna actually have to put a document together to prove Mark and authority. I haven't done it because, to be honest, most people just accept it. Like most Christians know about Mark and authority, and they're willing to accept it. It's not something you have to argue about. But sometimes you get like these like real jackass guests that are like, well, it's not true. Like any claim you make is by definition not true until you can prove it. I understand why they would do that, because it shifts the burden away from them. Like he didn't want the burden of demonstrating that Matthew actually wrote Matthew. So what do? You shift the burden, try to get out of it. But let me grab those passages real quick. I'm going to put it in the New King James Bible. The New King James Bible has a good tendency to put things in similar word order when they quote from the Greek, even though it's not actually going to match exactly what the word order in the Greek was. We can pull it up too in the Greek and see what the word order is. See Mark 13:12, Matthew 10:21. I don't think those are the two passages you're referring to. Yeah, those are not the passages you're referring to. Mark 13 is about the Perusia, and Matthew 10 is not even close to that. Maybe a typo. But listen, you're right. There are passages in the Gospels where they match word for word up to like 20, 25, 30 words in the same order, which if you had a Greek text, you wouldn't expect that. So many guests get cornered and end up saying something like, that's just your opinion, man. Call it the Lebowski surrender. You're right. That actually really is I do like that line though from the Big Lebowski. That's just like your opinion, man. And that's not a terrible thing to say. Like if somebody's saying something that you know they can't prove, then it's a powerful thing to say. Like, well, that's just your opinion. Can you demonstrate it to be true? Which is, I mean, to give him credit, that was something that he was leaning on pretty heavily is, I won't accept anything you tell me. Anything you tell me, you have to physically demonstrate live, like on the air. Like I have to pull up the Greek text and demonstrate it. Tyler, thank you for the super chat. It says, this guest knows nothing about the Bible. Typical Paul worshiper, reminds me of Q-Flop. Yeah, actually, I agree with you there. And Pedro says, this conversation turned from stubborn male to stubborn child and ignorant of the brainwash he was injected with. You're 100% right. He definitely wasn't an adult, and he definitely didn't want to come up for honest dialogue. Gates of Delirium, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I never said that. Caller who just said that. I know. The lies you have to tell yourself. All right, guys, we got more super chats, but I'm going to get the next guest up in here. If you're watching this on YouTube, guys, you can get in the guest box. There's a link in the description of the video for people on YouTube to join the discussion. You don't have to be on TikTok to join the discussion. Ernesto, I'm trying to get you back in here. I know you've been waiting for a while, even though you couldn't connect at first. Ernesto's probably not going to connect again. Okay, Ernesto cannot connect, so we'll move on to the next one. All right, let's get next in line, Charlie. Happy Valentine's to you as well, iReactor. Thank you for the 666. Says happy Valentine's Day to Sharon and Doug. To that guy's girlfriend, run. He's a Darvo. Yeah, he's definitely, yeah, I'd check his hard drives. You don't want to know what he's up to in his private life. Okay, well, they disconnected pretty fast. I don't know what happened, but we'll try the next one. Stinky's been waiting for a while, so we'll get Stinky next in line. And Mechanic Jack, you're right. Thank you for the super chat. It says, where does it say that? Justin starts reading, oh, you're preaching again. This guy is a parody of himself. Your patience is astounding. Mechanic Jack, I was hoping that eventually, because sometimes when you have contentious arguments, if you let it go on long enough, eventually like the party will tire out and then you can get to a point where you have some honest dialogue. But unfortunately we never got to that point. Also, there's somebody, I'm sorry. For a second, I thought somebody was commenting as me in the YouTube chat. Solo, thank you for the hand hearts. I'm going to bring the next guest in because this guest is not connecting. Eventually we're going to find a guest that can connect, but we'll do what we can. A lot of slow connections tonight. There we go. How you doing, 3-Putt Hack?
Oh, I didn't mean to call.
Oh, no worries. I got you. Oops. Yeah, that works. That works. All right, let's get the next guest in here. We're going to get Joe in the guest box. Medusa, I think you might be right. It says, I don't know how you had the strength for this guest. I don't know how I put up with that guest as long as I did. It's wild that these people get up here and behave that way and they think that they're doing God proud. And Clack, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Mindful, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, you're cooking this guy like a burnt offering. Indoctrination is sad. I really appreciate that. I feel like we could have done more cooking if he wasn't more obstinate. It's very difficult to actually do cooking if, in fact, like your interlocutor is unwilling to have dialogue with you, right? And I think that's the difficult part with some of those conversations is when it becomes apparent that they're actually not going to have dialogue. Like they came in and they think they're going to steamroll you and just like ask unreasonable things to you that they're not willing to prove themselves, then maybe don't even entertain the conversation. Well, they dropped as well. Guys, we're going to keep pulling people from the queue. Somebody's going to come up from the queue and actually connect. I don't know why it's been so difficult to get somebody, but somebody's going to have reception. LA Silver Surfer, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And I agree with you, Pat. Praise the almighty Doug. This guy finds sense. I don't think he will, but maybe he'll be shamed enough by the general public. And Everlasting, thank you for the blow pop. We're still trying to get Hippie Witch to connect. Hippie Witch, we'll see if your connection is strong enough to get you in here. The Last Frybender, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, you learned this much and much more. This guy is looking for any gotcha he can get his hands on. You're right. He wasn't actually looking for a dialogue. He was looking to find gotchas and burden shift and things like that. I was hoping we'd actually get to the point where we can read the text together, because I think that's where the most interesting information is, what the text actually has to say, right? Because you can argue all day about like who you think wrote it. I think those are conversations that most people typically will agree to disagree on. But what you really can't disagree on is what the text says. That's why reading it is way easier. All right, well, keep on rolling. I'm try Charlie again. Charlie, we'll see if you can connect this time. There we go, Charlie. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing very good. Thank you for asking. Charlie, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Cool. And what would be the best evidence or the best argument for the God of the Bible being real?
I think maybe the cosmological argument.
Sure. You want to give me your version of it?
Well, yeah, but do you believe in an eternal universe or there was the beginning for the universe?
I believe in eternal universe. I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, that there's infinite cycles of expansion and contraction.
Yeah, I don't really understand how that works. So could you explain that?
Yeah, the universe expands to the point where eventually it slows down and gravity pulls it back in, and then it comes back in a smaller, denser, hot mass, and then it begins to expand again, and it does that infinitely.
And what's the evidence for an eternal universe?
What's the evidence that it didn't exist?
Because everything that has existed began to exist at one point.
No, it didn't.
Can you give me examples of that?
Yeah, everything that we first of all, everything that we're made of, like all the atoms in our body, right? All of the atoms in our body were initially in something else, like they were part of the earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and everything that made up the earth before the earth was made was some other form in the cosmos, right?
I don't think that the universe is eternal, so no.
Okay. Well, I guess the question would be then, what would be the evidence that would lead one to conclude that everything around us, everything that we know exists, that somehow didn't exist at one point?
I mean, this is a very new theory, so I don't know why you're explaining it like it's a very widely held theory about the universe, that the universe being eternal. I think scientists would mostly agree with the Big Bang Theory.
I agree with the Big Bang Theory. My model includes the Big Bang.
So do you hold to heat death or no?
No, I don't hold to the heat death theory. Although I would say a lot of people don't hold to the heat death theory.
Okay, and then how do we know that? So you believe that energy is wearing out?
What energy?
Energy in the atmosphere. Like every time energy is transferred from one form to another, it's moving to a less usable form.
No, I don't think you understand what that is even about. In fact, I just had this discussion with Dr. Blitz the other day, and that's not what, like you're misunderstanding what the science is. I don't believe that the energy in the universe is wearing out or going anywhere.
So you don't believe, I forget what law it is. The law of entropy, is it?
That's not what the law of entropy is, but I know what the law of entropy is.
Maybe it's the first law of thermodynamics, something like that. Energy is always moving to a less usable form.
That's not a law of thermodynamics, but basically what you're suggesting is that the energy, because it's being transferred, is going to be spread out. Okay, so for example, when you've got a closed system and the amount of energy or the amount of heat in any given part of the system, it's going to reach equilibrium. The hot items are actually going to cool off, and the cool items are actually going to warm up because there's going to be heat transfer. But that doesn't mean that the heat's not going to be usable.
Yeah, but it's going to be less usable.
No, it's not.
Like, energy never transfers 100% of the time. It's all some of it is always left to a less usable form.
But it's still there. First of all, you got a couple of problems. Like energy is not a thing, by the way. Energy is not like a stuff. You can't like a touch an energy. Energy is a property, technically a property of matter. It's like a measured rate of change in like direction and velocity of like a given item.
But you're just like going against what science says.
No, I'm literally not.
You kind of are.
No, I'm definitely not.
Literally true that energy is always moving to a less usable form. That's
not
like
true.
It is true.
It's not true.
Okay, you can say it's not true, but it literally is true.
It literally is not true.
I'm saying that every time energy transfers from one to another, a little is lost into a form that is no longer usable.
It's not lost. The
So
energy doesn't go into oblivion. It's not a thing that can be lost to begin with. It's not a thing that ceases or begins to exist. Energy is a property. It's an attribute of the world, of the physical world.
So there's just unlimited energy.
No, I didn't say that either.
So if it's not unlimited, that means that there's a limited supply of it.
I agree.
So
I think there
that
is
means
probably a finite amount of energy in the cosmos.
Okay, now you're proving my point. So
I've
if there's a
learned
finite, if there's a finite amount of energy in the universe and the universe is eternal, that means it expands forever to the
No.
left and to the right.
Wrong
So no matter
again.
where we
Wrong
are,
again.
how?
Does it mean just because there's energy in the universe doesn't mean that it expands forever?
So you don't think that it's eternal? I'm not saying energy is eternal. I'm saying you think that the universe is eternal.
The universe is eternal. The expansion doesn't go on forever.
So if there's a limited amount of energy, though, and the universe is eternal, that means we would have already run out of usable energy by now.
Wrong again. You're assuming that energy has like a usability to it. And you're also assuming that the universe just goes on forever in the same expansion. But I already told you, I don't believe that. I think the universe is in a cycle of big bangs, big crunches. Eventually, it's all going to collapse back in on itself. All the energy that's in our universe now will still be in our universe when it collapses.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying.
It doesn't go anywhere. It's still part of the universe. Where's it going to go?
Mm-hmm.
Energy is a property of the stuff in the universe.
So you believe that if heat death was an option, you would not, because of that, you would not rely on heat death?
I don't think heat death is in my model, is what I'm saying. The model I subscribe to does not include heat death. And there's a lot of good reasons why my model makes more sense than the heat death model. But
so you think that this is more likely than there being a creator with all the consistencies that we see in the world?
Yeah, because there's no evidence for a creator. And what I'm saying
you're telling me that there's evidence for you think that the universe existed on a size of a period on a piece of paper. I know it's bigger than that.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, but it's still condensed, super condensed.
I'm sure it was at one point, yeah.
Super condensed, and it randomly exploded without any order or structure into the universe that we have. If 30 plus of the universal constants changed by a mere factor, life would cease to exist. So if oxygen in the universe went from 21% to I forget what it was exactly. I think 16%, fires would break out.
So what?
We see these consistencies, and you think that a random explosion could have caused all of this?
So the problem that you have here is you're assuming that life is the goal of the universe. So if the goal of the universe was to produce life, and we have all of these constants that are necessary for life, then you would say, yeah, it's very rare. It seems almost unreal that we have life, given that it's so hard for life to arise. But in my model, and I would say in everybody's model that are atheists, the universe has no purpose. Like the universe isn't trying to make life. It just happened to be at some point in the infinite past, infinite future of the universe, it did produce life. So if the odds of the universe producing life is anything other than zero, even if that odd is 1 in a trillion, then it's inevitable that it's going to happen eventually.
And that's the same with the existence of a God. If the existence of a God is probable in any universe, that means it's probable in this universe.
But it's not probable.
You're just saying you don't think. So you think that your model is at least 1 out of however many probable chance, but you don't think that the existence of a God is 1 out of a trillion?
No. My model is not like a probability. My model is consistent with the actual observations. So the observations is that the universe exists. We know the universe exists. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. And can we have something from nothing?
No.
Okay. That means there was never nothing. The universe must be eternal.
Or there was a God that created it.
You would have to demonstrate the existence of the God first. See, if you have an eternal universe, it doesn't actually need a creator. That's the first problem. So you would have
And
to.
that's exactly why the whole point of science is to disprove the existence
It's
of a
literally
God.
not.
But you guys have gone through so many different phases of how the world came to be, and every one of them removes the possibility of the existence of a God. And now you're just taking away the eternal existence of it. You're literally just changing the wording.
Big
Instead of the
Bang
eternal
cosmology
existence
does
of a
not
God,
get rid of the idea of God. It just states that there's not necessarily a need for the God.
Okay, that's the same point.
Sure. So I would ask again, what is the evidence of the actual God being in charge of it? Because it could be that let's just imagine that Big Bang cosmology is wrong, that there actually wasn't a Big Bang. Still doesn't mean your God was responsible for it. And it still doesn't mean that the universe once didn't exist.
Yeah, I would just have to say that I think it would be very unlikely, as I mentioned before, I think it was like 30, if 30 plus the universal constants change, I just don't think all of that stuff would line up with a random explosion. I think that more shows the existence.
That's not the Big Bang. The Big Bang's not a random explosion.
I mean, it kind of is a random explosion.
Kind of not.
So it's just expanding with order.
That's why it's called the expansion, not the Big Bang. Big Bang is a pejorative term.
Okay, and then how do you know that it expanded with purpose?
It doesn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The universe has no purpose. You're trying to put purpose on the universe.
So it was a random explosion.
It wasn't an explosion, but it was random, yes.
That's what I just said. And you said it wasn't random.
No, wrong again. I said it doesn't have a purpose.
So it was a random expansion.
It was a random expansion. You nailed it. There you go.
Okay, so I'm just saying that I don't think a random expansion, and also I don't think that a single-celled organism could I don't know what the word, correlate to or keep progressing to us as humans with our intellect.
But Charlie, all you're doing is presenting God of the gaps arguments. You're just saying, I don't understand science, therefore God. None of that leads to your God being real. So
I'm telling you, the order that I see,
you can disprove abiogenesis. You can disprove the Big Bang. None of it is proof for your God.
You don't think that the order and structure that we see within the universe is a proof of a creator?
No, 99.9% of the universe is pure chaos. Even the Earth is mostly chaos. For example, if you believe a creator created the planet for us to live on, then he is like a vindictive asshole because 100,000 people a year die from natural disasters. Why would God create a planet that just randomly executes people via natural disaster if he went through all this trouble of fine-tuning all these little constants?
Well, I don't think that natural disasters were part of his original plan, but they happened once sin broke out.
Did God design the Earth?
Yeah.
Did God design the Earth that would be capable of natural disasters?
Yeah, but he also created us as humans knowing that we would be capable of mass destruction.
Yeah, but we didn't create natural disasters. God did. God created the Earth, not us. He's the designer.
Yeah,
you can't blame Adam and Eve for natural disasters. There's no reason for God to make natural disasters, whether or not they sinned or not.
I think that, well, yeah. Well, if you don't believe in natural disasters, then it kind of just, you want to believe in the whole sin thing to begin with.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. God is the one responsible for natural disasters. Natural disasters, in your worldview, have to account in God's reckoning somehow, right? In my worldview, natural disasters are just a product of a chaotic universe. It's much more in line with my viewpoint.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but I just kind of think natural disasters are just, I know that you're saying that God created the world, so through the creation of the world, if he knew that there were going to be natural disasters, he created natural disasters, but I think you could say that about anything in the universe. That's bad.
But we're talking about the Earth. Did he create the Earth with intention?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the intention to execute 100,000 people a year through natural disasters?
I mean, if that's the way it is, then possibly.
Okay. So then now, in order to explain the chaos that we actually do find on the Earth, not the order, you have to posit a God that purposely executes 100,000 people a year at random. And do you think that's a good God?
I mean, I think it's a good God.
So you think it's good for a random execution of 100,000 people a year? That's a good thing?
No, I don't also think it's a good thing when terrorists and people like that kill people.
I'm going to talk about terrorism. I'm talking about natural disasters.
Yeah, but it's literally correlated.
It's not correlated whatsoever. Terrorism is human free will. Natural disasters are not. Natural disasters are caused by God.
But he created the world for us to sin in.
So what?
So that's a problem. That's the same thing.
But we're
You're
not.
saying that
He
created the world.
But we're talking about natural disasters. We're not talking about human free will.
But it's the same concept. He
It's
created
not
a
the
world.
same concept. Are natural disasters sentient?
Okay, but listen. He created a world
Do
where
natural disasters have free will?
No, they don't.
Okay, we're talking about objects that don't have free will. We're talking about things that are part of the planet that was designed by God. Did God know that natural disasters would happen?
Yes, he did.
Did he have to create a world in which natural disasters would happen?
Maybe this was the only world where free will could also exist with natural disasters taking place.
No,
I don't know.
Again, you're wrong because there were no natural disasters before Adam and Eve sinned, and there won't be natural disasters in heaven because when the new heaven and a new earth is arrived, there's going to be no more tears, no more suffering, no more pain, no more sorrow, which means natural disasters are inconsistent with that. So there can be a world without natural disasters and human free will.
But before they chose to use their free will for bad, that's why there wasn't natural disasters.
But
so once they chose
we're
to
not
use their
talking about free will, though. We're talking about natural disasters. They don't have to exist. They don't need to exist.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they don't need to exist.
Okay, so then now the next thing is justifying why they do exist, because natural disasters cause unnecessary suffering, and an all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing God shouldn't be causing unnecessary suffering. Whereas in my worldview, the unnecessary suffering is not unnecessary. It's just part of a chaotic universe.
Yeah, I mean, you're like talking to me like I'm not listening to what you're saying. I'm telling you, there's got to be some correlation, like with what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reasons. Every time I talk, you just say sin is not the same thing as natural disasters. I'm trying to tell you. Okay, but I'm saying God created the world, right?
Yep.
At first, he created the world perfect. And he knew that if he brought humans into the world, these humans would cause mass destruction.
Mass destruction?
Okay, well, they would cause pain and suffering, unnecessary suffering. So I'm saying that through this pain and suffering and unnecessary suffering, that's what causes the catastrophes to happen.
We'll try this again.
At first, he did.
Do your sins cause natural disasters?
Yes, I think our original sins caused the natural disasters.
How? What's the link? What's the link? Like when I like use a curse word, does that automatically trigger a tsunami?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so could God have created a world after Adam and Eve sinned that included punishment for Adam and Eve, but excluded natural disasters?
I mean, yeah, I think that would be possible.
Right, because otherwise you'd have to say that he doesn't have omnipotence. Okay, so God had the ability to create a world without the natural disasters. He chose to create a world with the natural disasters, which means you have to find a good reason still for why he did that. Why would God create natural disasters knowing it's going to randomly execute people 100,000 a year?
I don't think there's a good answer for that.
I know. There's not one. That's the honest answer. There's no good answer for it in your worldview.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the tip of the iceberg, Charlie. You've also got childhood bone cancer to deal with. You've got leukemia. 3 million babies, die of starvation every year because, certain parts of the world you can't actually support life properly. There's lots of horrific things even outside of natural disasters.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that I think natural disasters aren't really like if I'm okay with all the other stuff happening in the world, I kind of can just clarify or think that natural disasters are just another part of that. So It's not like natural disasters are going to be the thing that I think of and be like, oh, no, I'm not going to be a Christian anymore because natural disasters take place.
Well, I think it's a defeater for your worldview, right? Because the only way to get out of the problem of evil in your worldview is to say that natural disasters are necessary for something.
I mean, they could be necessary for a greater good. I don't know, though.
What would the greater good be?
Through the natural disasters, I don't know, communities could come together. People could come together.
Could God accomplish that without natural disasters?
Yeah, but he doesn't choose to do that.
There you go. So they're still unnecessary.
Throughout the Bible, we see God doing all sorts of stuff that I wouldn't necessarily deem to be good, but he deems it to be good. He goes in and calls for, like, the murder, the killing of people.
Yeah.
And he could have done that in many different ways, but he chose to do that. And I think him adding in that, like, why, if God is being presented as a good God throughout the Bible, why would the writers of the Bible include stuff like that to make the good God seem bad? That's why I also think it adds.
I don't think they did it to make him seem bad. I think they're just being sloppy.
No, I don't think so. You think that throughout the whole Bible, they're saying, like, someone's going to come and fix all of our problems. There's a good God. And then they randomly add in verses that say that God is commanding the killing of these people. I think that shows the sheer relevance of those verses, because the reality of what was actually going on during those times. Because if they were just presenting God in the Bible to be all good, all loving, that would kind of take away from those verses.
Oh, is God all good?
Yeah, he is.
Is he all loving?
Yeah.
Can you be all good and all loving while causing unnecessary suffering?
Yes, I think so. Because if he's the one that created us, so he can take life from us whenever he wants.
Not even close to what I'm asking. I said, can you be all good and all loving while causing unnecessary suffering? So, for example, like if I took my son to get his polio vaccine and the doctor came in and grabbed him by the arm and put the needle in him, the pinch of the needle is necessary suffering. You have to have it to get to the good part. But if the doctor walks in and punches my son in the nose and then gives him the shot, well, the doctor's a jackass. The punch in the nose is unnecessary. You can't be all good while causing unnecessary suffering.
So, like, natural disasters or just any extra suffering that we experience?
I would say any suffering that is not necessary is, by definition, the antithesis of good.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And God's okay with it all the time. And you've already pointed it out. God's even okay with blood vengeance. Like, he makes people suffer for crimes they never committed. In 2 Samuel 21, God has 7 random members of Saul's household executed for the crime that Saul committed. And he even makes the Israelites suffer for 3 years. The whole people group. It says there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years, year after year. And David inquired of the Lord, and the Lord said, there is blood guilt on Saul and on his house because he put the Gibeonites to death. So God is causing all of the Israelites to suffer through a famine. There probably a bunch of babies died, all because Saul, when Saul was king, he's not king anymore, he put to death some of the Gibeonites, and they were supposed to protect the Gibeonites according to Joshua chapter 9. And how does all this get fixed? Well, it gets fixed because they hand over, says, let 7 of his sons be handed over to us, and we will impale them before the Lord at Gibeon on the mountain of the Lord. The king said, I will hand them over. And then it happens. They impale them on the mountain, and it says they did all that the king commanded, and after that, God heeded the supplications of the land. So God not only believes in blood vengeance, but he believes in making innocent people suffer for blood vengeance.
Yeah, I think that the Old Testament has some very bad verses like that. Well, I don't know if I can consider them bad, but I think that God has a purpose in everything he does.
So what's the purpose in making innocent people suffer for somebody else's blood vengeance?
I don't think anyone's innocent.
So?
I think if you were created by God, he has authority to take your life whenever you want. And I think that's
okay. So your God's not a God of justice, and your God is just a matter, as long as you're the most powerful thing, you can do anything you want.
And I don't think that's not what I said.
So just because you create something, you should be able to do anything you want with it.
I mean, he's the God of the universe, so I think he can do whatever he wants to his creation.
Okay, so justice has no meaning in your religion then?
I mean, I think that he acts justice, but I don't know if...
What is justice?
Like moral obligation, like morals.
Well, justice means like the person being punished is getting what they deserve, or that like if you didn't do the crime, you don't get punished for it. Like, so if I robbed a store and my brother had to go to jail for me, we would call that unjust, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But what we find is God's perfectly okay practicing injustice in the Bible, like all over the place. For example, in 2 Samuel chapter 12, remember what happened to David with the whole Bathsheba incident? Do you remember the punishment that was given?
I don't. What was it?
Well, the baby gets sick and dies for 7 days. It's sick and then it dies. And then God says, I'm going to raise up trouble from within your own house. And I'm going to take your wives before your very eyes. And I'm going to have your companion or your neighbors sleep with them in broad daylight. And that happens. If you keep reading the story, Absalom runs a coup against his own father's household, chases David out of the palace. He's on the run. He's afraid for his life. He goes into the palace, takes 10 of David's concubines, and pitches a tent on the roof of the palace and sleeps with them in broad daylight as a show of force over his father to declare to the kingdom that I'm now in charge. And that's the punishment for Bathsheba, the Bathsheba incident. But those 10 women didn't do anything wrong.
Do you think it's possible that God could just be explaining what's going to happen in the future?
He said, I'm causing it to happen.
Maybe when he speaks what's going to happen in the future, he's causing it to happen.
I agree, yeah. He says, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So the punishment that is handed down is God is going to raise up Absalom from within his own house, and Absalom is going to forcibly sleep with 10 of David's wives.
What verse is that? 2
Samuel 12, verse 11 and 12.
Yeah. I didn't know about that verse, but I don't think it's good. But, because even if the woman, I'm not saying it would even be justified if they were doing stuff wrong, but even if they were doing stuff wrong, I don't think that would be a just punishment.
Right.
So, yeah. I'll write that verse down, just look into it, but I don't think I'm going to find anything.
You're not going to find much. Most commentaries want to skip over it. Now, the biggest problem for Christianity is not just the Old Testament. It's that the New Testament continually tells lies. So I tried to get through Jeremiah 31 earlier. I've still got it pulled up on one of my tabs, so I'll throw it up on the screen. Jeremiah 31 says something very interesting. And if you know anything about Jeremiah, he's writing about the Babylonian exile. He says that your children are going to be taken for 70 years and exiled in Babylon. And then there's a prophecy about the restoration and so on and so forth. But in verse 15 and 16, it says, thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children, and she refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. So this is clearly about the Israelites coming back from the land of Babylon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think the context is pretty clear. And if actually you can read the whole chapter, he talks more about it, about what's going to happen, when they come back. 17, there is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country. Indeed, I heard Ephraim pleading. You disciplined me, and I took the discipline, so on and so forth. So the problem we have is this passage, I think, is pretty clear that it's about the captivity. But if you just go to Matthew chapter 2, Matthew has something really interesting to say. When the babies are executed in Bethlehem, it says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But the prophecy of Jeremiah was about the Babylonian captivity, not about a bunch of babies being executed in Bethlehem many hundreds of years later.
Now, I have to say, this is the kind of stuff that you do that I just don't think is that important. If you're like looking into the Bible this much and you're critiquing little things like this, like I see people like critiquing things in the Bible, and it's like, oh, he said that he was gonna leave him out, but instead it's like something like different.
No,
It's
no,
like
no.
that's not that important.
This is very important. These are the prophecies that, according to the New Testament, are the validation for Jesus being the Messiah. But when we go back and read the prophecies, it's clear in the original context, they're not talking about what the gospel authors are saying that they're talking about. Jeremiah is not talking about a bunch of babies getting executed in Bethlehem 600 years later. He's talking about the children or the people being carried away in Babylonian captivity, that they're going to come back. They're going to return from their land. That's what the prophecy is about. So there's no reason to say that this was about a bunch of babies being killed in Bethlehem.
Okay, that is good finding, I think. But I just don't understand. Like, if you're searching this hard in the Bible for little mistakes like
It's
this,
not a mistake. It's a lie.
okay, but if it's a lie, then, like, I don't know why they would even purposely put it in. If it's, like, blatantly lying, I think it was a mistake. Because if it was a blatant lie, then why would they even put it in to begin with?
It's not because they thought that they could con people. They thought that they can quote things out of context and people would just believe it because they don't know any better. And a lot of them didn't know better. Taylor Tom, thank you for the subby. Big W, 15-month subscription. And Amy, 9-month. And Savage, 7 months. Big W, I appreciate that. And also Bad Religion, thank you so much for the face paint. I appreciate that too.
Can you show me what you think your best lie is in the Bible? I'm just wanting to know how, like, important it is to the overall meaning of the Bible. I want to see the biggest lie that is presented in the Bible.
Well, I think they're all important. So, for example,
I don't want to hear like a little small one though. I want to hear like the biggest lie.
the biggest lie?
Yeah, in the Bible that like contradicts the whole Bible in and of itself.
The fact that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecy, not even one of them.
Can you show me like what you think?
Yeah, I'm showing you right now. I'm going through them one by one. I'm going to show you that not a single prophecy in the Gospels was ever fulfilled by Jesus.
I do not think that's true. They're biblical scholars.
Find me one.
I'm not a biblical scholar at all. I don't do this. But there are biblical scholars who put their whole life's work to proving Christianity.
I know, they're wrong.
And you're saying that all of them are wrong? Even
Yeah.
people who are not Christians say that some of the prophecies in the Bible were fulfilled, and it's impressive.
Not one of them.
Okay, but who are you to say that the prophecies are wrong, going against generations of people who have said that they are true and put their whole lives into it? Is this what you do all the time?
This is what I do all the time. I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies, and you're the one that is saying that generations of people are wrong because the Jewish people rejected this fallacious application of prophecy, and they rejected it rightly because it's a fallacious way of reading prophecy. So you can't just say that, like, well, a lot of people believe it, therefore it's true, because I would just appeal to the Jewish people. So
Okay, I'm not saying just because people say that it's true, it's true. I'm just saying that just because you're saying that no prophecies were not one prophecy was fulfilled does not mean that no prophecies were fulfilled.
can you find me one?
I don't really know much prophecies off the top of my head.
How could you possibly know that Jesus fulfilled any prophecies if you don't know one of them? I told you I can go through them with you.
I know that one of them was he would be born of a virgin.
Okay, that comes from Isaiah chapter 7.
Says where he was going to be born.
In Bethlehem.
He would come from the land of Bethlehem.
That's Micah 5:2.
There would also be one that said that, I'm forgetting what they were about, that no bones in his body would be broken.
That's not a prophecy. There's no prophecy about that.
Okay.
That's a misapplication of Exodus chapter 12 when there's the instructions for the Passover meal. That's not a prophecy.
Then why do so many people refer to it as prophecy?
Because they're ignorant. They've never read the Old Testament. They just believe that when John said that in chapter 19, that it was true. Just like you've never read the Old Testament. Why do you think other Christians are reading it?
I've read the Old Testament.
Okay. Well, I don't think you have, because Isaiah 7 you said was about a virgin birth, and it's not. Isaiah 7 is about the war that's going on between the northern alliance between Ephraim and Aram, and how they're coming to attack Judea, specifically under the leadership of King Ahaz. And God sends the prophet Isaiah to King Ahaz 3 different times to tell him that your kingdom is not going to fall. In fact, you're going to be protected, but you need to have faith that I'm going to protect you. At the end of the very first prophecy, it says, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you will not stand at all. So the point of Isaiah 7 is for the people of Israel to stand firm during this particular war, which is why we read in chapter 7, verse 10, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about a child who's already been conceived. And before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that are attacking Ahaz are going to be wasted.
So they just happen to name Jesus the same thing.
They didn't name him. There's not a single instance in the New Testament or anyone ever called him Emmanuel.
I think that it's something in Matthew. Doesn't they say that they will call him Emmanuel?
It says they will call him Emmanuel, and then not a single person ever did.
But I'm saying that this verse right here is saying they shall call him Emmanuel, and
it doesn't say that.
Matthew, it says it again.
You're misquoting it. So Matthew changes the wording, by the way. The wording doesn't say that they shall call him Emmanuel. It says that he is going to be named. It says shall be named. And specifically, I think it was in the feminine in the original Hebrew. I have to go back and tell you. But it seems to be that the mother is the one that's declaring, the title of Emmanuel. But the Emmanuel title is not necessarily the name of the child, just like it's not the name of Jesus. It's just a prophetic title that gets used again in the very next chapter. In the very next chapter, when the prophecy actually comes true, the prophet himself cries out twice, O Emmanuel, as the prophecy is unfolding.
Oh, wait, so I think I'm confused because I thought that Matthew... Hold on, let me look it up.
It's in Matthew 128, I think.
Okay, yeah, so it says Matthew 122-23 NIV. All this took place to fulfill what the Lord had said through his prophets. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son, and they will call him Emmanuel.
Yep.
So you're telling me that Matthew is saying that the virgin will conceive, which is exactly what Isaiah is saying.
That's not what Isaiah said. Isaiah said, look, the young woman is with child, is already pregnant.
Did not say anything about a virgin?
Didn't say anything about a virgin.
Virtue son, different Lord. As my Isaiah 7:14 does say virgin,
because it's superimposing the New Testament Greek over top of it. The Hebrew doesn't say anything about a virgin. It says that she's a ha'amah, which means a young woman, and it describes her with the Hebrew word hara, which means an adjective. It means to be pregnant. So it's a pregnant young woman.
So they just added virgin.
Yeah. Also, it's important to remember that they couldn't read Hebrew. Matthew couldn't read Hebrew. He's quoting from a Greek translation of the Old Testament, and he doesn't even know Greek all that well, because at the time Isaiah was translated into Greek, the Greek word parthenos didn't always refer to someone who never had sex. It could refer to a married woman. In fact, in the writings of Homer, and even in Genesis of the Greek Septuagint, we see instances where it refers to somebody who's already had sex. Matthew didn't know that. Matthew read the Greek Septuagint and said, "Oh, it must be someone who never had sex before," and that's what he wrote into his narrative. But he doesn't know Greek or Hebrew.
So the original Hebrew for Isaiah 7:14, I meant Greek for 7:14, it was just a young woman, a pregnant young woman.
It's just a young woman, yeah. And the prophecy is to the king, right? It says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. He's talking to King Ahaz. The sign is for King Ahaz. And the sign is that there's a young child. And before that child knows how to know good from bad, from good from evil,
That's literally like representing Jesus as well, though.
It's
So
literally not. It says, before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose good, the land before you, whose two kings you are in dread, will be deserted. The prophecy is saying that before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be wiped out. And this is a sign to you that I am with you.
So then why do other Bible scholars deem this to be a correct prophecy?
They don't.
They don't? None of them do?
They don't. I don't know any reputable Bible scholars that think that Isaiah 7:14 is actually a prophecy about Jesus. I think the closest thing you can get to, Cyrus Gordon at some point tried to make a claim on it, but it was pretty weak. But like no serious Bible scholars thinks that Isaiah 14 in the original context was talking about Jesus. Most Bible scholars understand that this is like a typology, but typologies I think are nonsense.
So what do most Bible scholars, what prophets or prophecies do they deem to be correct?
None of them. If you actually read like an
wait. You think that Bible people, scholars, they don't think that any of the prophecies are correct in the Bible?
I'm saying the Old Testament prophecies about the Messiah, if you read an actual Old Testament scholar, they know that not a single one of them is talking about Jesus.
That is not true, because
It's true.
My professor at my old college I went to was a Bible professor.
Was he an Old Testament professor or a New Testament professor?
Old Testament.
Okay, and what did he say about the prophecies? Did he tell you that they were secondary fulfillments and typologies, or did he tell you that they were fulfilled in the original context?
Well, he was a world religions professor, and he wasn't able to talk about.
Okay, so he wasn't an Old Testament scholar, was he?
But he believed in the prophecies of the Bible.
But he wasn't an Old Testament scholar.
I mean, that was his specialty, was Old Testaments.
It certainly couldn't have been his specialty if he's teaching world religion.
Well, that's what it was. I don't know.
Certainly couldn't have been. In fact, I bet we can look up his credentials right now. What was his name?
Hold on. Let me go to my past classes. I don't even know if I remember my login, but I can try.
Mm-hmm.
This is also a community college, so he might not be.
Makes a lot of sense.
Because it was in high school. What? Selected user account does not exist, and tenant St. Petersburg College cannot access the application. The account needs to be added as the external user and the tenant first. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
St. Petersburg College is what you said?
Yeah.
That was World Religions with Mark Unger?
No, I think it was a woman. Her name was like... It was like a ethnic last name, like hard to pronounce.
An ethnic last name? What is that? What's an ethnic last name?
You don't know what ethnic last names are?
There is an academic department chair. It looks like Dr. Barbara Hubbard.
No, it was not Hubbard.
St. Petersburg College, is this in Florida?
Yeah. There should only be like 4 total professors, so just do the one that has
4 professors?
In world
What kind
religion,
of college is this?
there's like, it's for high schoolers. Mostly. Well, it's not just for high schoolers.
I mean, listen, they've got a list of faculty and staff. I mean, we can easily just look at the faculty directory here.
I also want to note to you that the professors at my college now, I've discussed with them the possible existence of a God, and I would say that the majority of them deem the possibility of the existence of a God. And a lot of them are Jewish, and a lot of them are Christian, a lot of them are atheist, but or agnostic, and even the agnostic people, like all of these professors, deem the existence of a God.
So?
The possible existence of a God. And I'm saying that these professors have crazy amounts of information. So
I don't think they do.
I mean, these are like the most renowned professors.
I would ask like someone with a background in science, because if you ask like a professor of cosmology or a professor in the sciences, by and large, they don't believe in God. But yeah, I would definitely expect somebody that's teaching world religion at a community college to be religious.
My chemistry teacher last semester was a Christian.
I'm sure they exist. I know.
But you just told me that people who teach science classes are not going to be Christian.
I didn't say that. I said overwhelmingly people in the sciences don't believe in God. That doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay, so the first science teacher that I've had in college just happened to be a Christian?
Yeah. That's probably why they're at a community college.
It's Vanderbilt University. It's not a community college.
Oh, okay. Vanderbilt's different. That's a real school.
Yeah. So she's a Christian from Vanderbilt University teaching chemistry. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if your argument for that was really that well.
My argument's good because it's just one professor. We've actually have surveys of people in the science fields, and with the actual surveys we have, the overwhelmingly don't believe in God.
And I also was talking to this actually interesting that you say this as well, because I'm in physics right now, and he was going over the laws. I'm not supposed to even really be taking physics. It has nothing to do with my related major, so I don't know much stuff going on in the class. But he deemed the eternal universe to not be that probable.
Well, I literally do a Sunday broadcast with an actual PhD physicist who agrees with me. So So Charlie, all you're doing is you're saying, I know a guy that agrees with me, but I could say, I know a guy that agrees with me. You have to provide something better than that. Like when I talk about cosmology, like I'm using positions that are widely held. I'm not just saying, well, I know one cosmologist that agrees with me. You understand the difference?
Oh, there we go. I didn't know how to mute myself. Yeah, I'm just saying that you were saying that well-known people, for the most part, are not going to be holding to the possibility of a God existing. I'm telling you that I'm at a current university where these have PhDs from the most profound places all across the world, and I'm giving you two examples of my first two teachers in the science classes that deem both the eternal universe for not having a high probability of existing, and my past chemistry teacher last semester being a Christian.
Cool. Did you hear what I said? Because what I just said was a rebuttal to that.
Yeah, and what's the difference? You're saying that my people are wrong and your people are right.
Wrong. No, I said I'm appealing to a consensus of the field. I'm not looking at one or two scientists. I'm looking at the whole field of scientists, which is why I told you, if you look at the field of science, they overwhelmingly reject the notion of a God.
And you know why? Because from the very beginning of science classes, from the moment you start to the moment you finish, it's telling you that science is true. From the very foundation of science, it's telling you that evolution is true, 100% fact. And you learn it, and you have to say it as fact. They don't say that it's a probability that it's true. They're saying evolution is true. They're saying that there is no chance that there was a creator. It most likely definitely came from the Big Bang. So these people are going from all the way from middle school to high school to college. They're getting PhDs in science classes. And from the very beginning, they're telling you that the probability of a God existing is not true. So I'm not surprised that the majority of scientists do not believe in the possibility of there being a creator, because from age 12 to 30, they're being told that evolution and all these things are true, and they're being presented as facts.
Actually, a lot of them were Christians before they went into higher education. In fact, that was That was my case, and in fact, Sarah just jumped up and joined us. That was Sarah's case. She's got a PhD in physiology, and she used to be a Christian as well, but she certainly isn't anymore.
That's cool.
I think evolution has got a lot of support, and the problem we have, and we kind of got off the beaten track here, is that the Bible just over and over again says things that are clearly not true. Like, it can't get history right, it can't get science right. It says that there's a dome over top of the earth, and that the earth is basically flat, according to Job 38. It says that the Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s, and says that they built the storehouses of Ramses, but Ramses didn't exist for another 200 years. Like, it just gets things wrong all over the place. It's not from God.
Okay, I guess it's different because it's claiming to be from God. But if you look throughout history, a ton of history books or things that have been proven to be true ended up being proven false. Many of the war times that we see throughout history, they say that they were in certain locations, but those locations were actually not the beginning of the conquest and all sorts of stuff like that.
Are you doubting we know when Ramses lived?
No, I'm just saying, to get stuff like that wrong that long ago and to like mess up on when Ramses existed, I just don't think is that important at all. Because I think
it is very important.
I'm just saying, if we look throughout history books, we can see all sorts of things that are not correct.
I'm talking about the Bible. We shouldn't find things in the Bible that are incorrect. The Bible says that rock badgers chew cud, and they don't. In fact, they lack the ability to regurgitate.
Like, for you to be investigating the Bible that much and you're coming away with information like that, I just do not think is very appealing. Like, for you to just be like, well, this is what I found, that these certain animals don't regurgitate.
But is the Bible true?
Is that really? It is. If you take 90% of any book, I'm not saying that that's in correlation to what the Bible is, but 10% of it is false. You don't say that the rest of the 90% is true. If it's saying that an animal can't eat a certain thing because they can't regurgitate, I really don't give a crap about that at all. Like,
yeah, but the question is, if the Bible says things over and over again that aren't true, why in the world would I believe the metaphysical claims that are in the Bible? Like, the Bible says that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, that she's not a virgin. But we got a physiologist with us right now that can tell you that less than half of women bleed their first time.
That's okay.
And Charlie, that happens to be particularly important rather than a tiny little detail, because that false information that was used to then say, let's put these women to death.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that everything that is in the Bible is God inspired. I think that it was made by man, because if it was God inspired, we wouldn't be seeing these mistakes in it. I think that the overall message of the Bible, that he would send his son to fix it, is God inspired. I don't think that everything is God breathed. And even if you look at the original Greek for the verses that says all scripture is God breathed, it's not actually saying God, or I think it was like God inspired or God breathed. There's like controversy to what that even means.
I know.
So I'm saying that, like, it's not even everything in the Bible. I don't think is like God is directly telling them like this animal eats this certain thing, but then we come to find out that it can't regurgitate. I don't think God was like whispering in their ear like, this is what you need to write. I think that the overall gist of the Bible in and of itself is what is true. I don't think the little details that like what animal he wrote on was inspired by God.
Okay, so when it says in Deuteronomy and Leviticus that God gave these laws to Moses, and Moses is uttering the laws of God, he's not actually doing that.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I wasn't.
When Deuteronomy and Leviticus claim that this is the utterance of God, it's not actually the utterance of God then.
Like the whole Bible in and of itself is the utterance of God?
No, the laws. According to the Old Testament, God gave every one of these laws.
Yes. I think the laws would be utterance of God.
Okay, so then you have to agree that in Deuteronomy 22, God gave a law to the Israelites that allows for women to be executed via stoning if they don't bleed on their wedding night.
I mean, I don't want to say yes to that, but I'm not sure exactly.
And we can read it for you. You want to read it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I really do have to go in like 5 minutes though to do a presentation. So
Yeah.
Charlie, I think the big question then is if you know that some of it is false, how do you determine which parts are true?
I think that the only thing that you really need to fully consider true in the Bible is the birth of Jesus and the resurrection of Jesus.
But that doesn't answer the question. How did you determine that those parts were true?
That the birth and resurrection of Jesus were true?
Uh-huh.
I think the birth of Jesus is well accepted, or like the Jesus in general is well accepted throughout the world. I think that people would deem that he was a real person.
So,
And I think there is also good evidence for the resurrection of Jesus.
I don't think there is. Do you think there's good evidence for Joseph Smith being a prophet of God?
I'm not sure.
But he's real. He predicted things. He predicted the Civil War was going to happen.
Okay.
But Jesus predicted things that didn't come true at all. Like in Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16:27-28, and Matthew 14:32, he says that his second coming is going to be imminent. It's going to be within the generation of the people still living there. But it wasn't. It didn't happen because he's not a Messiah.
Wait, the second coming?
Yeah. It says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
I don't understand the problem with that.
Are all those people dead?
Well, the second coming hasn't happened yet.
That's the point. Yep. And he said it's going to happen while some of you standing here with me will not have tasted death by the time it happens.
This is exactly what I mean as well, though. Like, you're not supposed to be taking that directly, literally.
Oh, so the words don't mean words anymore.
For some of the people standing here with me, I think that means, like, the people who are there who are not believers. Like, when you said that, I didn't even think anything was wrong with it at first, because my mind firstly thought of people here standing with me who are not believers.
Who's standing there?
But they're all dead too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, but like, people who were standing there with him, some of them were not believers.
Are they all dead?
Just how some of us today are not believers.
But
So
are
he's
they
saying
all
that
dead?
Yeah, they're all dead.
Okay, because it says some of you standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. They're all dead.
Yeah, I mean, I just, again, I'm not going to stress over a verse like that.
Over a lie. Sorry, Sarah, what are you going to say?
Oh no, I mean, this is not like a little tiny detail. This is Jesus telling his disciples about the second coming. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but again, even when you read it the first time, I think when many other people read it the first time, if you're reading it to contradict it, of course you're gonna look into every key thing.
I didn't read it to contradict it. I
You
knew
did.
this verse existed when I was a teenager, and I found it by reading the Bible when I believed that the Bible was true.
Well, then from an early age, it was probably hard for you to accept anything as truth. I think that's hard for me too, because like, for me to believe in the Bible, I have to think like, not everything in it is going to be easy to believe. But for a verse like this, just saying that will not taste death, I just don't think that is like literal. People there are not going to taste death.
What is it? What does it mean then?
Exactly what I thought it meant when you first read it.
Well, what does it mean? If it doesn't mean that they die, what does it mean?
I tried to explain it, but you thought my explanation was stupid. What I thought it meant was like some people like you who are standing here who are not Christians will not enter the kingdom of God.
He didn't
Like
say anything about entering a kingdom of God.
Or I meant his second coming, when they will not see the second coming.
He's talking to his disciples. You know that, right?
Yes, I know that.
He's talking to his disciples, and he says, some of you standing here, to his disciples, will not taste death. He's talking about dying.
Maybe it's meaning they will not taste death, as in they're already believers of God, so when they die, they'll go to heaven, and God doesn't consider dying going to heaven death, like true death.
There's only
death.
two deaths. There's a physical death, and then there's the second death. The second death comes after the judgment. It's after the second coming.
then
He
I'm
says
not
it
sure.
again in Matthew 24. He doubles down on it. He says it again in Matthew 10:23 even. He gives all the signs of the end times in Matthew 24, says the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And then he says, from the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, so you know that summer is near. So also, when you see these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. They're all dead too.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. All right, but I actually really do have to go though. So it was nice talking with you.
Charlie, thanks for coming through, man. Good to hear from
All right,
you.
thank you. See ya.
Cheers. The mental gymnastics that you have to
Oh,
engage
that was
in.
hard. That was hard to listen to.
Yeah, it was rough. I listen, I was a young apologist once. I get it. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Thank you, Rachel, for the $10 super chat. It says, anything God can do, Doug can do better. Doug can do everything better than God. No, he can't. Yes, he can. No, he can't. Yes, he... I'd sing. If I could sing, I'd sing it. Oh, this is an old one. Tim says, prove Jeremiah is about Babylonian captivity, or you could just read your own book and know it for your damn self. Unbelievable. I know. It's wild to me how many people like claim to know the Bible is the word of God, but they just haven't taken the time to read it. Nihilist, thank you for the $13.99 super chat. It says, Justin, question. When I bring up Deuteronomy 22, 13 through 20, Christians say that was part of the ethical law that Jesus abolished, and we should still follow the moral law. Do you have any idea what they mean? They're lying. They're just saying the parts of the law that we don't like, we're going to say are abolished, and the parts that we do like, we're going to say are still in effect. But take them to Matthew 5, 17 through 19, and show them where Jesus says that it's good to follow the law of Moses. He didn't say the 10 Commandments. He didn't say just a couple of the commandments. He just says the law and the prophets he came to fulfill. That includes all of the laws of Moses. And take them also to Deuteronomy, where in Deuteronomy it says to follow these laws literally forever. Deuteronomy 4, verse 1 and 2, Deuteronomy 12, verse 1 and 2, Deuteronomy 12, verse 32, Deuteronomy 12, verse 28. There's like a dozen instances where God, when he gave the laws, said to follow the laws forever. He didn't say anything about one day modifying the laws. Oh my gosh, guys, we have so many super chats that came in during some of these conversations. I'm going to try to get through all of them. Matthew, thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, I'd like to demonstrate the power of Christ to affect one's character by being a complete jerk. That works, right? Hell, Doug, you got it. I love it when people come up and say, like, the proof of God is that like he changed my life, but then like they're a complete jerk. I was like, well, that's not good proof. I don't think you're helping yourself. Ben, thank you for the super chat. It says the overwhelming majority of Christian New Testament scholars agree that we don't know who wrote the Gospels. Guy has no idea. Yeah, that's from the way previous caller. I agree. New Testament scholars overwhelmingly agree that the Gospels were originally anonymous. Wilma Dickliff, good to hear from you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, when do we get a Christians aren't Christian, they're Pauline discussion? Let the pebbles come to me, the Gospel of Doug, part 20. So eventually we will have to do that. I don't know how we word the topic though. You know what I mean? Like how do we word the topic to have that discussion of like, hey, as it turns out, Pauline Christianity is not the same as Jesus Christianity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could say like something like you follow Paul instead of Jesus or something.
Oh, that could be it. That could be it. Oh, there we go. Space, you got it. Yeah, it was Matthew 10:21 and Mark 13:12. That is a direct word for word copy. Says sibling will betray sibling to death, and a father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death. And then Mark 13, sibling will betray sibling to death, and a father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death. Even in English and in Greek, it's going to give you the same word order. Yeah, because they're copying from each other. This is not a questionable topic in New Testament scholarship. It's wild to me that people are questioning this. Jeremy, thank you for the super chat. It says, thank you, Justin, for what you do. We need more people like you. Well, you know what? We've got Sarah and we've got M. We've got a bunch of people that are like me doing these debates. And Icon, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, we do have photos of other planets with storms, natural disasters, asteroids hit, and yet no people living there in sin. Does human sin extend to other planets? That's such a good point, because if natural disasters are a product of sin, why do they exist on planets with no human beings? It's crazy.
That is a really good point.
And Menno, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm a nurse practitioner. What's the best short response when a patient says they will pray that Jesus shows himself to me? I mean, I would just say, well, that's hard because as a nurse practitioner, you have to have like bedside manners. You have to like, there's like a way you interact with your patients. You can't be antagonistic with them. Because like, I'm not a nurse. I would say something snarky, but you can't do that as a nurse. You got to be good. So, I would just say, appreciate the kindness. But I've already asked and he has already said no, obviously. So no need to praying for me. But yeah, that's a tough one. I don't get that a lot from people in the wild. I only get it from people in debates. That's the last thing they cling to when they've been cooked. Is like, well, I'll pray that God reveals himself to you because, okay. All right, guys, let me get a guest in here. All right. Oh my gosh, there's so many guests waiting to get in. All right, let's grab Yahweh Elohim Yahusha.
Woo.
That's a mouthful. Erica, thank you for becoming a subscriber on TikTok. I appreciate that. While we're waiting for Yahweh Elohim Yahusha to connect, let me grab some super chats. Wildman Chris, good to see you again tonight. Says Job 122. Job nor charged God foolishly. Job 4:11. They consoled him for the evil the Lord had brought upon him. Paradox or contradiction? Well, that's the hard thing, because in biblical Hebrew, the word for evil and the word for like bad or calamity is all one word. Like they didn't really differentiate badness from evil. Like the idea that evil is this transcendental category is different, right? Mike, thank you for the Hail Odin drink to victory. Big W. I appreciate that. Hail Odin. I like Odin. And this guest is not connecting, so let me grab the next guest and they dropped. Cool. All right. So we'll grab the next guest. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says, how do these people not get even a twinge in their spidey sense when they vaguely wave at an idea? You name the verse. I'd be super worried by that. I know.
Yeah, that's gotta be very intimidating.
Yeah, if I was in a conversation declaring to know the truth and the guy I was talking to could just tell you where the verse was at whatever they're talking about, that would be like a white flag moment. I'd be like,
never mind.
I don't know if I'm in the right place. Like if I was talking to somebody about the Quran and every time I brought something up, he's like, oh, that's in Surah 248. Oh, that's in Surah 845. I'm like, oh, this guy knows the Quran. I got to tread carefully here.
Definitely.
All right. Jay is not connecting either. Jay, I'm going to keep moving on. If you want to come in, you're welcome to come in anytime. But I got to keep moving through the queue. So we'll do what we can. We're going to get AJ every day in here. And Jordy, thank you for the super chat. Jordy says, can you give me a Jesus failing a prophecy flatly? Well, all of them. Like Zechariah 9:9, love it. Says that he's going to be a king and he's going to defeat Israel's enemies. And Jesus was never a king. He never defeated the enemies of Israel. Flatly failed. Didn't do it. We haven't talked about slavery tonight, but Evan says Christians on slavery, you have to understand the context. Christians on prophecy, context doesn't matter. You nailed it 100%. Yeah, the minute they don't like what it says, they want to say you don't know the context. But then when you read the prophecy, they're like, oh, ignore all the context. It doesn't matter. We're going to apply a new subjective meaning to it, and the subjective meaning is whatever my New Testament tells me it is. All right, they didn't connect either, so we're just going to keep on rolling. We've got Wisdom Aiki Chua Okoro Chuwu. coming up. We'll see if they can connect. Jordy says badgers were never mentioned. I think you're referring to Leviticus 11, chapter 4 and 5, talking about the rock badgers. Yeah, it's in there. The rock badgers are in there.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I don't know what a rock badger is.
It's well, the other name for a rock badger is also hard to identify. It's a hyrax.
Oh, wait. Is that? Would you see that like at the zoo? Because I feel like I've seen that word before.
Yeah. It's related. I'll show you. Hold on. So it's related to the marmots, I thought.
Oh yeah. No, I totally know what that is.
Right? Aren't they related to marmots?
They
Marmots
look like marmots. I don't know, but they're cute. Oh,
I know they're adorable, aren't they?
I just kind of want to squish them.
They might not be marmots. I could be wrong. I thought they were, but who knows? Anyways, that's a rock badger, and according to the Bible, they chew cud, but they certainly don't. Space Lord says, "We know when Ramses ruled. We have his mummy. Yes, we have material evidence, literally from Ramses' lifetime. We have his body." Origami said, "My favorite YouTube cooking channel." Well, big W to you. That guest dropped out. We have a lot of guests not connecting. We'll try Lucas now. Melodious, thank you for the super chat. Says guest can't stop lying to himself. I know. He was doing his best to defend the book. I just think this is the first time he's ever been pressed on these things that he didn't know what to say, and he wasn't willing to like concede the nonsense. So this guest is trying to connect. They did not connect. Lucas, come on back if you can find some Holy Spirit Wi-Fi. We're going to keep on moving though. We'll grab Scarface King, see if they can connect. Eli says, "I feel sorry for this caller. I know. I felt a little bit bad for him." It says, "As he reminds me of myself when I was a Muslim, albeit nowhere to the extent of ignorance. Confirmation bias will run your impetus for truth into the ground." That's basically it, right? Like, Sarah, remember when we were both Christians, like, when people brought up difficult passages of the Bible, typically the first instinct is to like try to make the problem go away, right?
Right.
Rather than looking at it and be like, "Oh, that is a problem. Oh shit, I guess I don't believe anymore." Your first instinct is to self-preservation, right?
Right. You have to defend it.
Right.
Yeah, you already have come to the conclusion. And so the contradicting evidence just has to be defeated rather than considered.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You make it go away. Yeah. I had a boss back when I was a young man. And like when customers called in, cause like one of their robots broke, our policy was the goal is to get it fixed and get it working, even if it wasn't like the preferred method. Like, and he would say, like, before you left the office, he would say, "I don't know what the problem is, but make it go away before you leave." He didn't care how you did it. Just make sure it didn't come back. All right. We'll get Joe Smith up in here. Come on. Somebody connect.
Right. Ooh. Checkers was getting into the dog food. So
W Checkers.
What are you doing, you crazy Benny?
Well, Joe's not connecting. We'll give him a second. Well, I'll read a super chat. If you don't connect by the end of the super chat, I got to move it to the next one. Flanker, thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. It says, "It's not the fault of skepticism and science that your religious narrative has no evidence. Scientists are simply following the evidence, unlike religion, which starts with the conclusion and works back." Religion starts with the conclusion and then is seeking to find the evidence supporting that conclusion. It's kind of like, remember when you took your first writing class, maybe in high school, they would say, form your hypothesis and your conclusion, and then fill in the supporting evidence for the argument. And that's basically what Christianity is doing. They're saying, we got the hypothesis. Now we just have to fill in the supporting paragraphs. And now you've got a complete essay. Jay, I tried to pull you up again. I saw you jumped back in the box, but you didn't connect. We're going to keep on rolling, though. I mean, we're going to do what we can.
Is it your internet?
No, they just keep dropping.
Oh.
All right, we're going to get Tanashia. How close was I?
Remarks that have since been made there by
Ton? Hello?
I hear the news.
Ton? Ton,
Yeah, but we get to connect.
did you get up here by accident? Ton? Hey, yeah, how's it? Okay, well, we'll keep moving. Guys, while we're finding a guest, please make sure you're following Sarah and Ems. Both great friends of mine. Both have channels here on TikTok. Also, join the Discord. We've got a bunch of people offline on the Discord that you can dialogue with and deconstruct with and ask questions and find resources. And I think we finally got someone to connect. Iggy, thank you for the super chat. Iggy says, "Hey, Justin, would you be interested in doing a topic on whether Christians should still be Christians without the reward of heaven?" I mean, I think it's a lovely concept. I love the concept. The problem with some of these things is it's such a narrow topic that it's hard to turn it into a 5-hour debate. You know what I mean?
Did we lost our guy?
We lost him. We're gonna get somebody though. Let's get Desiree up in here. We'll see if Desiree can connect. I'll read Adam's super chat while Desiree's loading. It says, "Can you give me a prophecy Jesus fulfilled? Have you read the Old Testament?" No and no, but please read it to me so I can explain how your atheist interpretation is wrong. That's basically it. I've never read it, but I know your interpretation can't be right because somebody else told me.
Yep.
Bobby, again with the super chat, thank you so much. Says, when Christians claim that the laws only applied to Israel, but their own scriptures say that they were grafted onto Israel, they should just show how ignorant they are of their own text. I agree. The closest you're going to get is some of the later, I'm going to call them redactions in the New Testament, have this idea that not all of the law was supposed to be meant for the Gentiles, but only for the Jews. And in Mark chapter 7, there's this whole discourse on the washing of hands, and Jesus, according to Mark, nullifies the food laws. I just think Mark was wrong, though. I think Mark misunderstood what Jesus was saying. But we've got Hipster with us. How you doing, Hipster?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. I am not a Christian, not a theist. I just wanted to come on here and say that for the theists, I was not raised in any religion. So I am open. Come and convince me. I've had no church. I've gone to no place. I'm covered in original sin. I haven't been baptized. I'm open. Give some good arguments. Try to sway me.
For sure. Yeah, I'm
That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah. I'm bathing over here in original sin.
I'm over in the sin. I can't get rid of it. Don't want to. But yeah, I've been watching a few lives and I've been sitting in the chats being like, these are terrible. Like, I would never choose to believe what you just said. That would never sway me.
Yeah, I agree. As a non-believer, if these were the best arguments you can come up with, I don't think they're very persuasive arguments. And obviously, they're not going to persuade me, but I don't think they would persuade anybody that was just like a run-of-the-mill non-believer.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to come on, because I think that a lot of them walk away and they're like, well, no one's ever going to change his mind. And I'm just like, guys, no indoctrination here. No one's told me anything about anyone.
Right.
Bring me some truths.
Yeah.
Make me see it.
Well, we're going to try to get somebody, Hipster.
Cool beans. Yeah. Have a good night.
All right. Cheers. Have a great one.
Bye.
Claudia, thank you for the bubble gum. I appreciate that. And we're going to keep rolling through the queue, guy. I think we've got a list of people now that are, none of them are new. So I'm going to start grabbing people. We have one person that's new here. I always try to prioritize guests that haven't been on the show yet.
Hello?
Life for Yeshua. Welcome in.
What's up?
Life for Yeshua. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 18, and I'm an Orthodox Christian, Eastern Orthodox.
Sure. Cool. What would be your best argument or your most convincing evidence for the God of the Bible being real?
Well, first off, do you mind if I do like a classical apologist approach to this, where I prove the existence of God, and then further down the line, prove the existence that it has to be the Christian God?
I mean, you're welcome to try, but you won't get past number one.
Okay, so I would say God's existence is essential, and that God is going to be like the necessary precondition to like transcendentals things like eight.
What's the
Yeah,
proof that
so
transcendentals exist?
well, okay. So do you believe that if you pick out an object, it is that object?
I don't think transcendentals exist, by the way.
So do you disagree with all scientific studies?
No, I agree with scientific studies. You don't.
No, scientific studies rely on the regularity of nature. So how could you
We're talking about
accept them?
transcendentals, not regularity.
Irregularity in nature is a transcendental.
It's not.
So how is the regularity of nature not a transcendental? Physics don't really exist within reality. They're just
The
a
regularity
pattern
of
that we see.
nature is literally just repeatability or consistency of something. It has nothing to do with whether or not something is transcendental.
Okay, so is causality actually material?
Causality is a description of way things behave.
Okay, so I'm asking you if causality is going to be something that materially exists.
No, causality
AKA
is not
transcendental.
is not immaterially existing.
Do you understand the regularity of nature?
I do.
Holds to causality.
Yeah, and causality is a description of the way nature behaves. It's not a thing that exists.
So how can you trust scientific studies if it relies on something that doesn't materially exist? You just blindly accept that.
Science doesn't rely on transcendentals.
So scientific studies don't rely on causality?
They rely on causality. Causality is the way the universe behaves. It is not a thing that exists transcendentally. It is a description. You're confusing the map for the place.
Again, I'm asking you why you would rely on such a principle if it doesn't materially exist.
It doesn't have to materially exist for the concept to work.
Well, I'm saying given your worldview. Given your worldview, how could you rely?
My worldview is that transcendentals don't exist.
Yes.
It's up to you to demonstrate that transcendentals do exist.
I just explained to you that causality is going to be transcendental.
Causality is not transcendental. Causality doesn't exist on its own. It's just a description of the way the universe behaves.
So you don't agree? So do you find causality to be material, or do you think it's non-physical?
It doesn't exist. It's not a thing that exists. It is the way, like the universe that we're in. It's the way the universe behaves. It behaves in a way in which the cause precedes the effect. It's causality.
So you hold to this principle so heavily that scientific study, that's like kind of the basis, is causality to accept certain principles, but yet you don't think it exists?
No, it doesn't exist. It's a description of behavior.
So causality doesn't exist?
No, causality is an abstract concept. It's a description of the way things behave. It is not something that exists.
What do you think a transcendental is?
Transcendentally.
So I want to understand, what do you think a transcendental is?
Transcendental is something that exists outside of the mind and is transcendental to all existence, meaning even if all human beings disappeared today, it would still exist.
So you think causality just wouldn't exist if we didn't exist?
Causality does not exist. The word causality is a description of behavior. It doesn't actually exist.
So you don't think things have causal relationships?
They have causal relationships, but causality is not a thing that exists. It's not a stuff. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You can't feel it. It doesn't actually exist. It is
it's immaterial. I understand.
It is a description of behavior.
So why would you hold to it if it doesn't materially exist? Why do you assume causality? I assume you assume causality throughout your entire life.
I assume that
if you drop a pencil, it'll hit the floor every single time.
I assume that causes precede the effect. That's how the universe behaves. You don't need to believe in transcendentals to know that the universe behaves.
I'm asking you, why would you assume that? I'm asking you, why would you assume that?
Because we know it to be the case.
How so?
Because we've never
that's begging the question.
We've never seen an effect precede the cause.
So, because you can empirically prove it?
Yeah. Can you give me one instance where the effect preceded the cause?
Can you empirically prove empiricism? Like, What do you mean? You derive truth from only empirical?
He's so stuck on his scripted talking points. Did you actually hear what I said?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, and you say you derive the truth of these non-physical things from empirical things.
Do you believe that there is an effect that precedes the cause of anything?
No.
Okay, so you and I agree. Then all causes.
Yes, we agree, but I'm saying,
okay.
I'm saying,
and is
that your
is that
belief is going to be irrational given your worldview.
Is that the way the universe behaves?
Yes, we can both agree, but that doesn't.
Okay,
I'm saying, given your worldview, it wouldn't make sense for that to be the case.
It does.
Are you not hearing me?
It does.
Do you not understand the argument?
Yes. I'm sorry that you're too slow to grasp my argument. My argument is simple.
Do you think? I think that causality doesn't?
That cause and effect is the way the universe behaves. There's no such thing as cause and effect that actually exists transcendentally.
So why would you hold to any scientific study?
Because we know that cause and effect happens.
We know. How do we know? That's begging the question. How do we know?
Because we've never observed anything ever. We've never.
And you're just relying on empiricism, which you can't empirically improve.
We've never observed
prove empiricism.
We've never observed a cause preceding the effect. Now, if you think that effects can precede the cause.
I don't think that. I'm critiquing your worldview. I don't think you understand.
You're not critiquing anything. You don't understand at all.
No, well, you have yet to give me the foundation for causality.
There is no foundation. It's just the way the universe behaves. Like, you can describe the behavior of something without saying that there's something causing the behavior to be that way.
Yeah, of course, I do believe you could hold to your worldview. I'm just saying it would be irrational.
It's not irrational. How is it irrational?
Because you kind of agreed that there's going to be this like universal principle that causality exists.
I'm not saying it's a universal principle. I'm saying that is the way the universe behaves. There's no law making it behave that way. There's nothing causing it to behave that way. That is just the way it works. That's the way the universe behaves. In fact,
I'm asking you how you would know that.
It certainly could be that when this world collapses and another one regenerates, that there's a world in which effects can precede the cause. What I'm saying is, in the world we live in, we've never observed an effect to precede the cause.
Yeah, that's just going to be relying on empiricism, but you can't empirically
that's all you
prove
have.
Empiricism.
That's all you
Can
have.
you empirically prove empiricism?
Well, empiricism is not a thing to be proven, first of all. That's your first problem. So all these really dumb Darth-Dawkins gotcha questions don't work on me. I've already heard them.
Well, you literally haven't it. So you're saying you hold to the idea that you can empirically, that all...
Empiricism is not a thing to be proven. Empiricism is a process. It's a scientific process that we engage in by looking at the world around us and saying, this is how it seems to behave. And then if we find something later that contradicts that, say, listen, we thought it behaved a particular way, but it actually behaves a different way on these particular occasions, then we would change our empirical observations.
Again, my argument isn't that empiricism isn't practically useful. My argument is that holding to the idea of empiricism would be irrational because
why?
It would be special pleading.
It's not special
saying
pleading.
You're saying you could derive all truth from empiricism.
I didn't
correct?
say that.
So
you keep assuming things in my worldview that I don't have.
So how do you think you derive truth?
I think causality exists because time exists.
Are you not going to answer my question?
I literally just answered your first question before you went on to the next question.
Okay, time is just going to be another thing that you can't prove.
Causality exists because time exists. Yeah, if time didn't exist, then there would be no such thing as cause and effect. Everything would be happening all at once.
Okay, how can you prove time?
Because if there was no time, everything would be happening all at once. Time is a thing that makes a moment a moment.
Okay, so you hold to time. So do you hold to infinite past?
Do you think that time exists?
Do you hold to an infinite past?
Yes, I do. Do you think that time exists?
Yes, I. Again, this is a critique of your own worldview. It's like you don't understand my argument.
Imagine believing time exists. I love it how, so he came up saying he's going to prove God exists.
Oh my gosh. Like, you don't understand a critique of your own worldview. I hold to...
His argument for why his God exists is he doesn't like my worldview. Notice how your argument for why your God exists is now burden shifted. You've said, no.
So is it reductio?
What you've done is he said, I actually don't like your worldview. And because I don't like your worldview, mine is true by default. But even if my worldview was wrong, even if science was wrong, you still haven't supported the idea that your God needs to exist somehow. So that's actually the argument I'm waiting for.
Again, the tag argument is just going to be proven paradigm v paradigm, right? It's going to be a reductio ad absurdum argument. If you can't give me a epistemology that's not going to be circular,
I love these
then it doesn't
philosophy
exist.
101 guys.
Okay, I mean, you could throw all the
I'm still waiting
insults at me. It's not going to actually refute the argument.
I'm still waiting for the argument that transcendentals exist. That's premise number 1 of your argument. You have failed to support the first premise of your argument.
When I try to engage to whether transcendentals exist or not, you keep on appealing to the idea that that certain principles like causality can only be empirically derived, correct?
How do you know that causality exists?
Okay, so are you not going to answer that?
I've already answered it.
Are you not going to answer my question?
The only thing we have is our powers of observation and our powers of thinking. Those are methods of empiricism. If you think that you have a method that is outside of empiricism, then you would have to demonstrate that that method exists and should be trusted.
Again, I'm not saying that empiricism doesn't work practically. I'm saying to anyone that would hold to the idea of empiricism, the worldview would collapse.
Not in the least. So I'm still asking for you to demonstrate that transcendentals actually exist. And it seems like you actually can't do that.
So when I
which
engage,
is why you actually keep burden shifting away from the transcendental argument. I'm asking for the evidence that transcendentals exist.
Right, and when I engage with you and you agree that there's a certain universal principle that exists, and I ask you, how do you know that universal principle exists? You rely on
didn't say that
a form of empiricism.
I didn't. Okay. You keep lying. I didn't say that there's a universal principle.
So you agree that causality, we observe causality, correct?
Yes, I'm saying all the information we have demonstrates that the effect always comes after the cause. We refer to this as causality. And the reason why things have a causality is because time exists. And time separates one thing from another. It's the thing that allows action to happen. Time is just going to be
another thing that... Okay, how do you prove time?
You already agree. Both of us agree that time exists. I don't have to...
I agree it exists. I'm saying in your worldview, it wouldn't make sense.
So you and I both agree that time exists, which means neither one of us has to support the premise that time exists. Do you understand?
I'm saying given your worldview, time would be irrational for it to exist.
It would not.
Okay, so what is time? Or how do you prove time?
How do you prove time?
I would say, because I observe it, but it would make the principle of time would make sense.
You just said...
Okay, are you just going to interrupt me before I fully finish my sentence?
You just said you can't trust empiricism. So now you can trust empiricism all of a sudden when it comes to proving time?
An observation doesn't necessarily imply empiricism, right? Because I don't hold to a worldview that every truth value can be derived from empiricism.
Imagine going to school to study philosophy to get cooked by a guy that took one philosophy
It's like
class.
You're not listening. It's like you're not listening. Okay, I agree that time exists because you can observe it. But the idea, the principle of time... The reason why we observe time to be consistent is because there's a necessary precondition of a mind outside of space and time
Demonstrate
that would keep it regular. I'm trying to. I'm using reductio ad absurdum, so I have to disprove.
You're saying you don't like my worldview, so your worldview is true by default. I'm asking you to demonstrate the validity.
Would you agree that
of your worldview?
You either believe in a god or you believe
in your worldview. You believe in transcendentals. That's the basis of your argument so far. And the basis of your argument has failed. So I'm not going to let you pivot from the transcendental argument until you just concede you can't actually finish the premises and get to the conclusion.
Again, do you agree that you either believe in a god or you don't believe in a god?
Endless pivots. No, some people don't have a claim on that.
Okay, but that's not. It's a binary option, right? The object in front of you is either an apple.
Some people are okay. Some people are undecided.
Are you going to listen to me?
I'm going to listen to you. I need you to actually listen to my answer, child. Some people don't have an opinion on whether or not God exists.
Okay, but it's still a binary option. If you hold a pencil in front of you, it's either a pencil or not a pencil, correct?
In real life, you ask me what people believe.
You either believe it's a pencil or not a pencil, correct?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Your belief is not
That's what it's
a
a binary choice.
dichotomy.
Just because somebody refuses to answer the question, right?
I'll try this again. When you're talking about what people beliefs are not binary choices. Now, it might be true that the answer in reality could be binary, but when we're talking about what people believe, it's not binary, because somebody can always say, I don't know.
But that would just not be an answer.
It would, yeah. I don't know is an answer.
So if you hold a pencil in front of you, is it a pencil or not a pencil?
I believe there's a pencil, but some people might
Right.
not
If somebody
know
was to
the
reject the
answer
question,
to
does that change
every
the reality?
question that you answer them.
You're not answering. Is somebody who holds a pencil in front, it's either a pencil or not a pencil. If you just refuse to
I
answer that
agree.
question, you're not engaging with reality,
Right, but
correct?
you're talking about things that don't exist and have no proof, right? So when you're talking about the God concept, there's a lot of people who don't know if God exists. It's not a binary decision for everybody. You're not holding a God in front of their face and saying, is this God? You're saying, this thing we have no evidence for, this thing we have no proof for, do you believe it exists? Some people say yes, some people say no, some people would be in between.
Okay, so let's say I say the premise God exists. What would be the opposite of that? God doesn't exist, correct?
Yep.
Maybe God, and then somebody says maybe God exists. Is maybe God exists a truth claim?
No, it is their belief.
Exactly,
I'm
it's a
saying
binary option.
that's what you asked me, dum-dum. You asked me about what people believe, and believing something is not a binary choice. I've said it 3 times. Reality may have a binary choice, but what people believe is not binary.
So you don't think atheism and theism are binary choices?
They are binary choices in reality, but that doesn't mean that a person believes binarily. They could be in the middle. They could not know. They could not have thought about it.
But that wouldn't be a truth claim.
I never said anyone's making a truth claim.
But when
he's
you're
getting so worked up
when
'cause
you're
he's not on
asserting
his
God
script.
exists or God doesn't exist, that's a truth claim, correct?
Oh yeah, if you come out and say, listen, God does not exist, that would be a claim. Now, if you said I don't believe,
What's the only?
if you said I don't
Yes. What's the?
believe, if you said I don't believe God exists, that's not a truth claim. That's just a statement of belief.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, God exists or God doesn't. God exists or God doesn't exist. Is that a binary?
Yeah. That question is a binary choice. The God either exists or he doesn't exist.
So if you prove the idea that any worldview under God doesn't exist to be false, would it necessarily imply God existing to?
No.
So what would be the other option?
Because you still have
that
to.
half God exists.
You'd have
like,
to.
what is the other option?
You would have to disprove every variety of atheism possible. And
yes,
you can't
and
do it.
that's what I'm.
That's
what the tag argument does.
It doesn't do that at all. A tag
It's
argument
it's
attempts
just
to use
practical
transcendentals as evidence for the God, which you failed to do. What you're attempting to do.
Well, you failed to engage. You're just saying, "Oh, well, I can empirically see it." Well, that doesn't.
What you're attempting to do is say, if your worldview doesn't make sense, then my worldview is true by default. But that's not actually the case. It's still up to you to defend your worldview with evidence. And the closest thing you've come so far is transcendentals exist. But I disagree. Transcendentals don't exist. I have no reason to believe they exist. So I'm asking you to
we're
support.
fighting on that point.
So I'm still asking you to support premise number 1. And remember, this is a 2-part conversation. You're going to prove God exists, and then you're going to prove that it's your God. And you can't even get past premise number 1 of argument number 1.
Yeah, because when you're making a circular argument, so how would that be possible?
It's not circular. Demonstrate that
transcendentals exist because they exist.
Demonstrate that they do.
Okay, would you agree? You agree causality is something we observe, correct?
Causality is a description of the way the material world behaves. It is not a thing that exists. We've already been over it.
I just said I said, do you hold
let's try this again.
The idea that
the causality argument is not going to
observable?
help you. Do you have a better argument? Because I'm going to give you the same answer over and over again.
You said because of time, and then I'm asking you,
He's
how
stuck on
can
his
you prove
script.
time works?
He's still stuck on it.
Or something. How can you prove that you can observe time?
You and I both agree that time exists. Nobody has to prove it.
I don't understand
I'm saying,
why
given
we-
your worldview, it wouldn't make sense to hold to that time is an observable thing. Do you not understand the argument?
No. Why would my worldview negate time existing?
Because there wouldn't be something prior to this.
I
What's the
know.
word?
There's nothing
This
prior to
phenomenon
time.
that we see in nature.
There's nothing prior to time. Time has always existed.
You're saying we have an infinite past?
Yeah, you want to
do you want to go down that road?
I do, yeah, because your next argument is that infinite regresses don't exist, and you're wrong on that one. And you're also wrong that time could be
Okay,
created.
prove that infinite regress exists.
Prove that they can't.
You hold to the position that infinite regress exists. I'm asking you to prove.
But you haven't proved anything yet. Your entire defense is telling Justin that his worldview doesn't make sense to you. You have not demonstrated anything.
So when I ask you a question, do you not engage?
I know. He's such a child. He can't actually engage in any argumentation in defense of his position.
Well, the only argument he has is to try to tear your argument down. But
it's
reductio ad absurdum. It's a valid argument.
It's not a valid argument. It's called burden shifting because you're a coward.
Reductio ad absurdum is a value.
You can't actually support the premises of your own argumentation.
A reductio is a valid argument.
You're not doing a reductio. You're doing a more wordy God
yeah,
of the
gaps. Whole process is going to be. God, how am I doing a God of the gaps?
Because you're saying if your worldview has some error in it, I'm just going to insert God into that error. And there's no reason to believe that the time couldn't exist forever. It doesn't violate any laws of the universe. Doesn't violate any laws logically. There's no reason why it couldn't. Give me the P and not P.
P and not P would be the idea that you hold to that all these observable things, right? You see that they're consistent and they work, correct?
You're going back to causality again.
Yeah, because you're just circular. You're saying,
it's
well,
wild.
I see it exists, therefore it exists.
It's wild how they can't actually get off their script. Want me to give you a premise-based argument for why your God didn't create time?
Sure.
Premise number 1 is any act of creation is a change of states. Agree?
Change of states? Well, I wouldn't agree with that. What would be a state prior to all states?
Any act
like
of
non-existence
creation,
to existence?
Yeah. If something is created, there's a state in which it exists and a state in which it does not exist, right?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So all acts of creation are a change of state, yes?
Well, I would say that to say that there's a state of non-existence, I wouldn't understand what that means.
You don't understand what it means to not exist?
No. I mean, how could you prove that non-existence?
Did you
is
exist
a state?
before your mother birthed you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say necessarily.
Oh, so you
say that
do
would
understand
be a state.
non-existence? Okay.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's a state.
Yeah, it's a state of non-existence.
I would say that for particular things, but not to prior to every single thing.
I'm not asking about every single thing. I'm asking about time.
Okay, go.
And the argument's about time. Okay, so any act of creation, meaning something goes from not existing to existing, is a change of states, right?
Sure.
Cool. Any change of states has a before state and an after state.
Sure. I'll just go down through this argument and see what I disagree with. Sure.
I mean, if it doesn't have a before and an after state, that means it wasn't created. It means it always existed. So you have to agree to it.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. Premise number 3 says anything with a before and an after state requires time, obviously implied by before and after.
No, I wouldn't hold to that.
Okay, so then premise number 2 was that every change of state has a before state and an after state?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that necessitates time.
I'm talking about any act of creation. Doesn't matter what the creation is. It requires a state in which something existed and a state in which it didn't exist, right?
Right, but I wouldn't hold to that time has to. Sorry, I wouldn't say that time has to be necessary for this.
So you can have a before and an after without time.
If there's nothing, how can time exist? Right, time is going to be a measurement of motion, correct?
I'm saying, can you have a before and an after without time?
No, I guess no.
There we go. So if there's a before state and an after state, something going from nothing to something, then there must be time because there's a before and an after, right?
Well, if you're saying that complete total non-existence, there's no time, because time is the measurement
Neither
of motion,
one of us
correct?
believe in complete nothingness. I
So
don't
what
know
is
why
time?
you.
Is
I
it the
don't know
measurement
why
of
you
motion?
I don't know why you keep moving to this. You don't believe in nothingness, and neither do I.
I would just say time wouldn't exist prior. In non-existence, time doesn't exist.
What is prior to time? With you just invoke time when you can't use the word
Okay.
prior. Prior is a time connotation.
Yeah, sorry. I would say in non-existence, time doesn't exist.
Again, you don't believe in non-existence.
Well, I guess I'm talking in a material sense.
In my worldview, I don't believe in non-existence, and neither do you. You're arguing somebody's worldview that's not here.
Yeah, I just said. Are we talking about time as in referring to emotion?
No.
But what is time?
Time is the
I
thing
need
that
to understand what.
time is the thing that makes motion possible.
So what is time? Time is a measurement of what?
Time is the measurement of any two, we'll call it moments. It's the thing that allows like events to transpire rather than things happening all at once.
So how would you? How would you measure time?
We're doing it right now. You know what a clock is?
I'm asking you how you would measure time.
By the
How do
passing
scientists
of moments
define time?
between events.
Do you not? Do you understand how time is defined by like scientists?
Time is defined by taking something that is tangible and making a measurement between two tangible things.
Exactly. So if there's something that's not, well, no, it wouldn't be tangible.
It would.
So you think tangible? So it only exists in our mind.
That's not what tangible means.
I thought tangible is like you can conceive of its existence.
No, that's called imaginary. That's what your God is. Tangible means that it's accessible.
Perceptible by touch. Okay, yes.
Okay. So easy enough. Anything that has creation.
Is non-existence perceptible by touch?
Anything that has creation has a change of states. Anything that has a change has a before state and an after state. We agree so far?
Right.
Okay. Can you have a before state and an after state without time?
No. I mean, I guess no, it wouldn't have a before state because there would be no time.
Exactly. There would be no before state, which means the thing would have always existed. So that gives you to the
because time is a measurement of things that are tangible, correct?
No, that's how we track time. That's not what time is.
So what would be time?
Time is the thing that separates any two moments.
And how would you separate those moments?
By looking at something tangible.
So tangible exists, correct?
We generally agree that things that are tangible are in existence, yes.
Therefore, time doesn't exist.
It does.
In non-existence.
It does.
You just said the way we understand time is through a separation of moments given a tangible thing, correct?
Yeah, that's the way we are able to measure it. But even if we couldn't measure it, we have reasons to believe that time exists. It's the thing that separates any two moments. It's also
And I'm asking you,
interwoven
how would you see that
it's
separation of
also
moments?
interwoven with space. There's this thing called space-time.
I just asked you how you would separate those moments.
By observing the tangible world.
Therefore, the only way you can separate moments is through tangible things, correct?
The only way you can track time is by observing the world around you.
You just said time is measured, or you understand time to be
I didn't say that.
the discrepancy of two different moments, correct?
No, time is the thing that separates the moments.
Exactly, and I said, how do you know it separates moment? Or how would you distinct the separation of moments? And then you said through tangible things.
Because yes, exactly. How do we measure the separation between moments?
So I said prior to tangible things, time doesn't exist.
Yes, it does.
You are explaining to me time, correct?
We'll
and you said it's a separation of two moments, correct?
I'm saying the way
and I'm asking you how you separate those two moments, and you say through tangible things.
That's not what I said. I said
okay, how do
the way that
you separate moments?
Your question was, how do you measure time? I said time is measured by looking at two different moments of a tangible thing.
I just asked, how do you separate moments?
With time.
Or how do you understand the separation of moments?
Because they're not happening all at once.
How would you understand that to be true?
Because otherwise this conversation wouldn't be possible, because the events happening in this conversation are happening in time.
Things?
If something happening in this conversation wasn't happening in time, it would be happening all at once, which means we couldn't actually have a conversation.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree we understand time through tangible things. And that's actually the definition of what time is going to be.
It's not.
That's how we separate you. I just asked you, how do you understand that time is not happening all at once? And you appeal to this idea is because we see the difference of moments of using tangible things, right? You gave this conversation as an example. And I'm saying, yes, I agree. Time is contingent on tangible things.
It's not.
Then what? Then give me what would distinct.
I don't know how many times I have to say it. Everyone in the audience gets it. Time is measured using tangible things. It is not dependent on the things.
And I'm asking you, okay, so you say time is the separation of two moments, correct?
Time is the thing that separates the moments. It's the thing that causes
if he asks how you separate them, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I've never seen.
I'm asking you how you would asking you how you would understand that separation. I'm literally asking you how you would understand that separation.
I'm talking to like a grown adult here that doesn't understand the nature of time.
Like, dude, you both agreed time happens, so just say yes and let's move on to the next premise. Like, you both agree.
I agree time exists. I'm just saying it's contingent on tangible things.
It's not.
And he doesn't agree, and I'm asking him what would be the
because you
how would you
think
understand
that
the separation of moment?
And depend are the same thing, and they're not.
He can't show me without using a tangible thing how two moments can be separate.
How could I show you something if it was invisible?
That's my whole point exactly. You can't prove time without using two tangible things.
You can, because when you have tangible things, those tangible things are separated by time into moments. The same reason, like this conversation is happening now, and it wasn't happening yesterday, because yesterday and today are separated by moments in time.
Right. And you said time is going to separate two moments, correct?
Yes, that's what time does. Yes.
And I'm asking you, how would you understand the separation of two moments?
Because they're not happening all at once.
And I'm
one precedes the other.
And I'm asking you, how would you understand that?
Because that's the way the world works. You and I already agree that cause and effect is real. You and I already agree that time is real.
What if I just said God exists because that's the way the world works?
Because there's no evidence for that.
But I'm asking you the evidence that time can be non-dependent on tangible things, and you're not answering.
What's the proof that it is
Wow,
dependent?
hilarious, bro.
See the amazing burden shift. It's always the same burden shift.
I'm saying it's dependent because the only way we can understand separation of two moments is through tangible things.
That's the
You
only way
can't
we can
separate-
measure it.
It's the only way you can understand it.
No, I did. Well, I think there's other ways to understand it. Dr. Blitz has some good information on this. In fact, he wrote some papers on this as well. But I'm saying the only way we can measure it is through tangible things. I'm not saying that's the only way to actually understand time. In fact,
And I'm asking you
cosmologists have come up with a number of different ways to describe time without tangible, like physical items.
Okay, could you describe that to me? Because
No.
you have failed to describe you failed to describe
Oh
me
my
the
God.
distinctions between the two moments.
Dude, you have failed to prove anything. Literally anything.
Imagine getting up here and going through endless burden shifting on like really easy questions. Remember, this is all he was going to prove his God is real. I'm still waiting for
so
the.
are you
So here's what I know. You have
You don't-
you have 0% chance of bringing a valid argument for God at all. Any God, no matter what that God is. I know this for sure, though. You have less than 0% chance of making your God that God.
So when I asked you you said there's two distinct moments, correct?
He's stuck on the
And I'm
script.
asking you what distincts the moments.
Can you just
Time.
say yes and we can hear the last premise?
We're understanding what time is. I say, what is time? You say the distinction between two moments, and I say, what is that specific distinction going to be? And you don't answer it.
I did. I've answered it 5 times.
What is going to be the distinction?
The distinction is that it's not happening at once. The two moments are separated, not at the same time. That is the distinction that
You're
we
using
get
time in the definition
because
when
of
I ask you
time.
what time is.
Yes, I am.
The
Yeah,
cir-
because
it's called running in circles, I think.
it's not running in circles. The thing, one thing happening and then another thing happening, and they're not overlapping each other on a timetable means that they're separated by time.
Right, and I would ask you, how do you understand it to be that they're not overlapping on a timetable?
Because cause and effect worked.
And how would you understand that cause and effect worked?
Because it's always worked and we've never observed it to not work.
So you appeal to this idea that since we empirically see that it works, right?
We have a question of how much to boot the guest.
Yeah. Yeah, he's irritating everybody at this point. All right, well, listen, you failed to support.
No, if you don't engage, it's pretty irritating.
You failed to support premise number 1 of your argument. You've ran away from every question we've
You failed
asked,
to engage with premise
and
1,
you
so
did nothing but burden shift the entire time you're up here.
it's called
So
a reductive,
I think it's time for
a valid argument.
you to
Reductive.
move on to a conversation that doesn't require you sticking religiously to a script. Imagine reading from a script thinking that like as long as you get the interlocutor to like agree with your various presuppositions that you're right.
Oh man, someone in the chat is mad that I keep intervening. My sincerest apologies for saying like 6 words and all of that.
God forbid a woman talking alive. My goodness. Bertram, thank you for the dragon. All right, guys, I'm going to read a couple super chats and I got to call it a night. I've got an early morning tomorrow, and it's a holiday weekend, guys. So share it with your loved ones. JM, thank you for the super chat. It says, wishing you a great weekend. Cheers, amigo. Well, thank you so much, JM. I appreciate that. And cheers to you. And Carla says, thank you, Justin. Well, Carla, I say thank you. And Dexter, again with the super chat. Big W, Dex. He says, I was debating someone about my Jesus is not qualified to be the Messiah argument. And in regards to the curse of Jeconiah, my opponent was saying that Galatians 3:13 proves Jesus got rid of all curses. What are your thoughts? Well, you would have to first demonstrate that Jesus was the Messiah before you can say that Jesus got rid of the curses. So it's a circular argument, right? The conclusion is the thing that solves the failed premise, right? So like I could say the same thing. I could say, well, like I'm the Messiah, and they might say, well, you can't be the Messiah because you weren't born of King David and like you didn't do the prophecies. And I'll say, yeah, but if I'm the Messiah, then I can just reconfigure whatever it said and invent something new, and I can do it because I'm the Messiah. Like that's basically what's happening here, right? He's just saying that Jesus got rid of the things. At best, it still makes the God a liar because he's contradicting himself. Although Galatians 3, let me get the right verse. I'm going to read Galatians 3:13 out loud for everyone. It says, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. So yeah, in Pauline theology, Jesus did take away the law, but you would have to demonstrate that he was the Messiah before you got me to accept that reinterpretation. Pickles Cage, amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I've had chronic kidney stones. Turns out the Lord and Savior has been living inside me the entire time. Yes, Doug is inside of you, Pickles Cage. Although Doug does not want to give people kidney stones. Doug would never. Eric, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, does your latent Catholicism ever activate from callers' casual heresies and make you think people's corpses have been put on trial for life? Every once in a while, I'll hear an argument from Protestantism, and I think to myself, the Catholics really got this one right. The Protestantism really screwed the pooch. But as an atheist, I'm not really allowed to make that argument. KVK, thank you for the super chat. It says, would you ever do a debate with your physicist, cosmologist, doctor friend about the popular theories regarding how the universe came to be versus creation is biblical? Every Sunday morning, I won't be this Sunday morning, but literally every Sunday morning, Dr. Blitz and I are debating with Ian on the Unapologetic channel. So come by and see Dr. Blitz debate these topics. El Karaki, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, brother, what's your thoughts on similarities of Dionysus to Jesus? I think they're quite similar. I think Jesus was a myth. The story of Jesus employs a lot of mythology stolen from the Greek philosophy and the Greek religions. And so I think part of it was stolen because like they were describing him in ways that represented other Greek deities, and they wanted you to think that Jesus was similar, kind of like the cult of Serapis. And we had lots of dying and rising gods as well. Like he wasn't really unique. So I think there's a lot of crossover there. Damien, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says the Gospels mention demon 65 times. Did Aramaic have more than one word for demons? Do modern day Christians literally believe demons cause illness? There's not really like a word in the Old Testament that works well for demons. In Greek, it's really simple. It's like demonian would be the standard word for demon. In Hebrew, you get spirits, right? You get like different types of ruach, and that some ruachs are bad and some are good. And the bad ones we would call demons in modern language. The good ones, not so much. I hope that helps. But no, there's no like equivalent in biblical Hebrew for the word demon, like as it shows up in the New Testament. Chris, thank you for the super chat. It says your pre-supper mind tricks don't work on me. Just in the hut. They don't. I was so hoping he'd move on from the conversation so we could move on to his God, but we couldn't get that far. Singer Soul, thank you for the super chat. It says, how does this guy think we all got to true conclusions about reality, not using empiricism as the starting point? What exactly is he using as his starting point? He's making up a starting point. He's presupposing God and then just inserting God into any argument that breaks. And thank you so much, Eli, for another super chat. It says, this Darth Dawkins fanatic epitomizes a growing problem in America. People in this country are more concerned with conspiracy and religion astrology than actual education. I agree, Eli. There's this idea that there's always a conspiracy. The right wingers are all about the conspiracies, and they're primed to believe in it because of the Bible. And just a couple more super chats, guys. Mardik, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W says, keep cooking the Phil bros. I will. They can't bring their nonsense in here. They'll get cooked. And Mr., thank you for the super chat. And Jake, Carla J, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Carla has only proven he knows some words. I think you nailed it. He knew the philosophy words. He had no actual argument. And my consciousness says W for Sarah. It's nice when Justin has a co-host. I agree. I like having a co-host, and Sarah's the best of them. Make sure you're following Sarah, guys, on YouTube as well. Go to her handle @LeavingFaith on YouTube and follow her now. Look at the people crashing out. Debate Frank Turret. Hey, you bring him in here. I'll debate him. Jose, thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks to Justin, I'm going to have nightmares of someone saying over and over, so if they hold a pencil in front of you.
I was dying.
I'll never be untickled by the nonsense of philosophy bros. SF, thank you for the super chat. Says, imagine getting up to represent your God, but instead spend the whole time forcing your opponent to prove time is real. What a pathetic crowd. Last one, guys. Solo, good to see you, my friend. Solo says, Jesus Christ, I would rather listen to Q-Top. I'm with you, Solo. I'm with you. Guys, make sure you're following Solo Vino as well. All right, Sarah, are you going live tonight?
I already did. I went early.
Oh, congratulations. Good job. I'm getting off here. I'm going to bed. Sarah, thanks for joining us. Guys, if you're not following Sarah, I promise you're missing out. The power of Doug compels you.
Thanks for having me.
And with that, guys, I'm going to call it. I'm going to run. I'm going to go let my cat inside. He's been wandering outside looking for, trouble to get into. And then we're going to bed.